For Where Dreams Begin by Lisa Kleypas. 1. London, 1830. She had to escape. The rumble of sophisticated chatter, the blaze of chandeliers that splashed hot wax onto the dancers below, and the profusion of smells that heralded the lavish supper to come, all overwhelmed Lady Holly Taylor. It had been a mistake to attend a grand social event so soon after George's death. Of course, most people would not consider 3 years to be soon. She, ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext. For abclit.html, ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html had gone through the year and a day of deep mourning, barely venturing from the house except to take garden walks with her small daughter Rose. She had worn black bombazine and covered her hair and face with veils that symbolized her separation from her husband and the unseen world. For she had taken most of her meals alone, covered all mirrors in the house with black crape, and written letters on black banded paper, so that every interaction with the outside world would bear the signs of her grief. Second, mourning had come next. She had still worn all black clothing, but had relinquished the protective veil. For then, on the 3rd year after George's death, Holly had undergone half mourning, which had allowed her to wear grey or mauve and to participate in small, inconspicuous women's activities such as tea with relatives or close female friends. Now that all stages of mourning were finished, Holly had emerged from the dark and comforting shelter of the grieving period into a bright social world that had become terribly unfamiliar. For true, the faces and the scene were exactly as she remembered, except that George was no longer with her. She felt conspicuous in her aloneness, uncomfortable in her new identity as the widow Taylor. Like everyone else, she had always regarded widows as sombre figures to be pitied, women who wore an invisible mantle of tragedy no matter what their outward attire suggested. For now she understood why so many widows who attended events like this always looked as though they wished they were somewhere else. People approached her with sympathetic expressions, offered a small cup of punch or a few consoling words, and left with a discreet air of relief, as if a social duty had been performed, and they were now free to enjoy the ball. She herself had done the same thing to widows in the past, wanting to be kind, and yet reluctant to be affected by the desolation in their eyes. For somehow it had not occurred to Holly that she would feel so isolated in the midst of a large gathering. The empty space beside her, where George should have been, seemed like a painfully obvious gap. Unexpectedly, a feeling akin to embarrassment came over her, as if she had stumbled into a place where she did not belong. She was half of something that had once been whole. Her presence at the ball only served as a reminder that a dearly loved man had been lost, for her face felt stiff and cold as she inched her way along the wall toward the door of the drawing-room. The sweet riot of melody the musicians played did not cheer her, as her friends had hopefully suggested. The music only seemed to mock her. Once Holly had danced as lightly and swiftly as the other young women here tonight, feeling as if she were flying in George's protective arms. They had been made for each other, and people had once commented with admiring smiles. For she and George had been similar in size, with her own diminutive stature matched by her husband's less-than-towering frame. Although George had been average in height, he had been wonderfully fit, and so very handsome with his golden brown hair and alert blue eyes, and a dazzling smile that was never long in hiding. He had loved to laugh, dance, talk. No ball or crush or dinner party had ever been complete without him. Oh, George! A wet, aching pressure grew behind her eyes. For how lucky I was to have you! How lucky we all were! But how am I supposed to go on without you? ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processeddext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processeddext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processeddext.com/ABCL. Well-meaning friends had pressured her to come here tonight, intending that this should begin the days of freedom from the smothering rituals of mourning. But she wasn't ready. Not tonight, perhaps not ever, for her gaze scored across the crowd, locating various members of George's family as they socialized and ate delicacies from gilded Sèvres porcelain plates. His older brother, William, Lord Taylor, was escorting his wife to the drawing-room, where a quadrille was about to begin. Lord and Lady Taylor were a well-suited couple, but their tepid affection did not begin to approach the genuine love that she and George had shared, for it seemed that everyone in George's family, his parents, his brothers, and their wives, had finally recovered from his death. Enough that they could take part in a ball, laugh and eat and drink, allow themselves to forget that the most beloved member of the family was in an early grave. Holly did not blame them for their ability to carry on, now that George was gone. In fact, she envied them. How wonderful it would be to escape the invisible mantle of grief that covered her from head to toe. For if not for her daughter Rose, she would never have a moment's respite from the constanch of loss. Holland came a murmur from nearby, and she turned to see George's youngest brother Thomas. Although Thomas had the same attractive features, blue eyes and amber-streaked hair that all the Taylor men shared, he lacked the mischievous spark, the slow, dazzling smile, the warmth and confidence that had made George so irresistible. For Thomas was a taller, more sombre version of his charismatic brother. He had been a steady source of support ever since George's death from typhoid fever. "Thomas," Holly said brightly, forcing a smile to her stiff lips, "are you enjoying the ball?" "Not especially," he replied, while sympathy flickered in the azure depths of his eyes. "But I believe I'm navigating it better than you, my dear. There's a pinched look on your face, as though one of your megrims is starting." "For, yes, it is," Holly admitted, suddenly aware of the persistent pain in her temples and the back of her skull, the throbbing that warned of worse pain to come. She had never had a megrim in her life until George's passing, but they had started after his funeral. The severe headaches appeared unexpectedly and often drove her to bed for 2 and 3 days at a time.
"Shall I escort you home?"
Thomas asked. "I'm certain that Olinda would not mind. For, no," Holly said swiftly, "you must stay here and enjoy the ball with your wife, Thomas. I'm perfectly able to return home unescorted. In fact, I would prefer it." "All right." He smiled at her, and the similarity of his features to George's made her heart wrench painfully and caused the throbbing in her head to sharpen. "At least allow me to send for the family carriage." "Thank you," she said gratefully. "Shall I wait in the entrance hall? ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.persistex, forcomapclite.html, ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.prosistext.com/abcl. Thomas shook his head. "I fear there is such a crush of vehicles outside that it may take several minutes for ours to come to the forefront. In the meanwhile, there are several quiet places for you to wait. As I recollect, there is a nice little parlour that opens onto a private conservatory. You'll find it past the entrance hall along the hallway to the left of the curving staircase." "For Thomas," Holly murmured, touching his sleeve lightly and managing a wan smile. "What would I do without you? You'll never have to find out," he replied gravely. "There is nothing I would not do for George's wife. The rest of the family feels the same. We'll take care of you and Rose, always." Holly knew she should have taken comfort in his words. However, she could not rid herself of the troubling awareness of being a burden for George's family, for the annuity left to her at George's death was so small as to be inconsequential, making it necessary for her to sell the elegant white-columned house they had occupied. She was grateful for the Taylors' generosity in giving her 2 rooms in their family residence. She had seen the way other widows were shunted aside or compelled to marry again, just so a family could be rid of them. Instead, the Taylors treated her as a beloved guest, and even more as a living monument to George's memory. For as Holly moved along the wall of the drawing-room, her left shoulder blade suddenly met the hard, gilded edge of the ornately moulded door-frame. Blindly, she darted through the open doorway into the keyhole-shaped entrance hall of the mansion belonging to Lord Bellamont, the Earl of Warwick. The town estate was designed for house parties in which politics were plotted, marriages were engineered, and fortunes were changed. For Lady Bellamont possessed a well-deserved reputation as an expert hostess, inviting the perfect mixture of aristocrats, politicians, and accomplished artists to her balls and soirees. The Taylors liked and trusted Lady Bellamont, and had deemed it appropriate for Holly to re-enter society at the first ball of the new season. The circular space of the entrance hall was flanked by two immense curving staircases. For conveniently situated on the ground floor, the main rooms of the mansion branched into clusters of parlours and visiting areas that opened onto outdoor conservatories or small paved gardens. Anyone wishing for a small private meeting or romantic rendezvous could find a secluded place with no difficulty. Breathing easier with every step that took her farther away from the crowded drawing-room, Holly strode along the hallway toward the parlour that Thomas had suggested. For the skirts of her corded silk evening dress, dyed in a shade of blue so dark as to approximate black, swished heavily around her legs as she walked. The hem of the gown was weighted with wadded and stitched bunches of silk and crepe that gave it the currently fashionable fullness, so different from the light floating skirts of the gowns that had been in style before George had died. The parlour door was half open, and the room was unlit. However, clear icy light filtered through the windows, illuminating the parlour just enough that Holly could see without the aid of a candle. A pair of curving French armchairs and a table occupied one corner, while a few musical instruments reposed in mahogany stands nearby. Fringed velvet swags shrouded the Windows ABC amber lit converter http://www.prosystext.com/abcl amber lit converter http://www.prosystext.com/abcl and the top of the fireplace mantel. For the thick carpet underfoot, patterned with floral medallions, muffled her footsteps. Slipping inside the shadowy, quiet space, Holly closed the door, put a hand to the sun-banded waist of her gown, and gave a long sigh. "Thank God," she whispered, relieved beyond measure to be alone. How strange she had become so accustomed to solitude that she was uncomfortable in a crowd. She had once been socially adept, fun-loving, at ease in any situation, but that had been because of George. For being his wife had given her a confidence that she now sorely lacked. As she wandered deeper into the room, a cool draught wafted over her, making her shiver. Although her boat-shaped neckline was modestly high, nearly covering her collarbone, her throat and the tops of her shoulders were exposed to the open air. Seeking the source of the breeze, Holly realized that the parlour opened onto a conservatory leading to the outside gardens, and that the French doors had been left ajar. For she went to close the doors, then hesitated with her hand on the cold brass knobs, as an odd feeling came over her. As she stared through the frosted glass door panes, she felt her heartbeat escalate to an uncomfortable speed until it pounded and throbbed in every limb. She had the feeling of being poised at the edge of a cliff, with endless air below her. For the urge to withdraw quickly into the safety of the parlour, perhaps even back to the overheated clamour of the drawing-room, came over her in a strong surge. Instead, she gripped the doorknobs tightly in her palms until they turned slick and hot in her perspiring palms. The night lured her outward, away from everything safe and known. Trembling a little, Holly tried to summon a laugh at her own foolishness. She stepped forward, intending to fill her lungs with a blast of bracing air. For suddenly a huge, dark shape appeared before her, the towering form of a man. Holly froze in utter surprise. Her nerveless hands slipped from the doorknobs, while shock sent prickles all over her body. Perhaps it was Thomas appearing to inform her that the carriage was ready. But he was too tall, too massive to be her brother-in-law or any other man of her acquaintance. Before she could utter a word, the stranger reached inside and pulled her across the threshold. For, with a small cry, Holly stumbled forward, dragged unwillingly out of the parlour and into the night. Momentum brought her full against him, and she was nothing but a tumble of silk and stiff limbs in his arms. He handled her easily, his strength so great that she was as helpless as a kitten in his large hands. "Wait!" she gasped in bewilderment. His body was as hard as if he were wrought of steel instead of flesh. The cloth of his coat was smooth beneath her perspiring palms, for her nostrils were filled with the scents of starched linen, tobacco, brandy, an utterly masculine mixture that reminded her somewhat of how George had smelled. It had been so long since she had been held like this. In the past 3 years she had not turned to any man for comfort, had not wanted any embrace to interfere with the memory of the last time her husband had held her. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.prosystext.com/abcl ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.prosystext 4com-appclit.html. She was not allowed any choice about this, however, as she spluttered a protest and writhed against his solid body. He bent his head and murmured close to her ear. The sound of his voice stunned her, a deep purring rumble, like the voice of Hades as he dragged an unwilling Persephone down to his underworld kingdom.
"You took your sweet time about getting here, my lady."
He thought she was someone else, she realized, for somehow she had stumbled onto someone else's romantic rendezvous. "But I'm not." Her words were crushed into silence as he covered her mouth with his. She jerked in startled reaction, amazed and horrified, and abruptly furious he had taken away George's last kiss. But that thought was burned away in a sudden blaze of sensation. His mouth was so hot, pressing and demanding until her lips were forced apart. For she had never been kissed like this, his mouth imparting a message of such lurid desire that she wilted from the heat. She turned her head to escape him, but he followed the movement, angling his head more intimately over hers. The pounding of her heart increased to a deafening roar, and she whimpered in instinctive fear. Holly sensed the exact moment when the man realized that she was a stranger. She felt him go still with surprise, his breath stopping. For now he would release her, she thought hazily. But after the long hesitation, he changed his grip, his arms still secure, but no longer crushing, and one large hand slid up her back to cradle the bare nape of her neck. She had been a married woman. She had thought herself to be experienced and worldly-wise, but this stranger kissed her in a way no one ever had, invading her, tasting her with his tongue, making her shiver and recoil. For the subtle hint of brandy flavoured his sleek, warm mouth. And there was something else, some intimate essence that lured her strongly. She eventually found herself relaxing against his hard body, accepting the tender ravishment of his kiss, even answering the exploration of his tongue with timid touches of her own. For perhaps it was the suddenness of the encounter, or the concealing darkness around them, or the fact that they were utterly unknown to each other, but for a feverish moment she became someone else in his arms. Compelled to touch him somewhere, anywhere, she reached around his neck and felt the smooth, hard nape of his neck and the thick, short locks of hair that curled slightly against her fingertips. His vast height made it necessary for her to rise on her toes to reach him, for she slid her palm to his lean cheek, discovering the grain of heavy, close-shaven bristle. He seemed intensely affected by her touch, his breath puffing like steam on her cheek, his pulse hammering in the soft place beneath his jawbone. Holly craved the hard, deliciously masculine texture of him, absorbing his scent and taste greedily before she came to a sudden awareness of what she was doing. For, horrified, she broke away with a muffled cry, and at this first sign of unwillingness, the stranger released her. His encompassing arms fell from her as she stumbled toward the sheltering shadows of the conservatory. She finally stopped in the lee of the winged statue wedged against the stone wall, where there was no further retreat possible. He followed her, though he made no ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/abcablu EBC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt 4com-abclit.html move to touch her again, stopping so close, that she could almost feel the animal heat emanating from his body. "Oh," she whispered shakily, wrapping her arms around herself, as if she could contain the sensations that continued to spill from every nerve. "Oh." It was too dark for them to see each other's faces, but the man's large form was silhouetted by the shimmer of moonlight. He was wearing evening clothes. He must be a guest at the ball. But he did not have the slender, elegant build of a gentleman with abundant leisure time. He had the tremendous iron-hard muscles of a day labourer. His shoulders and chest were too deep, his thighs too developed. Aristocratic gentlemen did not usually possess such obvious muscles. They preferred to distinguish themselves from those who had to earn a living through physical labour. When he spoke, the gravelly undertone of his voice seemed to set off pleasurable vibrations along her spine, for his accent lacked the clicking precision that a nobleman would have possessed. He was from the lower classes, she realized. How could such a man be attending a ball like this? "You're not the lady I was expecting." He paused, and added with a touch of gruff amusement, fully cognizant of the fact that it was too late for apologies. "I am sorry." Holly strove to reply coolly, although there was a betraying tremor in her voice. "Quite all right. You merely assaulted the wrong woman, for I'm certain the same mistake could have happened to any lurker in the shadows." She sensed that her response had surprised him, that he had expected her to erupt in a fit of hysterics. A soft catch of laughter escaped him. "Well, maybe I'm not as sorry as I thought." As she saw his hand lift slowly, she thought he meant to take her in his arms again. "Don't touch me," she said, shrinking back until her shoulders were pressed flat against the wall. For instead, he braced his hand on the stone beside her head and leaned closer, until she felt imprisoned by the muscular cage of his body. "Should we introduce ourselves?" he asked. "Definitely not. At least tell me this, are you taken?" "Taken?" Holly repeated blankly, shrinking backward until her shoulder blades met the hard wall. "Married," he clarified. "Betrothed, otherwise committed to someone." "Oh, yes, I am." For a widow she might be, but she was as married to George's memory as she had been to him during his life. At the thought of George, Holly wondered bleakly how her ABC amber lit converter, http://www.processedtext.com/ablichtlife/aptm life had come to this, that her splendid, beloved husband should be gone, and she was here in the shadows, talking with a stranger who had practically assaulted her. "Forgive me," he said, keeping his voice gentle. "I had arranged to meet with someone else, a lady who was obviously not able to keep her promise. When I saw you coming through the doors, I mistook you for her. I wanted to be alone somewhere while my carriage was brought round." "Leaving the ball early? I don't blame you. These affairs are damned dull." "They don't have to be," she murmured, remembering the way she had once laughed and danced and flirted with George until the early hours of the morning. "It depends on one's choice of companionship. With the right partner, an evening like this could be magical." The wistfulness must have been evident in her voice, for he reacted unexpectedly. She felt the heat of his fingertips brush her shoulder, throat, until he found the side of her face, and curved his palm against her cheek. For she should have jerked away from the touch, but she was shocked by the pleasure of his warm, cradling hand on her face. "You're the sweetest thing I've ever touched," came his voice from the darkness. "Tell me who you are. Tell me your name." Holly took a deep gulp of air and pushed away from the wall, but there was nowhere to go. His powerful masculine form was everywhere, surrounding her, and without intending to, she walked straight into his arms. "I must go," she gasped, "for my carriage is waiting."
Let it wait. Stay with me.
One hand clasped her waist, the other slid behind her back, and a shudder of unwilling excitement went through her.
Are you frightened?
He asked as he felt the involuntary tremor. No, no, she should be protesting, fighting to break free of him, but there was an insidious delight in being held against his hard, sheltering body, for she kept her hands between them. when all she wanted was to fold herself inside his embrace and lay her head on his broad chest. A trembling laugh escaped her. "This is madness! You must release me! You can walk out of my arms any time you want." But she still didn't move. They stood together, breathing, clasped in awareness and stirring passion, while a few sweet strains of music drifted to them from the ballroom. The ball seemed another world away, for the stranger's hot breath fanned her ear and stirred the little wisps of hair around it. "Kiss me again." How dare you suggest ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedxt.com/abeclite.html, ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedxt.com/abeclite.html. No one will know. "You don't understand," she whispered shakily. "This isn't like me. I don't do these things. We're strangers in the darkness," he whispered back. "We'll never be together like this again. No, don't pull away. For show me how an evening can be magical." His lips brushed the rim of her ear, unexpectedly soft and entreating. The situation was far beyond Holly's ordinary experience. She had never understood why women behaved recklessly in these matters, why they would take risks and break vows for the sake of fleeting physical pleasure. But now she knew. No one in her life had ever affected her like this. She felt empty and frustrated. She wanted nothing more than to be swallowed up in his embrace. For it had been easy to be virtuous when she had always been sheltered from temptation. Now she truly understood the weakness of her own character. She tried to bring George's image to mind, but to her despair she couldn't summon his face. There was only the star-filled night, and the gleam of moonlight in her dazed eyes, and the solid reality of a stranger's body. Breathing hard, she turned her head. Just a small movement, but it brought her mouth against the burning heat of his... For dear Lord, he knew how to kiss. He used his hand to urge her head to his shoulder, anchoring her firmly as his lips slanted over hers. The feel of his mouth was exquisite as he possessed her, with slow, teasing kisses, using the tip of his tongue to entice her. She surged against him in an awkward movement, wobbling on her toes, as she tried to press herself deeper into the hard, masculine shelter of his body. He steadied her, one arm sliding around her back, the other locking around her hips. For it had been so long since she had felt physical pleasure of any kind, much less this voluptuous abandonment. The searching kisses became deeper, more sensuously aggressive, and Holly answered helplessly, while for some reason the sensation of being held in passion made her eyes sting and water. She felt a few tears leak from the outside corners of her eyes and slide to her trembling chin, while she continued to respond to him with a sort of desperate yearning that she couldn't begin to control, for his gentle fingers slid to her cheek and felt the wetness there. Slowly his mouth withdrew from hers, leaving it moist and kiss-softened. "Ah," he breathed, his lips dragging tenderly over the wet surface of her skin. "Sweet lady, tell me why a kiss makes you cry." "I'm sorry," she gasped. "Let me go. I never should have." She struggled away from him, relieved that he made no attempt to follow her as she fled back to the parlour and toward the main rooms. For it seemed her feet could not take her fast enough away from the scene, the memory of which she knew would cause her both shame and guilty pleasure for the rest of her life. Lady Bellamont, a pretty, vivacious woman of 45, giggled as she was led to the window of her own front parlour by a strong masculine hand on her arm. She was accustomed to receiving ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/absclit.html ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/abcle BC Amber Lit Converter http://b/lit/glick for HTML, the greatest deference from every man of her acquaintance, except for this one, who seemed to treat countesses and serving maids alike. It intrigued her to be handled so familiarly by this tall and charismatic male, who seemed not to recognize the great social barrier that existed between them. Despite the disapproval of her husband and friends, or perhaps because of it, she had decided to become friends with him. After all, a woman should never be too predictable. For all right, Lady Bellamont said, with a laughing sigh, show me who has managed to excite so much interest in you. Together they stared at the row of carriages and the bustling assortment of footmen outside, while the waltz music from the nearby drawing-room swirled through the open doorway of the parlour. The small guest, who was currently departing, turned to thank the footman, who helped her into the carriage. The golden light from the outside lamps caught her full in the face, for Lady Bellamont heard the man beside her catch his breath. "There," he said, his voice deepening. "That one, in the dark blue gown. Tell me who she is." The face belonged to Lady Holland Taylor, a young woman who was well known to Lady Bellamont. Somehow it seemed that the grief of widowhood, which usually took such a toll on a woman's beauty, had only enhanced Lady Holland's looks. Her figure, which had always tended toward plumpness, was now trim and tidy, for the severity of her hairstyle, gleaming brown locks pulled tightly into a coil atop her head, only served to emphasize the uncommon prettiness of her features. A straight little nose, a soft, ripe-looking mouth, and clear brown eyes the colour of Scotch whisky. Since her husband's death, the sparkling liveliness of her character had been replaced by an air of quiet melancholy. She had the perpetual expression of being absorbed in some beautiful, sad dream. After all she had lost, who could blame her? Men would have swarmed around the attractive young widow like bees in the vicinity of a particularly lush flower. However, Lady Holland seemed to wear an invisible sign proclaiming, "Touch me not." Lady Bellamont had observed the widow's behaviour this evening, wondering if she was interested in catching another husband. But she had refused all offers to dance, and had seemed oblivious to the various men who endeavoured to attract her attention. For clearly the widow did not want another man. Not now, and likely not ever.
Oh, my dear friend.
Lady Bellamont murmured to the man beside her, "For once your taste is impeccable. That lady is not for you."
She's married, he said, rather than asked, his black eyes as expressionless as slate. No, Lady Holland is widowed.
He glanced at Lady Bellamont with an interest that seemed casual, but she sensed the tremendous fascination coiled beneath his calm exterior. "For I've never seen her before. ABC Amberlit Converter http://www.prosistext.com/abclabc Amberlit Converter http://www.prosistext.com/abcl. That is not surprising, my dear. Lady Holland's husband passed on to his reward 3 years ago, just before you arrived on the scene. This is the first social event she has attended since coming out of mourning. For, as Lady Holland's carriage pulled away from the mansion and rolled along the drive, the man's gaze flickered back to the vehicle and held until it was gone from sight. He reminded Lady Bellamont of a cat staring at a bird that had ascended too far in the air for him to reach. She sighed in friendly sympathy, having come to understand his ambitious nature. He would be forever reaching for things he was not born to possess and would never be able to have. For George Taylor was the epitome of everything a gentleman should be, Lady Bellamont remarked in an effort to explain the situation. Intelligent, handsome, and born to an exceptional family, he was one of 3 sons born to the late Viscount Taylor. Taylor, he repeated, not especially familiar with the name. Their breeding and bloodlines are remarkable. George had the looks of the family, and more charm than should be allotted to one man. For I believe every woman who met him fell a little bit in love with him. But he adored his wife, and made no secret of it. They had an extraordinary marriage, one that could never be equalled. It has been confided in me by one of the Taylors that Holly will surely never marry again, as any future relationship would be inferior to what she once had with George. Holly, he repeated softly, a pet name used by family and very close friends. For Lady Bellamont frowned a little. troubled by his apparent interest in Lady Holland. "My dear, I can assure you that there are many charming and attainable ladies present here tonight. Let me introduce you to a few who would be thrilled to receive your attention." "Tell me everything you know about Lady Holland," he said, staring at her intently. Lady Bellamont made a face and sighed. "Very well. Tomorrow you may come to tea and we'll discuss now. For in the middle of a ball that I am giving, there is a time and a place for—" She broke off and laughed as she found herself being pulled unceremoniously to a nearby settee. "My dear, I find your masculine qualities quite charming, but it is possible to be a bit too masterful. Everything," he repeated, and flashed her a crooked grin of such roguish appeal that she felt her heart give an extra beat. "Please, ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processeddext.com/abcle for HTML ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/abcl.html. And suddenly Lady Bellamont felt there was nothing she would rather do than spend the rest of the evening ignoring her social responsibilities and telling him anything and everything he wished to know. Holly crossed the threshold of the Taylor family mansion like a rabbit retreating to the safety of its burrow. For although the Taylors did not possess the abundance of funds necessary to keep the house perfectly maintained, Holly loved every elegant, gently worn inch of the place. The faded tapestries and frayed Aubusson carpets were comfortingly familiar. Sleeping under the ancient roof gave one the feeling of resting in a beloved grandparent's arms. This dignified house, fronted with pediments and columns and rows of small, neat windows, was where George had lived as a child. For it was easy to imagine the boisterous boy he must have been, running up and down the central staircase, playing on the gently sloped lawns outside, sleeping in the same nursery where Holly's own daughter Rose now rested. Holly was glad that the townhouse where she and George had lived during their short, lovely marriage had been sold. That place contained the happiest and the most agonizing memories of her life, for she would rather stay here, where her grief was dulled by pleasant images of George in his childhood. There were paintings of him as a boy, places where he had carved his name in the woodwork, trunks of toys and dusty books that must have occupied him for hours. His family, his mother, his two brothers and their wives, not to mention the servants that had attended George since infancy, were nothing but kind and loving. For all the affection that had once been lavished on George, the favourite of the family, was now given to her and Rose. She could easily see spending the rest of her life here, in the mellow world the Taylors provided. It was only at odd moments that Holly felt constrained by this perfect seclusion. There were times when she sat with her needlework and found herself drifting into strange, wild fantasies that she couldn't seem to control. For there were also moments when she felt some irrepressible emotion that she had no means to release. She wanted to do something scandalous, scream in church, go somewhere in a shocking red dress and dance, or kiss a stranger. "Dear Lord," Holly whispered aloud, realizing that there was something wicked inside her, something that must be battened down and tightly secured. For it was a physical problem, the need of a woman for a man, the dilemma that every widow faced when there was no longer a husband to visit her bed. She had loved George's caresses, and she had always anticipated the nights when he would come to her room and stay until morning. For the past 3 years, she had fought the unspeakable need she felt since his death. She confided her problem to no one, as she was well aware of society's view on female desire, that it should not exist at all. For women must live as an example to men, and use their virtue to tame a husband's base instincts. They must submit to their husbands, but never encourage a man's passion, and they certainly must not display any sign of physical desire themselves. "Milady, how was the ball? Did ye enjoy yourself? Did ye dance? Were there people ye remembered from before?" ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/abclabc Amber Lit Converter, http http://www.processedtext.com/abclabc amber lit converter http://www.processedtext.com/abcl. For HTML, fine, yes, no, and many, Holly replied, forcing herself to smile as her servant, Maud, appeared at the threshold of her two-room suite and welcomed her inside. Maud was the only maidservant that Holly had been able to retain after George's death. The others had either been absorbed into the Taylor household or dismissed with good references and as much severance pay as Holly had been able to spare. For Maud was an attractive, buxom woman in her early 30s, possessed of boundless energy and unfailing high spirits. Even her hair was exuberant, with blonde curls springing insistently out of the tight coils she pinned it in. She worked hard each day, primarily serving as a nanny to Rose and also functioning as lady's maid to Holly when necessary. "Tell me how Rose is," Holly said, heading to the small fire on the grate and extending her hands toward its inviting warmth. For did she go to sleep easily? Maud laughed ruefully. "I'm sorry to say she didn't. She was chattering like a little bird about the ball, and how pretty ye look in your blue gown." She took Holly's pelisse and folded it neatly over her arm. "Although, if ye ask me, your new gowns still look like morning. They're all so frightfully dark. For I wish ye'd had one made in yellow, or that pretty light green all the fine ladies are wearing." "I've been wearing black and grey for 3 years," Holly interrupted wryly, standing still as the maid began on the back buttons of her dark blue gown. "I can't suddenly burst into a rainbow of colours, Maud. One has to ease into these things slowly. You're still mourning further poor master, milady." The constricting gown eased from Holly's shoulders, for I think part of ye still wants to show it to the world, specially to any gentleman that might wish to court ye. Holly's cheeks immediately took on a glow that had nothing to do with the fire's heat. Thankfully Maud was behind her and did not notice the gathering blush. Uncomfortably Holly reflected that there was at least one man she had made no effort to keep at bay. In fact, she had all but encouraged the rogue to kiss her a second time, for even now the memory of his mouth on hers was still vivid. He had turned an ordinary evening into something dark, sweet, and strange. He had seized her boldly, and yet he had been so tender ever since the moment she had left him. She had not been able to stop wondering who he was and what he looked like. It was possible she might meet him again and never realize he was the stranger that had kissed her. But she would know his voice. For closing her eyes, she remembered the low masculine whisper, curling around her like smoke. "Sweet lady, tell me why a kiss makes you cry." She swayed slightly and was recalled to reality as Maud spoke in concern. "Ye must be tired, milady. 'Twas your first ball since the master passed on. Is that why ye came home early? ABC Amber Lit Converter. http://www.processedtext.com/abclabc amber lit converter http://www.processedtext.proc/gok/proclact. For HTML, actually, I left because one of my megrims had started, and Holly broke off, puzzled, and rubbed her temples absently. "How strange," she murmured. "It's gone. Once they start, there's usually no stopping them. Shall I bring the tonic the doctor gave ye, in case it comes back?" Holly shook her head, stepping out of the circle of her dress. "No, thank you," she replied, still bewildered. It seemed that the episode in the conservatory had chased away any hint of a headache. For what a strange antidote for the megrims, she thought ruefully. "I don't believe I'll have further problems tonight." With Maud's help, she changed into a white cambric night rail and a lace-trimmed pelisse that buttoned up the front. After tucking her feet into a pair of worn slippers, Holly bade the maid good night and headed up the narrow stairs leading to the nursery. The light from the candle she carried sent a flickering glow over the narrow rectangular room, for a child-sized chair covered in rose velvet and trimmed with silk fringe occupied one corner, next to a miniature tea-table bearing a chipped and much-used toy tea service. A collection of old perfume bottles filled with coloured water were carefully arranged on the lower shelves of the bookcase. At least a half-dozen dolls were scattered throughout the nursery. One doll was seated on the chair, and another perched on a battered rocking horse that had once belonged to George. And another was clasped in Rose's arms as she lay sleeping. Holly smiled as she approached the bed, feeling a rush of love as she watched her child in slumber. Rose's little face was innocent and peaceful. The little girl's dark lashes rested on the sweet roundness of her cheeks, and her mouth hung slightly open. Kneeling by the bed, Holly touched one of her daughter's hands, smiling at the faded splotches of blue and green that had lingered despite vigorous washings. For Rose loved to paint and draw, and her hands were forever stained with pigment. At 4 years of age, the child's hands still retained a trace of dimpled baby plumpness. "Precious hands," Holly whispered, and pressed a kiss to the back of one. Standing, she continued to stare at her daughter. When the child was born, everyone, including Holly, had thought she resembled the Taylors. However, Rose had turned out to be a nearly identical replica of herself, small, dark-haired and brown-eyed, for she favoured George in character, possessing the same innate charm and intelligence. "If only you could see her now, my darling," Holly thought longingly. In the year after their daughter's birth, the last 12 months of George's life, Holly and George had often watched their daughter sleeping. Most men would not have displayed such keen interest in their own children, considering it unmanly. For children were part of the feminine world, and a man had little to do with them, other than to occasionally ask about their progress or dandle them on his knee for a minute or two. However, George had been openly fascinated by his daughter, enchanted by her, and had cuddled and played with her in a way that had delighted Holly. His pride in Rose had known no limits. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abby/abslee Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abslee HTML ABC Amber Lit Converter http://lick/ for HTML. "We're linked forever in this child," George had said one evening, as he and Holly stood over their infant in her lace-trimmed cradle. "We made her together, Holly. Such a natural, simple thing for two people to have a baby, but it almost defies my comprehension." Too moved for words, Holly had kissed him, loving him for regarding Rose as the miracle that she was. "What a father you would have had, Rose," she whispered, for it grieved her to know that her daughter would grow up without the security and protection a father would have provided, but no man could ever replace George. 2. Zachary Bronson Nidido wife. He had observed the kind of ladies that men of wealth and social position were wedded to, composed, quiet-voiced women who managed a household and every detail of a man's life. The servants of a well-run household seemed to work together like the mechanism of a clock completely unlike his own, for sometimes his servants seemed to get things right, whereas at other times they made his life into a farce. Meals were often late. Linens and silver and furniture were never spotless as they were in other wealthy households, while supplies were either overly abundant or non-existent. Zachary had hired a succession of housekeepers until he had realized that even the best ones still needed the overall direction provided by a lady of the house. For, and God knew his mother hadn't the slightest notion of how to give orders to a servant, other than to timidly ask a maid for a cup of tea or for assistance in dressing. "They're servants, mother," Zachary had told her patiently, at least 100 times. "They expect you to ask for things. They want you to. They wouldn't have jobs otherwise. Now stop looking so damned apologetic when you need something and ring the bell-pull with some authority." But his mother only laughed and stammered, and protested that she hated to put someone to any bother, even if they were paid for it. No, his mother was never going to improve in this area. She had lived in humble circumstances for too long to be any good at managing servants. Part of the problem was that his servants, like his money, were all new. Other men of means had inherited a household of experienced servants that had lived and worked together for years, even decades. For Zachary had been forced out of necessity to hire his all at once. A few were rank newcomers to the profession, but most were servants who had been dismissed from their previous positions for various reasons. In other words, he was now the employer of the greatest accumulation of alcoholics, unwed mothers, bunglers, and petty thieves in West London. For friends had advised that the right sort of wife could do wonders with his household management problem, leaving him free to do what he did best, make money. For the first time in his life, Zachary found the idea of marriage to be sensible and even appealing. However, he had to find ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.prosystext.com/abcl Amber Lit Converter, http://www.prosystext.com/abcl for HTML, the right sort of woman, and convince her to accept his suit, and this was hardly a simple task. He had specific requirements for any woman he would consider taking to wife. For one thing, she must be blue-blooded if he was ever to gain access to the high social circles he aspired to. In fact, considering his own lack of breeding and education, she had better compensate by having bloodlines that dated back to William the Conqueror. For, however, she must not condescend to him. He would not have a wife that looked down her aristocratic nose at him. She must also be independent, so that she would not mind his frequent absences. He was a busy man, and the last thing he needed was someone else tugging at him and trying to usurp what little spare time he still possessed. Beauty was not required. In fact, he did not want a wife so lovely that other men would be staring and drooling and forever trying to seduce her, for moderate attractiveness would suit him perfectly. Good mental and physical health was imperative, as he wanted her to bear strong, intelligent children. Social skills were also important, as she would have to serve as his wedge into a society that was obviously reluctant to accept him, for Zachary was well aware that many aristocrats secretly mocked him for his low birth and his rapidly built fortune, claiming that his mind was bourgeois and mercantile, that he had no understanding of style, elegance, and good breeding. They were correct in this assessment. He knew his limitations. However, he took a grim satisfaction in the fact that no one could afford to mock him openly. He had made himself into a force to be reckoned with, for he had sunk his financial tentacles into banks, businesses, real estate, investment trusts. It was likely that he had some kind of monetary affiliation, whether large or small, with every man of means in England. The nobility would not want him to marry one of their precious daughters. Marriage to an aristocrat meant the alignment of one great family with another, the mixing of blue blood with blue. One did not breed a splendidly pedigreed animal with a mongrel, for except that this particular mongrel had enough money to purchase whatever he wanted, even a high-born bride. Toward this end, he had arranged for a meeting with Lady Holland Taylor. If his invitation proved alluring enough, she would be coming for tea. Zachary had calculated that it would take one day for the elusive widow to consider the idea, a second day for friends and family to talk her out of it, and the third for her curiosity to get the better of her, for, to his satisfaction, she had accepted his invitation. He would see her today. He walked to the front window of his library, the large room set on the northeast corner of his Gothic mansion. The house was designed in a style his architect had called a cottage ornée, a term Zachary had come to believe meant pretentious and overpriced. For, however, it was much admired by Eton, or at least much remarked on, and it made the statement Zachary had intended, that he was a man of consequence, a man to be reckoned with. It was a massive wedding cake of a house loaded with spires, towers, arches, conservatories, and glittering French doors. The 20-bedroom building lounged insolently on a huge sprawl of land west of London, for artificial lakes and lush groves of trees graced the landscape, not to mention gardens, parks, follies, and walks both serpentine and straight, depending on the visitor's taste. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persisttext.com/abclite.html ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persisttext.com/abcl. He wondered what Lady Holly would think of the estate, if she would deem it heaven or horror, for she probably had the good taste that most ladies of her station possessed, the kind of taste that he admired but could not seem to emulate. His own taste was for styles that would conspicuously display his success. He couldn't help it. The chiming of the long case clock in the hall alerted him to the time, and he stared through the window at the long circular drive at the front of his home. "Lady Holly," he said softly, filled with biting anticipation, "I'm waiting for you." 4. In spite of the tailors' collective objections, Holly had decided to accept Mr. Zachary Bronson's unexpected invitation to tea. She had not been able to resist. Since the night of the Bellamont ball, life had returned to its usual serene pace, but the rituals of life in the Taylor household had somehow lost their comforting magic. She was tired of needlework and letter-writing and all the genteel pursuits that had occupied her for the past 3 years. Forever, since those stolen kisses in the Bellamonts' conservatory, she had felt terribly restless. She wanted something to happen to alter the predictable flow of her life. Then had come Mr. Zachary Bronson's letter with an opening sentence that had instantly fascinated her. "Although I have never had the honour of making your acquaintance, I find that I have need of your assistance in a matter that concerns my household." How could a man like the notorious Mr. Bronson possibly need her help? For all of the Taylors considered it an ill-advised decision to meet him. They had pointed out that many ladies of consequence did not condescend to accept introductions to him. Even an innocuous tea might cause a scandal. A scandal from a simple afternoon tea? Holly had responded sceptically, and George's eldest brother William had explained. "Mr. Bronson is not an ordinary man, my dear. He is a social climber. Nouveau, he is vulgar in breeding and manner. For there are rumours about him that have shocked and appalled me, and as you know, I am a worldly man. No good could come of your association with him. Please, Holly, don't expose yourself to harm or insult. Send a refusal to Bronson at once." In the face of William's certainty, Holly had considered rejecting Mr. Bronson's invitation. However, her curiosity was overwhelming. And the thought of remaining enshrouded in safety while one of England's most powerful men had asked to meet her, well, she just had to find out why, I believe, I shall be able to withstand his corruptive influence for at least an hour or two, she said lightly. And if I find his behaviour objectionable, I will simply leave ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/absolute.html ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/absolute. For HTML, William's blue eyes, the same shape and colour her husband's had been, flashed with disapproval. "George would never have wanted you to be exposed to such a nefarious character." The simple statement devastated her. Holly lowered her head, while emotion tugged at the tiny muscles of her face. She had sworn to live the rest of her life as her husband had wished. George had protected her from everything that wasn't seemly and good, and she had trusted his judgment in all things. But George is gone," she whispered, and glanced up at William's set face with tear-filled eyes. "I must learn to rely on my own judgment now, and if your judgment proves to be faulty," he retorted, "I am obligated by the memory of my brother to intercede." Holly smiled faintly, reflecting that ever since the day she had been born, there had been someone to protect and guide her. First her loving parents, then George, and now George's family. "Allow me to make a few mistakes, William," she said. "I must learn to make decisions now, for Rose's sake as well as my own." "Holly," his tone was threaded with mild exasperation. "What could you possibly gain from visiting a man like Zachary Bronson?" Anticipation curled inside her, making her realize how badly she needed to escape the blanketing security of the Taylor household. "Well," she said, I expect to find out soon the information that the tailors had managed to glean about Mr. For Bronson had clearly not eased their minds as to the lack of wisdom Holly displayed in agreeing to meet him. Friends and acquaintances had been eager to share what little knowledge they had about the elusive newcomer to London society. Zachary Bronson was called a merchant prince in many circles, and this term was not intended as flattery. He was outrageously, incomprehensibly rich, and he displayed nearly as much vulgarity as wealth. For eccentric, interested not in money, but in the power it brought. Bronson happily outwitted and destroyed competitors in the manner of a lion set among the Christians. He did not conduct business as a gentleman, accepting all the usual unspoken understandings and limitations. If one did not spell out every letter of an agreement, it was reported Bronson would take ruthless advantage, for gentlemen were reluctant to enter into business with him, and yet they were compelled to by the hopes that they might receive a mere fraction of the tremendous profits that flowed his way. Bronson had started as a pugilist, someone said, a common street fighter, and then he had eventually gotten himself hired as the captain of a steamship and acquired increasing numbers of routes. His toughness and shrewd manipulations had either bankrupted his competitors or caused them to merge with him. For ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ab/html ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abc lied. Bronson's budding fortune had exploded when he began selling stock to the public at inflated prices, and he had turned to real estate. Since there had been little available land to purchase in England, he had bought thousands of acres of farmland in America and India. For the size of his farms dwarfed the acreage that had been in British aristocrats' possession for centuries, and the massive quantity of goods he produced and imported had multiplied his fortune yet again. Now Bronson had invested in the development of a locomotive railroad in Durham, upon which a steam carriage was reputedly able to pull loaded wagons at the rate of 12 miles an hour. For although everyone knew that steam power would never replace horses for general transportation purposes, the experiment was eagerly followed because of Mr. Bronson's patronage. "Bronson is dangerous," said Lord Avery, an elderly friend of the tailors who had been invited to supper. Avery sat on the boards of several banks and insurance companies. "Every day I see the wealth of England being transferred from fine families and gentlemen farmers to opportunists like Bronson. For if he is allowed to mingle with us, become one of us, merely because he has amassed a fortune, well, it will be nothing less than the end of first society as we know it. But should not achievement be rewarded?" Holly had asked hesitantly, knowing that a respectable woman must never enter into political or financial discussions. However, she was unable to resist. Should we not recognize Mr. Bronson's accomplishment by welcoming him into our society? For he is not fit for our society, my dear. Avery responded emphatically. The nobility is the product of generations of breeding, education, and refinement. One cannot buy a place in first society, which is exactly what Mr. Bronson is attempting to do. He has no honour, no good blood, and from what I understand, the bare minimum of education. For I liken Bronson to a trained monkey. He has but one trick, and that is the knack for playing with numbers until he somehow ends up multiplying a small amount into a great one. The other guests and the tailors nodded at the explanation. "I see," Holly murmured, and applied her attention to the food on her plate, while thinking to herself that there had been a trace of envy in Lord Avery's tone. Mr. Bronson might have just one trick, but what a trick it was! For every well-bred man at the table would have loved to possess Bronson's Midas-like abilities, and the disparaging talk about him did not accomplish the purpose of deterring her from meeting Mr. Bronson. In fact, it made her all the more curious. 3. Holly had never seen anything like Zachary Bronson's London estate, the opulence of which might have made a Medici envious. For the entrance hall, lavishly paved with rouge royal marble and lined with shimmering gold-covered columns and priceless tapestries, rose 2 floors in height. Massive crystal chandeliers hung from the silver and gold coffered ceiling, illuminating an astonishing amount of Roman statuary. Huge malachite vases, stuffed with palms and luxuriant ferns, framed each of the 4 exits leading from the central hall. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abclf. For HTL ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/absli.html. A surprisingly youthful butler led Holly through the hall toward the library suite. Suite? Holly had repeated, perplexed, and the butler explained that Mr. Bronson's private collection of books, manuscripts, antique folios, and maps was too large to be contained in just one room. Holly repressed the urge to turn circles as she stared at her surroundings, for both sides of the hallway had been covered in blue silk, to which hundreds of glittering glass butterflies had been affixed. The entrance door to the library was flanked by a pair of paintings, Rembrandts, each of which was finer than the grandest works of art the Taylors possessed. Having been brought up to consider that simple surroundings offered the most relaxation and repose, Holly thought the place was in horrendously had taste. But it was so spectacular in its sheer excess that it brought a wondering smile to her face. Recalling that Bronson had reputedly begun his career as a prize-fighter, she felt an admiration that bordered on awe that one man could achieve so much. The butler led her to a room that was flooded with light from the intricate leaded glass ceiling. The walls were covered in green velvet, and a great quantity of triple-hung paintings that appeared to be portraits of venerable ancestors. 4 rows and rows of glass-fronted bookshelves contained intriguing collections of volumes. How tempting it was to take a book and recline on one of the luxuriously overstuffed leather chairs and lean back against one of the plush, rug-covered pillows. Passing a glossy brown globe that must have measured 6 feet in diameter, Holly paused and touched it tentatively. "I've never seen a library as magnificent as this," she said, for although the butler struggled to look impassive, his expression contained a mixture of amusement and pride. "This is merely the library entrance, my lady. The main room is just ahead." Holly accompanied him to the next room and stopped at the threshold with a slight gasp. The library looked like something from a palace, too spectacular to belong to one family. "How many books does it hold?" she asked. "Nearly 20,000 volumes, I believe. Mr. Bronson must love to read. Oh, no, my lady, the master hardly ever reads, but he is quite fond of books." Suppressing a laugh at the incongruous statement, Holly wandered farther into the library. The main room soared upward 3 stories in height, to a ceiling elaborately frescoed with angels and heavenly scenes. The shining parqueted floor beneath her feet emanated a fresh scent of beeswax that mingled pleasantly with the smells of book leather and vellum, underlaid with the faint pungent trace of tobacco. For a roaring fire burned in a carved green marble fireplace that one could have parked a carriage in. At the far end of the room there was a mahogany desk, so ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ab/html nabc Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ab/html massive that it must have required the combined strength of a dozen men to move it. The man who was seated behind it rose to his feet as the butler announced Holly's name, for although she had met nobility and even royalty with perfect confidence, Holly felt a little nervous now. Perhaps it was because of Mr. Bronson's reputation or the splendour of her current surroundings, but she was actually a bit breathless as he approached her. She was glad she had worn her nicest day gown, a coffee-coloured Italian silk, its high neck trimmed with vanilla lace, its full sleeves gathered at the elbows with bands of fabric. For why he's young, Holly thought in surprise, having expected a man in his 40s or 50s. However, Zachary Bronson could not be older than 30, despite his elegant clothes, black coat and dark grey trousers, He reminded her of a tomcat, tall and large-boned, lacking the polish of aristocrats she was accustomed to. The spill of thick black hair over his forehead should have been slicked back with pomade, and the knot of his cravat was too loose, as if he had been tugging at it unconsciously. For Bronson was handsome, although his features were blunted and his nose looked as though it had once been broken. He had a strong jaw, a wide mouth, and laugh lines at the corners of his eyes that betrayed a ready sense of humour. She received a strange shock of awareness as she met his gaze. His eyes were a shade of brown, so deep they appeared black, giving his alert stare a penetrating quality that made her distinctly uncomfortable. The devil must have eyes like that, audacious, knowing, sensuous. For welcome, Lady Holland. I didn't think you would come. The sound of his voice caused Holly to stumble a little. When she recovered her balance, she froze in place and stared at the carpeted floor. The room seemed to spin around her, and she concentrated hard on retaining her balance when her entire body was shaken by panic and confusion. She knew that voice, would have known it anywhere, for he was her stranger, the man who had spoken to her so tenderly and kissed her with an intimacy that had left an indelible brand on her memory. The hot blood of shame flooded her face, and it seemed impossible to look back up at him. But the silence compelled her to say something. "I was very nearly dissuaded," she whispered. Oh, if she had only listened to George's family and stayed behind the safe walls of the Taylor estate. "May I ask what made you decide in my favour?" For his tone was so polite, so bland, that she glanced upward in surprise. The dark eyes were reassuringly devoid of mockery. He didn't recognize her, she thought with sudden wild hope and relief. He didn't know that she was the woman he had kissed at the Bellamont ball. Licking her dry lips, she made an attempt at normal conversation. "I don't really know," she said. "Curiosity, I suppose." That elicited a quick grin. "That's as good a reason as any." For he took her hand in a welcoming grip, his long fingers engulfing hers completely. The warmth of his palms sank through the delicate weave of her glove. Holly nearly swayed at a sudden flash of memory. How hot his skin! ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.prusisdext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.prusisdext.com/ABCL ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.prusisdext.com/ABCL8 been the evening of the Bellamont ball. How hard and warm his mouth had been as he had kissed her. She withdrew her hand with a sound of discomfort. "For shall we have a seat?" Bronson gestured to a pair of Louis XIV's armchairs arranged beside a marble-topped tea-table. "Yes, thank you." Holly was grateful at the prospect of occupying a chair instead of relying on the uncertain support of her own legs. After she was seated, Bronson occupied the chair opposite hers. He sat with both feet on the floor, muscular thighs spread apart as he leaned slightly forward. "For tea, Hodges," he muttered to the butler, then returned his attention to Holly and gave her a disarming grin. "I hope it will be acceptable to you, my lady. Taking refreshments at my home is a bit like playing roulette." "Roulette?" Holly frowned quizzically at the unfamiliar term. "A gamble," he explained. "On a good day my cook is unsurpassed. On a bad one, well, you could break a tooth on one of her biscuits." For Holly laughed suddenly, losing some of her nervousness at the disclosure that Bronson had household complaints just as ordinary men did. Surely, with a little management, she began, then stopped suddenly as she realized she had been about to give him unasked for advice. "There is no real management in my household, my lady. We all muddle along without direction, but that is something I want to discuss with you later." Was that why he had summoned her to his estate? For to receive her thoughts on the smooth running of a household? Of course not. He must suspect she was the woman he had encountered at the Bellamont ball. He was toying with her, perhaps. He would ask her a few sly questions to see if she would rise to the bait. If so, The best defense was to bring everything out into the open right now. She would simply explain that he had surprised her that evening, that she had behaved completely unlike herself, because he had caught her off guard.
Mr.
For Bronson, she said, having to drag each word from her clenched throat. There is something I should tell you. Yes? He stared at her with keen black eyes. Suddenly, Holly found it impossible to believe that she had kissed this large masculine creature, that she had embraced him and caressed the shaven bristle of his jaw, that he had kissed the ABC amber lit converter, http://www.processtext.com/absclite.html ABC amber lit converter http://www.processtext.com/absclite.html tears from her cheeks. For in the few stolen moments they had met, she had shared more intimacy with him than she ever had with any man except George. Her heart slammed repeatedly against her ribs, damning herself for a coward. Holly abandoned the attempt at confession. You have a very beautiful home? He smiled slightly. I thought it might not be to your taste. It isn't exactly, but it serves its purpose magnificently. And what purpose is that? Why, to announce to everyone that you have arrived? 4. That's right. He gave her an arrested stare. A few days ago, some pompous baron called me an arriviste. I didn't realize what it meant until just now. Yes, Holly said with a gentle smile. You're a recent arrival to society. It wasn't a compliment, he said dryly. Guessing that he must have received hundreds of subtle set-downs from the peers he had encountered so far, Holly felt a touch of sympathy, for it was hardly Bronson's fault that he had come from less than stellar beginnings. However, the English aristocracy felt as a whole that a man should never rise above his buttons. People in the serving class or the working class could never elevate themselves to the upper levels of society, no matter how great their fortunes might be. And yet Holly rather thought that achievement alone should be enough to make a man like this acceptable to first society. For she wondered if George would have agreed with her, or what he would have thought about this man. She truly had no idea. In my opinion, your accomplishments are worthy of admiration, Mr. Bronson, she said. Most of English nobility are merely retaining wealth that was granted to their families by ancient kings as a reward for service. You have made your own wealth, and that requires great intelligence and will, for although the Baron was not paying you a compliment by calling you an arrivist, it should have been one. He stared at her for an unaccountably long moment. Thank you, he finally muttered. To Holly's surprise, her words had caused a tide of colour to creep up from Bronson's collar. She guessed that he was not accustomed to such direct praise. She hoped he would not think she was trying to flatter him for some reason.
Mr. Bronson, I was not being unctuous just now, she said.
For a smile tugged at the left side of his mouth. I'm sure you would never be unctuous, whatever that means. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abslee@html ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abcl.html. 2 maids arrived, bearing huge silver trays, and they busied themselves with arranging the tea table. The stout maid, who set out little plates of sandwiches, toast and biscuits, seemed nervous and was inclined to giggle as she performed her task. The smaller one fumbled with the silverware and napkins and deposited the cups and saucers on the wrong side of the place setting. They struggled to set the kettle properly over a small flame, nearly overturning it. Secretly pained by the inept service when the girls clearly required a few words of direction, Holly made her face into a polite mask. She was surprised by the maid's obvious lack of training. A man of Mr. Bronson's position should have the very best of service, for a well-trained servant was quiet and efficient, making himself or herself part of the scenery. In Holly's experience, a housemaid would certainly never draw attention to herself, and would rather be shot than giggle in front of a guest. When at last the preparations were made and the maids had left, Holly began to unbutton the wrists of her little grey gloves and tug them neatly from her fingertips. She paused as she felt Mr. Bronson's intent gaze on her and looked up with an inquiring smile. "For shall I?" she asked, gesturing toward the tea service, and he nodded, his attention immediately returning to her hands. There was something in Bronson's eyes, some disquieting glow that made Holly feel as if she were unbuttoning her blouse instead of simply removing her gloves. It was an ordinary thing to bare one's hands before a gentleman, and yet the way he stared at her made the task seem strangely intimate, for she rinsed the Severus teapot with boiling water to warm it, then poured the liquid into a china bowl. Expertly she measured and spooned the fragrant tea leaves into the teapot and added hot water. While the tea steeped, Holly arranged a selection of sandwiches and biscuits on the plates and made idle conversation. Bronson seemed content to follow her lead. "You have filled your library with a lovely collection of portraits, Mr. Bronson. Other people's ancestors," he replied dryly. "For mine weren't the kind to sit for paintings." Holly had heard of other men with newly made fortunes doing the same thing, hanging portraits of strangers in their homes to give the impression of an illustrious family lineage. However, Zachary Bronson was the first man in her experience who had openly admitted to it. She handed him a small plate and napkin. "Do you reside here alone?" "No, my mother and younger sister Elizabeth also live here." Holly's interest was piqued, for "I don't believe anyone has mentioned before that you have a sister." Bronson seemed to answer with great care. "I've been waiting for the right time to bring Elizabeth out in society. I'm afraid circumstances being what they are. Things might be ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processeddext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processeddext.com/ABCL difficult for her. For she hasn't been taught how to." He paused, clearly searching for a word to describe the intricate knowledge a young woman was expected to have of manners and social skills.
I see.
Holly nodded in immediate understanding, her brows knitting together. Difficult indeed for a girl who had not been rigorously trained in such matters. Society could be merciless. For, on top of that, the Bronson family was undistinguished in every area but money, and the last thing they needed was a plague of fortune hunters to descend on Elizabeth. "Have you considered sending her to finishing school, Mr. Bronson?" "If you like, I could recommend one." "She's 21, he said flatly. "She would be older than all the other girls. She informs me that she would rather die than attend one. She wants to live at home, of course." For deftly, Holly poured the tea through a small silver strainer with a bird-shaped handle.
Do you prefer your tea strong, Mr. Bronson, or shall I add a splash of water?
"Strong, please. 1 lump or 2, she asked, with a pair of delicate tongs hovering over the sugar bowl. 3, and no milk. For some reason Holly felt an irresistible smile come to her face.
You have a sweet tooth, Mr. Bronson?
"Is there something wrong with that?"
Not at all,
Holly replied softly, "for I was just thinking that you would enjoy one of my daughter's tea parties. For Rose, 3 lumps is the absolute minimum. Maybe I'll ask Rose to pour for me one day, then." Holly wasn't certain what he meant by that, but the intimacy it implied, the promise of familiarity, made her uneasy. Tearing her gaze from his, she returned her attention to the tea. Having prepared a cup for Bronson, she set about finishing her own, adding a touch of sugar and a generous splash of milk. "For my mother pours the milk in first," Bronson remarked, watching her. "Perhaps you might suggest to her that it is easier to judge the tea by its colour when the milk is added last," Holly murmured. "The nobility tends to disparage people who pour the milk in first, as it is usually done by nannies and servants and people of my class," he said wryly. "ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persistxt.com/abclabc amber lit converter, http://www.persistxt.com/abclabc amber lit converter, http://www.persistxt.com/abclele lit converter. For Holly forced herself to meet his gaze. There is a saying among the peerage, when a woman hasn't sufficient breeding, they say she is rather a milk in first sort. It was presumptuous of her to offer such advice, no matter how helpfully intended, and some would have taken offence. However, Bronson accepted it comfortably.
I'll tell my mother,
he said. Thank you. Relaxing a little, Holly reached for a biscuit. For it was delicate, sweet, and slightly spongy, a perfect accompaniment to the crisp tea.
The cook is having a good day,
she pronounced after swallowing a bite. Bronson laughed, the sound quiet and deep, utterly attractive. Thank God, he said. The conversation was easy and companionable after that, although it was strange to Holly, being alone with a man who was neither a relative nor a long-held acquaintance. For any trace of self-consciousness was soon submerged by her fascination with Zachary Bronson. He was an extraordinary man, with an ambition and drive that made all other men she had known seem like weak, passive creatures. She sipped her tea as she listened to him describe the latest experiments with a steam carriage or locomotive in Durham. For he talked about feed pumps injecting hot water into boilers, and the steam blasts that were channeled through the smokestack at the top of the vehicle, and various attempts to improve the draught in the furnace to increase power. Some day soon, he claimed, the locomotive would be used not only to carry freight but livestock and even human passengers, and rail lines would cross through every town of importance in England. Holly was sceptical but fascinated, for it was the kind of subject that a gentleman rarely discussed with a lady, as ladies were thought to be far more interested in matters of family, society, and religion. But it was refreshing to hear something other than society gossip, and Bronson managed to explain the technical subjects in a way that Holly could easily understand. For Zachary Bronson came from a world so different from her own, a world of businessmen, inventors, entrepreneurs. It was so clear that he would never fit comfortably into a stodgy aristocracy steeped in centuries of tradition. However, it was also clear that he was determined to make a place for himself in first society, and heaven help anyone who tried to deter him. It must be exhausting to live with him, Holly mused, wondering how his mother and sister dealt with his relentless energy. For he had such an active brain and so many interests, and his obvious appetite for life amazed her. One wondered if he ever made time to sleep. She couldn't help comparing him to George, who had loved long, lazy walks, and reading quietly with her beside the hearth on rainy afternoons, and lounging with her in the mornings to watch their baby play. She couldn't imagine Zachary Bronson ever sitting still to watch something as mundane as a child learning to crawl. For somehow the conversation was gently steered into more personal matters, and Holly found herself describing her life with George's family and the facts of her widowhood. Usually, when she discussed George with someone who had known him, her throat became tight and her eyes ABC, amber lit converter, http://www.processeddex.com/ab/html, misted with tears. For, however, Bronson had no knowledge of George, and for some reason it was much easier for Holly to discuss her husband with a stranger. George was never sick, she said. He never had fevers or headaches. He was always fit and healthy. But then one day he began to complain of fatigue and pains in his joints, and he was unable to eat. The doctor diagnosed it as typhoid fever, which I knew was exceedingly dangerous, but many people live through it. For I convinced myself that with good nursing and a great deal of rest, George would recover. She stared at the empty cup in her saucer and traced her finger around the delicate, gilded edge. Day by day he shrank before my eyes. The fever turned to delirium. In 2 weeks he was gone. "I'm sorry," Bronson said quietly. "I'm sorry" was something people always said. There really wasn't anything else to say. But there was a gleam of warmth in Bronson's black eyes that conveyed genuine sympathy, and she felt that he truly understood the magnitude of her loss. A long silence extended between them until Bronson spoke again.
"Do you like living with the Taylor family, my lady?"
She smiled faintly. It's not really a matter of like or dislike. It is the only choice available to me.
"What of your own family?"
For my parents are still supporting 3 remaining daughters and trying to find good matches for them. I did not want to add to their burden by returning home with my child, and in abiding with the Taylors, I feel somewhat closer to George. Bronson's wide mouth tightened at the last sentence. Glancing at her empty cup and plate, he stood and extended a hand to her. "Come walk with me." Startled by his abruptness, Holly obeyed automatically, taking his proffered hand, for her fingers tingled at the warm shock of his touch, and her breath caught in her throat. Pulling her upward, Bronson tucked her hand in the crook of his arm and escorted her away from the tea-table. He had touched her far too familiarly. Not even George's brothers would dare to reach for her bare hand, but it seemed that Mr. Bronson did not know better. As they walked, Bronson had to adjust his long strides to match her short ones, and she suspected that he seldom walked at this slow a pace, for he was not the kind of man to meander. The library suite opened to a huge private art gallery, sided by long windows that displayed a view of the formal gardens outside. The gallery was filled with a stunning collection of old masters. There were works by Titian, Rembrandt, Vermeer, and Botticelli, all striking in their rich colour and romanticism. "What? Nothing by Leonardo da Vinci?" Holly asked lightly, knowing that Bronson's private collection was undoubtedly the most impressive in England. For ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abc.html, ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abc.html. Bronson gazed at the rows of paintings and frowned as if the lack of a Da Vinci were a glaring omission.
"Should I buy one? No, I was only jesting," Holly said hastily. "Really, Mr. Bronson, your collection is magnificent and more than complete. Besides, a Da Vinci would be impossible to acquire."
For making a non-committal sound in his throat, Bronson focused on a bare place on the wall, clearly considering how much it would take to put a Da Vinci there. Holly slipped her hand from the crook of his arm and turned to face him. "Mr. Bronson, won't you tell me why you've invited me here today?" Bronson wandered to a marble bust mounted on a pedestal and rubbed a bit of dust from it with his thumb, for he slid Holly an assessing sideways glance as she stood in a rectangle of sunlight from the tall window.
"You were described to me as the perfect lady," he said.
"Now, having met you, I agree completely." Holly's eyes widened, and she thought in a flurry of guilt and nervousness that he would never have made such a statement if he were aware that she was the woman who had wantonly responded to his kiss a few nights ago. "For you have an impeccable reputation," he continued. "You are received everywhere, and you have knowledge and influence that I need badly. So I would like to employ you as a sort of social guide." Stunned, Holly could only stare at him. It took a half-minute for her to find her voice. "Sir, I am not seeking employment of any kind." "I know that. Then you will understand why I must refuse." He stopped her with a subtly restraining gesture. "Hear me out first." For Holly nodded for the sake of courtesy, although there was no possibility that she would accept his offer. There were times when a widow was forced to seek genteel employment out of financial necessity, but she was far from that state. George's family would never hear of it, and neither would her own. It was not the same as entering the working class, but it would most definitely alter her status in society. And to be employed by a man like Zachary Bronson, no matter how rich he was. The fact was, there were people and places that might no longer receive her. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedxt.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedxt.com/ ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/abcl. For I've come damned far on my own, but I need help to get to the next rung. Your help. I also need someone to teach Elizabeth how to be well like you are. Teach her how to do the things that London ladies do. It's the only way for her to land a decent match. Mr. Bronson, Holly said carefully, staring hard at the marble bench beside him, I am sincerely flattered. I wish I could help you. However, there are many others who would be much more suitable than I. I don't want anyone else. For I want you. I cannot, Mr. Bronson, she said firmly. Among my many reservations, there is my daughter to consider. Taking care of Rose is the most important responsibility in the world to me. Yes, there is Rose to consider. Bronson slid his hands in his pockets, deceptively relaxed as he paced around the bench. There's no delicate way to put this, Lady Holland, so I'm going to be blunt. What are your plans for your daughter's future? For you'll want to send Rose to expensive schools, travel the continent, give her a dowry to attract titled suitors. But in your current circumstances, you won't be able to provide those things for her. With no dowry, she'll only be able to land a member of the lesser gentry, if that. He paused and added silkily, if Rose had a large dowry combined with her good bloodlines, she would someday land the kind of aristocratic husband that George would have wanted her to have. For Holly stared at him, stunned. Now she understood how Bronson had been able to conquer so many business opponents. He would stop at nothing to get his way. He was using her own daughter to convince her to do what he wanted. Zachary Bronson could be completely ruthless when it served his purpose. I estimate that I'll need your help for approximately a year, he said. We could draw up a contract to our mutual satisfaction. For if you dislike working for me, if you find that for any reason you want to end the arrangement, just say the word, and you can leave with half the amount I'm offering. And how much is that? Holly heard herself ask, her mind buzzing with agitated thoughts. She was unbearably curious to know what he thought her services were worth. £10,000 for 1 year's employment. A sum at least 1,000 times more than a governess made in a year. For it was a fortune. Enough for a generous dowry for her daughter. Enough for a private house, including servants. The thought of having her own home made Holly nearly dizzy with longing, but the idea of involving herself closely with this man and the reaction of her family and friends— No, she said quietly, nearly choking on the word. I'm sorry, Mr. Bronson. Your offer is very generous, but you must find someone else. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persisttext.com/absolute. For HPTL ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedproc Cot Nesk TPLHDML. He did not seem at all surprised by her refusal. 20,000 then, he said, and flashed her a roguish smile. Come, Lady Holland, don't tell me you're planning to return to the Taylor family and spend the rest of your life as you've spent the last 3 years. You're an intelligent woman. You need more than needlework and gossip to sustain you. Unerringly, he had hit upon another vulnerable point. For life with the Taylors had indeed become monotonous, and the thought of no longer being dependent on them, on anyone— Holly twisted her hands together tightly. Bronson rested his weight on one leg and braced his knee against the bench. Just say yes, and I'll have the money placed in trust for Rose. She'll never want for anything. And when she marries a peer, I'll throw in a carriage and a team of 4 for her wedding present. Accepting his offer would be a step into the unknown. For if Holly said no, she knew exactly what kind of life she and Rose would have, a safe one, if not always comfortable. They would manage well enough, and they would bask in the love and approval of everyone they knew. If she said yes, there would be an uproar of surprise and condemnation. There would be ugly comments and rumours that would take years to die down, if ever. But what a future Rose would have. And there was something inside Holly, something reckless and wild, the same terrible impulsiveness she had been struggling with ever since her husband's death. Abruptly, she lost the struggle. I would do it for 30,000, she said, listening to her own voice as if she somehow stood outside the scene. Although Bronson's expression did not change, she sensed his tremendous satisfaction, like that of a lion settling down to enjoy his kill. For 30, he repeated, as if the figure were outrageous. I think 20 is sufficient for what I'm asking, don't you? 20 for Rose, 10 for me, Holly replied, her voice growing steadier. Social influence is like currency. Once expended, it is not easily regained. I may not have much left after this year is through. If I accept your offer, Thayton will gossip and spread rumours about me. They may even imply that I am your mistress, he supplied softly. But they would be wrong, wouldn't they? She coloured and continued in a rush. No one in Thayton can distinguish rumour from fact. Therefore, the loss of my respectability is worth an additional £10,000, and I want you to invest it and manage it for me. Bronson's dark brows raised slightly. You want me to manage your money, he repeated, practically purring, and not Lord Taylor? ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/abcl. For HTML, ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/absclite.html. Holly shook her head, thinking of William, who was responsible but extremely conservative with investments. Like most men of his station, William's talent was to conserve funds, not to multiply them.
I would prefer you to take care of it,
she said. The only condition is that I don't want you to make any investments that could be considered immoral. I'll see what I can do, Bronson said gravely, laughter dancing in his devil-black eyes. Holly took a deep breath. Then you agree to 30, and if I leave your employment early, I may retain half. Agreed. However, in return for the extra money you're demanding, I'm going to ask for a concession. Oh, she asked warily. I want you to live here, with me and my family. Holly stared at him in amazement. No, I couldn't, for you and Rose will have your own suite of rooms, a carriage and horses provided for your exclusive use, and the freedom to come and go as you choose. Bring your own servants if you wish. I'll take care of their salaries for the next year. I don't see why it is necessary. Teaching the Bronsons to behave like gentlefolk is going to require more than a few paltry hours a day. Once you get to know us, you'll have no doubt of it. Mr. Bronson, I just couldn't. You can have your 30,000, Lady Holland, but you'll have to move away from the Taylors to get it. I would rather take less and not live here. Bronson grinned suddenly, seeming not at all perturbed by her scowl. The negotiations are over, my lady. You'll live here for a year and accept £30,000, or there is no bargain, filled with nervous trepidation. Holly felt herself tremble all over. Then I accept, she said breathlessly. And I would like the carriage and team of 4 you promised for Rose to be written into the contract.
All right.
Bronson extended a hand, grasped her small one, and shook it firmly. Your hand is cold. He retained her fingers in his for a moment longer than necessary. His lips curved with a smile. Are you frightened? ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/abcl ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/abcl for HTML. It was the same thing he had asked her in the conservatory the night he had kissed her. She felt much as she had then, overwhelmed by an extraordinary event she had never anticipated. Yes, she whispered. Suddenly I'm afraid I may not be the kind of woman I've always thought I was. Everything will be all right, he said, his voice low and gentle. You can't promise such a thing. Yes, I can. I have a good idea of what your family's reaction will be to this. Don't lose your courage. Of course not, she said with an attempt at dignity. You have my word that I will keep to our bargain.
Good.
he murmured while his gaze held an unnerving glitter of victory. Lady Holly's carriage departed along the drive, the sun striking the black lacquered vehicle with a blinding gleam. Zachary nudged the curtains of a library window apart and watched until the carriage was no longer visible, for he was filled with the same explosive energy that he always felt after making a deal that was clearly to his advantage. Lady Holland Taylor would be living under his roof with her daughter. It was a situation that no one, including himself, would have ever believed possible. What was it about her that affected him so deeply? He had been aroused from the moment she had entered the room, aroused and fascinated as he had been by no other woman in his life. For that moment, when she had removed her gloves, exposing her delicate pale hands, had been the erotic highlight of his entire year. He had known many great beauties and women of great talent, both in bed and out. He couldn't fathom why one small widow should have such an effect on him. Perhaps it was the warmth that shone through her demure exterior. She was clearly a lady, but without the airs and pretensions he had seen in other women of her class. For he liked the direct, friendly way she had spoken to him, as if they were social equals. She was luminous, warm, and far too refined for the likes of him. Troubled, Zachary jammed his hands into the pockets of his trousers, bunching the hem of his coat. He wandered through the library suite, glancing absently at the priceless collection of volumes and artwork he had amassed. Ever since childhood, he had been aware of an endless, nagging urgency inside, the drive to achieve and conquer, for he was filled with a dissatisfaction that drove him to work, plot, and plan long into the night when other men were sleeping. It always seemed that there was one more object to acquire, one more deal to construct, one last mountain to climb, and then perhaps he would be happy. But he never was. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/abcl Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/abcll. For HTML, somehow in the company of Lady Holly Taylor, he had felt like an ordinary man, one who was able to relax and enjoy himself. During the hour that she had visited him, all his usual aggression had vanished. He had felt almost content that had never happened to him before. The feeling was impossible to dismiss, and he wanted more of it. He craved Lady Holly's presence in his home, and he craved her presence in his bed. For remembering the precise moment when she had realized he was the man who had kissed her, Zachary felt a smile tugging at his lips. She had turned scarlet, and her entire body had seemed to tremble. For a moment he had even wondered if she might faint. He wished she had. It would have given him an excuse to hold her again. But she had regained her composure and held her silence, clearly hoping that he would not recognize her. For one would think she had committed a far greater crime than exchanging a hasty kiss with a stranger in the dark. For all her social knowledge, she was not sophisticated. He wasn't certain why that aroused him so. She had a quality of innocence that married women didn't usually possess, as if she wouldn't recognize sin or depravity, even if it was staring her in the face. She had cried the second time he had kissed her, and now he knew why. For he was certain she had not been kissed or caressed by anyone since the death of her husband. Some day, he thought, she would weep in his arms again, but the next time it would be from pleasure, not grief. 4. Holly berated herself all the way home for her impulsiveness. As the carriage bumped and rolled and jiggled over the unevenly paved streets of London, she decided that she would write Mr. Bronson a letter as soon as she arrived back at the tailor's home. For she would explain that she had made the decision too hastily, that it was clearly not in her best interests, not to mention Rose's, for her to alter their lives so radically. What had she been thinking to agree to employment with a family she didn't know, a family that was clearly beneath her in society, a man who was known by everyone as an unscrupulous, mercenary scoundrel?
I've gone mad,
She whispered to herself. For, however, the anxiety she felt over the decision was countered by a strange, mounting reluctance to return to the dull existence she had known for the past 3 years. For some reason, the home that had been such a comforting haven since George's death now seemed like a prison, and the Taylors like very kind and well-meaning gaolers. It was unfair of her, she knew, to feel this way.
Everything will be all right,
Mr. Bronson had murmured to her just before she left his estate, for he had known that she would second-guess her decision, that even the fortune he had offered would not be enough to convince her to work for him, unless there was something wild and reckless in her, something that would not allow her to retreat from this leap into the unknown. And the truth was, she wanted to take Rose and Maud ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABCL ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABCL, and leave the Taylors. For she wanted to break from the predictable path she had always followed until now. What was the worst thing that could happen to her if she did so? She would face social disapproval. Well, what did that matter? The one person whose approval had mattered most to her was dead. The reaction of George's family was a concern, of course, but she could always insist that she did not want to be a burden to them any longer, for there was Rose to consider. But Holly knew that she could persuade her daughter to look upon this as an adventure, and Rose would have such a magnificent dowry some day, and she would indeed be looked on as a highly desirable match for some well-titled peer. Holly groaned and covered her face with her hands, knowing that she was not going to renege on her promise to Zachary Bronson, because all her reasoning boiled down to one thing: she wanted to work for him. For although everyone in the Taylor household, including the servants, was clearly eager to know what had transpired during the tea with Zachary Bronson, Holly said very little. In reply to the multitude of questions, she said that Bronson had been a gentleman, that his house was remarkably grand, and that the conversation was perfectly pleasant. For rather than make a general announcement that she would be leaving soon, Holly decided that it would be easiest to break the news to George's brothers and let them tell the rest of the family. After supper, she asked to meet William and Thomas in the library, and they agreed, both of them surprised by the unusual request. Port was brought for the brothers and a cup of tea for Holly, and she sat in a heavy leather chair by the fire, for Thomas occupied the chair next to her, while William stood and leaned an elbow on the white marble mantel. "Well, Holly," William said in a quiet, friendly way, "out with it. What in God's name did Bronson want with you? I think we've been kept in suspense long enough." Faced with the two men, who looked so achingly similar to her husband, their blue eyes containing identical expressions of curiosity, Holly felt the teacup tremble in the saucer she held, for she was unexpectedly glad that she would no longer live here. Perhaps it would be better, easier, not to be surrounded by so many constant reminders of George forgive me. My darling, she thought, wondering if George was watching over her right now. Slowly, taking care not to sound uncertain, Holly explained that Bronson wished to employ her as a social guide and instructor for his family for the period of a year. For a moment the Taylor brothers stared at her in surprise, and then Thomas burst out laughing.
I'll just bet he wants to hire you,
Thomas gasped between spurts of laughter.
To think he could employ one of us, George's wife, no less. I hope you told the arrogant ape that you have far better things to do than teach him manners. Wait until I tell the fellows about this ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABCL ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABCL ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABCL. ABC Amber Lit Converter. For HTML, how much did he offer? William asked, not sharing Thomas's amusement. As the elder and more perceptive of the brothers, he had seen something in Holly's face that gave him cause for concern. A fortune,
Holly said softly. 5,000 10? William pressed, setting his glass of port on the mantel, and turning to face her fully, Holly shook her head, refusing to name the sum. "More than 10?" William asked in disbelief. "You told him you couldn't be purchased, of course." "4. I told him." Holly paused to swallow a burning mouthful of tea, then set the cup and saucer on a nearby table. She folded her hands in her lap and spoke without looking at either of George's brothers. "I've lived here for 3 years, and you both know of my concern about being a burden on the family." "You're not a burden," William interrupted swiftly. "We've told you that 1,000 times." "Yes, and I appreciate your kindness and generosity more than I could ever say." For, however, as she paused in a silent search for words, both brothers wore identical expressions of disbelief as they realized what she was trying to convey. "No," William said softly. "Don't tell me you're considering his offer." Holly cleared her throat nervously. "I accepted his offer, actually." "My God!" William exclaimed. "Didn't you hear a word Lord Avery said about him last night? He's a wolf, Holly, and you're as helpless as a lamb, for he preys upon people far more knowledgeable and worldly than you. If you don't think of yourself, at least think of your daughter. Have you no motherly instinct to protect her?" "I'm thinking about Rose," Holly said fiercely. "She's all I have left of George. She's all I think about. She's all that we have left of George, too. It would be cruel, a sin, to take her away from the only family she's known. You have your own wives and children to protect and look after. I have no husband, for I have no means of providing for myself, and I don't want to be dependent on you forever." William looked as though she had struck him. "Has it been so terrible living here? I didn't realize our company was so unpleasant for you. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processdext.com/abc/amberlit converter, http://www.processdext.com/abc/ Of course it hasn't. I didn't mean. Holly sighed in frustration. "For I will always be grateful for the way you sheltered me since, but I must think of the future." She glanced at Thomas, who remained in the chair beside her. Although she hoped for an ally, Thomas was obviously in agreement with his older brother. "I cannot conceive that this is happening," Thomas said, his tone containing not anger, but anguish. "Holly, tell me how to stop this. Tell me what it is about Bronson's offer that made you accept. I know it isn't the money, for you're not the kind to be swayed by that. Is it the family? Has someone said or done something to offend you, to make you feel as though you're not welcome?" "No," Holly said instantly, feeling horribly guilty. "Dear Thomas, I don't believe I could have survived George's death without your help. It's just that lately Bronson will want more than etiquette lessons from you." William interrupted coldly. "I hope you realize that." Holly threw him a look of rebuke. "For I find that remark distasteful, William. You need to know what to expect, living in the household of a man whom all society knows is not a gentleman. You'll be at his mercy, and your desire for his money will lead you to do things you can't begin to imagine. I'm not a child. No, you're a young widow who has gone 3 years without the attentions of a man," William said with a brutal bluntness that caused her to gasp. "For you'll never be as vulnerable as you are right now, and therefore any decision you make should not be trusted. If it's money you want, we'll find some way to increase your income. I'll find some investment that will earn greater interest for you, but I won't allow you to take a shilling from that unscrupulous bastard Bronson. I won't let you do this to yourself, or to my brother's child."
"Enough, William,"
Thomas snapped, "for she needs sympathy, and instead, you are doing your utmost to bully and alienate her."
"It's all right, Thomas,"
Holly said calmly. Although part of her wanted to allow George's brothers to make the decision for her, another part of her remembered the teasing challenge in Zachary Bronson's eyes, and his admonition not to lose her courage.
"I understand that William is concerned for my welfare. He doesn't want me to make a mistake."
For I have had the luxury of being protected by the both of you ever since George died, and I will always be grateful, but I want to step out from beneath your wing. I want to make choices. I even want to make a few mistakes. I don't understand, Thomas said slowly. Why are you doing this, Holly? I never thought that money was so important to you. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persistx.com/ABCL ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persistx.com/ABCL. Before Hotterley could reply, she was interrupted by William's cold, flat voice. For the first time, I'm glad my brother is dead. I'm glad he can't see what is happening to you. Holly turned white with shock. She expected to feel a blow of pain from his words, but instead there was only numbness. Unsteadily she came to her feet and backed away from the two of them. There is nothing to be gained by discussing this further, she said with difficulty. I have made my decision, for I will leave within the week. I would like to take my servant Maud with me, if I may. You're going to live with Bronson, William said softly, undercutting his brother's protests. Now I understand exactly what is going on. Yes, take Maud with you by all means, but what of Rose? Will you discard her as easily as you have discarded my brother's memory, and leave us to take care of her? Or will you bring her with you and allow her to watch you become a rich man's paramour? For no one had ever spoken to her in such an insulting way. To hear it from a stranger would have been bad enough, but for it to come from George's brother was nearly unendurable. Steeling herself not to cry, Holly strode to the door. I would never leave Rose for any reason, she said over her shoulder, her voice shaking only a little. For she heard the two brothers arguing as she left, Thomas berating William for his cruelty, and William responding in the clipped tones of a man suppressing great anger. What would George have wanted her to do? Holly wondered, and knew the answer immediately. He would have desired her to remain in the shelter of his family's home. Holly paused at a window overlooking a small courtyard. The deep sill was scarred by 1,000 tiny nicks and scratches, for one of the servants had told her that George used to stage battles between his toy soldiers at this very window. She pictured his small hands manipulating the little painted iron men, the same hands that in manhood had caressed and held her. I'm sorry, darling, she whispered. After this year is through, I'll live exactly the way you wanted me to, and Rose will want for nothing, just this 1 year, and then I'll keep all my promises to you. For 5, Lady Holly emerged from the carriage, stepping lightly to the ground with the assistance of a footman. As Zachary watched her, he was aware of a peculiar sensation in his chest, a deep throb of pleasure. She was here at last. His gaze drank in the sight of her. She was perfectly turned out, her little hands encased in gloves, her dark brown hair smooth and shining beneath a small brimmed hat trimmed with a wisp of a veil at the front. For Zachary was tempted to disarrange her demure facade, plunge his hands into her hair, and unfasten the prim row of buttons at the neck of her chocolate-hued gown. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persisttext.com/absclit.html ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persisttext.com/ABC Amber Another Brown Dress. Zachary thought, a frown working between his brows. The signs of her continued mourning, slight mourning, as such austere garments were called, caused him a stab of annoyance, for he had never personally known a woman who had chosen to grieve so long. His own mother, who had undoubtedly loved his father, had been more than ready to relinquish her smothering dark mourning garb after a year, and Zachary had not blamed her for an instant. A woman did not bury all her needs and instincts along with her husband, much as society would like to pretend otherwise. Excessively devoted widows were much admired, kept on pedestals as examples for others of their sex to follow. For, however, Zachary suspected that Lady Holly did not cling to mourning because it was the fashion, or because she wished to earn admiration. She sincerely grieved for her husband. Zachary wondered what kind of man had inspired such passionate attachment. Lord George Taylor had been an aristocrat, to be certain. One of Holly's own kind, someone well-bred and honourable, someone completely unlike himself, Zachary thought grimly. For a maidservant and a child descended the movable steps placed at the carriage door, and Zachary's attention lingered on the little girl. As he watched her, a smile came unbidden to his lips. Rose was a doll-like replica of her mother, with the same pretty features, and long brown curls adorned with a pale blue bow at the crown of her head. Appearing a bit anxious, Rose clutched something in her hands, something that sparkled like jewellery as she stared at the grandeur of the house and grounds. For Zachary thought that perhaps he should remain in the house and receive Lady Holly in the parlour, or even the entrance hall, rather than greet them outside. What the hell, he thought grimly, and strode down the front steps, deciding that if he made a faux pas, Lady Holly would certainly let him know. He approached Holly as she murmured instructions to the footman who unloaded trunks and valises from the carriage, for the brim of her hat lifted as she glanced at Zachary, and her mouth curved with a smile.
"Good morning, Mr. Bronson."
He bowed and gave her an assessing glance. Her face was strained and pale, as if she had not slept for several nights. Zachary understood at once that the tailors must have put her through hell.
"That bad?"
he asked softly.
"They must have convinced you that I'm the devil incarnate."
"They would prefer that I work for the devil," she said, and he laughed. "For I'll try not to corrupt you beyond recognition, my lady." Holly rested her fingertips on her child's tiny shoulder and urged her forward. The note of motherly pride in her voice was unmistakable. "This is my daughter Rose." Zachary bowed, and the little girl bobbed a perfect curtsy. Then Rose spoke without taking her eyes from his face. "Are you Mr. Bronson? We've come to teach you your manners. ABC, Amber Lit Converter, http://www.procestics.com/abplit. For HTML, ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/absglite.html. Zachary flashed a grin at Holly. "I didn't realize when we struck our bargain that I was getting two of you." Cautiously, Rose reached up for her mother's gloved hand. "Is this where we're going to live, Mama? Is there a room for me?" Zachary sat on his haunches and stared into the little girl's face with a smile. "I believe a room right next to your mother's has been prepared for you," he told her, for his gaze fell to the mass of sparkling objects in Rose's hands. "What is that, Miss Rose? My button string." The child let some of the length fall to the ground, displaying a line of carefully strung buttons, picture buttons etched with flowers, fruit or butterflies, ones made of moulded black glass, and a few of painted enamel and paper. "This one is my perfume button," Rose said proudly, fingering a large one with velvet backing. She lifted it to her nose and inhaled deeply, for Mama puts her perfume on it for me, to make it smell nice. As Rose extended it toward him, Zachary ducked his head and detected a faint flowery fragrance that he recognized instantly.
Yes,
He said softly, glancing up at Lady Holly's blushing face.
that smells just like your mama.
For Rose, Holly said, clearly perturbed, "Come with me. Ladies do not remain talking on the drive." "I don't have any buttons like that," Rose told Zachary, ignoring her mother's words as she stared at one of the large solid gold buttons that adorned his coat. Gazing in the direction of the child's dainty finger, Zachary saw that a miniature hunting landscape was engraved on the surface of his top button. He had never looked closely enough to notice before. "For allow me the honour of adding to your collection, Miss Rose," he said, reaching inside his coat to extract a small silver folding knife. Deftly, he cut the threads holding the button to his coat and handed the object to the excited little girl.
"Oh, thank you, Mr. Bronson,"
Rose exclaimed.
"Thank you!"
Hurriedly, she began to thread the button onto her string before her mother could offer an objection.
"Mr.
For Bronson, Holly spluttered. "A gentleman does not pull out weapons in the presence of ladies and children." "It's not a weapon." Casually, he replaced the knife in his coat and rose to his feet. "It's a tool, nevertheless it's not." Holly broke off as she saw what her daughter was doing. Rose, you must return that button to Mr. Bronson this instant. It is far too fine and costly for your collection. But he gave it to me, Rose protested, her short fingers working frantically until the button was safely knotted on her string. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABC and Rose. I insist. Let her keep it, Zachary said, grinning at Holly's perturbed expression.
It's just a button, my lady.
For it looks to be solid gold and part of a matched set. Come with me, he interrupted, crooking his arm invitingly. My mother and sister are waiting inside. Frowning, Lady Holly took his arm. Mr. Bronson, she said in a crisp undertone, I have tried very hard to ensure that my child is never indulged or spoiled. Therefore, you've succeeded, he said, walking her up the front steps, while the maidservant followed behind with Rose. Your daughter is delightful. Thank you. But I have no wish for Rose to be caught up in your extravagant lifestyle, and I want my instructions concerning her to be followed to the letter. She must have a disciplined, well-ordered life, just as she did at the Taylor estate. Of course, he said at once, trying to look chastened and humble, while the jaunty jangle of Rose's button-string dragged the ground behind them. Holly's trepidations were not calmed as she entered the house, and saw once more how impossibly opulent it was. For good Lord, she thought, with a pang of worry.
How are ordinary people to live here?
She glanced back at Maud, who stared speechlessly at the 2-story gold columns that lined the entrance hall, and the gigantic chandeliers that shed sparkling light over the scene. "Listen, Mamma!" Rose exclaimed, and began to make peeping noises that rebounded from one side of the cavernous hall to the other. "It echoes in here. Hush, Rose!" Holly glanced at Mr. Bronson, who seemed to bite back a smile at her daughter's antics. A heavy-set woman in her 40s appeared, rather brusquely identifying herself as the housekeeper, Mrs. Burney. Wearing a look of bemusement, Maud accompanied Mrs. Burney up the baroque top-lit staircase to the upstairs rooms, where she would oversee the unpacking of the trunks. Holly kept Rose by her side as they proceeded to a circuit of ornate receiving rooms. For they entered a parlour decorated with alternating panels of embossed green velvet and gold panels, and French furniture covered in gold leaf. 2 women awaited them, both rising anxiously to their feet. The younger, a tall, strikingly attractive girl with a mass of unruly black curls pinned atop her head, came forward. "Welcome, Lady Holland," she exclaimed, smiling broadly, although her gaze flickered over Holly in a wary survey. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/. For HTML, ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abcl.html. My sister Elizabeth, Bronson murmured. I couldn't believe my ears when Zack told us you would be coming to live here, the girl exclaimed. You're very brave to take on the lot of us. We'll try not to make it an ordeal for you. Not at all, Holly replied, liking Bronson's sister at once. I only hope to be of assistance to you and perhaps offer some guidance when required.
We'll require a great deal of guidance, Elizabeth assured her with a laugh.
There was a definite likeness between Bronson and his younger sister. They possessed the same black hair, flashing dark eyes, and roguish smiles. They also shared the same sense of barely repressed energy, as if their active brains and supreme physical health would not allow them to relax for more than a few minutes. It would not be difficult for Elizabeth to attract suitors, Holly thought, for, however, Elizabeth would require a strong partner, as the combination of her brother's wealth and her own robust spirit would prove intimidating for many men. Elizabeth grinned, seeming to understand the thoughts behind Holly's discreet assessment. The only reason Zack wants me to acquire some polish is to make it easier for him to engineer a marriage between me and some well-heeled aristocrat, she said bluntly. For, however, I should warn you that my idea of a good match is vastly different from Zach's. Having heard some of your brother's views on the subject, Holly said evenly, I am entirely prepared to take your side, Miss Bronson. The girl laughed in delight. Oh, I do like you, my lady, she exclaimed, and turned her attention to the child that waited patiently beside Holly.
Why, you must be Rose.
Her voice gentled as she continued, for I think you're quite the prettiest little girl I've ever seen.
You're pretty too, like a gypsy.
Rose said frankly.
Rose!
Holly said reprovingly, afraid that Elizabeth would take exception to the remark, but the young woman laughed.
What a darling you are!
She exclaimed, sinking to her knees and examining Rose's button string. For as Rose proceeded to demonstrate the wonders of her button collection to Elizabeth, Holly turned her attention to the other woman in the room, who seemed as if she would prefer to shrink back into the corner. Bronson's mother, she thought, and felt a surge of kindly sympathy as she saw how uncomfortable the woman was as her son made the introductions. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.procestext.com/abcl Amber Lit Converter http://www.procestext.com/abcl for HTML. It was clear that Mrs. Paula Bronson had once been a beautiful woman, but years of work and worry had taken their toll. Her hands were permanently rough and reddened from physical toil, and her face was heavily lined for a woman her age. The locks of hair that were twisted tightly and pinned at the back of her head had once been jet black, but were now streaked liberally with silver. The beauty of her bone structure remained, however, and her eyes were warm and velvety brown. For overcome with apparent shyness, Paula managed a murmur of welcome. "Milady," she said, forcing herself to meet Holly's gaze, "my son has a way of making people do things they don't want to do. I hope you are not here against your will." "Mother," Zachary muttered, his black eyes gleaming with amusement, "you make it sound as though I dragged Lady Holland here in chains, and I never make people do things they don't want to do. I always give them a choice." For, throwing him a sceptical glance, Holly approached his mother. "Mrs. Bronson," she said warmly, taking the woman's hand and pressing gently, "I assure you I have every wish to be here. I take great pleasure at the prospect of being useful. For the past 3 years I've been in mourning," and she paused, searching for the right words, and Rose interrupted with what she considered to be a salient comment.
My papa's not coming to live here with us because he's in heaven now.
For, isn't that right, Mamma? The group was suddenly silent. Holly glanced at Zachary Bronson's face and saw that it was expressionless. "That's right, darling," she answered her daughter softly. The mention of George had cast a pall over the scene, and Holly searched for words to dispel the sudden awkwardness. However, the longer the silence stretched, the more difficult it seemed to break, for she couldn't help reflecting, in a flash of despair, that if George were alive, she would never be in this position, coming to live in a house of strangers, accepting employment from a man like Zachary Bronson. Suddenly, Elizabeth broke the pause with a bright, if slightly forced smile.
Rose, let me show you upstairs to your new room.
Do you know that my brother has bought the contents of an entire toy shop for you? Dolls and books, and the biggest doll house you've ever seen." For, as the little girl squealed with delight and followed her at once, Holly stared at Zachary Bronson with rapidly dawning disapproval. "An entire toy shop?" "It was nothing like that," Bronson said immediately. "Elizabeth is prone to exaggeration." He threw a warning glance at Paula, silently demanding that she agree with him. "Isn't that right, Mother?" For, well, Paula said uncertainly, "Actually, you did rather." "I'm certain Lady Holland will want a tour of the house while her belongings are unpacked," Bronson interrupted hastily. "Why don't you take her around? ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABCL ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/ABCL. Clearly overwhelmed by shyness, Mrs. Bronson gave a non-committal murmur and sped away, leaving the two of them alone in the parlour, four-faced with Holly's disapproving stare. Zachary shoved his hands in his pockets, while the toe of his expensive shoe beat a quick, impatient rhythm on the floor.
"What harm is there in an extra toy or two?"
he finally said in an excessively reasonable tone. Her room was about as cheerful as a prison cell, for I thought a doll and a handful of books would make the place more appealing for her. "First of all," Holly interrupted, "I doubt that any room in this house could be described as a prison cell. Second, I will not have my daughter spoiled and overwhelmed and influenced by your taste for excess." "Fine," he said with a gathering scowl. "We'll get rid of the damned toys then. Please do not swear in my presence," Holly said, and sighed. "How am I to remove the toys after Rose has seen them? For you don't know very much about children, do you?" "No," he said shortly. "Only how to bribe them." Holly shook her head, her displeasure warring with sudden amusement. "There is no need to bribe Rose or me, for that matter. I gave you my word that I would not break our agreement, and please do not tap your foot that way. It is not good deportment." The impatient rhythm ceased at once, and Bronson gave her a darkly ironic glance. "Anything else about my deportment you'd like to change? For, yes, actually—" Holly hesitated as their gazes met. It felt odd to give directions to a man like this, especially a man as powerful and physically imposing as Bronson. However, he had hired her for this specific purpose, and she would prove herself equal to the challenge. "You mustn't stand with your hands in your pockets. It isn't good form." "Why?" he asked, removing them. Her brow puckered thoughtfully. "I suppose because it implies that you have something to hide. Maybe I do," for his intent gaze remained on her face as she approached him. "I was schooled excessively on proper carriage of the body," Holly said. "Ladies and gentlemen must appear composed at all times. Try never to shrug your shoulders or shift your weight, and keep your gestures to a minimum. This explains why aristocrats are always as stiff as corpses," Bronson muttered. "ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABCLABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABCLE. For HTML, smothering a laugh. Holly regarded him gravely. "Bow to me, please," she commanded. "When you greeted us outside, I thought I detected something." Bronson glanced at the doorway of the parlour to make certain they were not being observed. "Why don't we start the lessons tomorrow? I'm sure you want to unpack and accustom yourself to the place. There is no time like the present," she assured him. "Bow, please." Muttering something beneath his breath, he complied. "For there," Holly said softly, "you did it again." "What did I do?" "When you bow, you must keep your gaze on the person you're addressing. You must not hide your eyes, even for an instant. It seems a little thing, but it's quite important." Only servants and inferiors bowed with their gaze downcast, and being unaware of this fact would put a man at an instant disadvantage. Bronson nodded, taking the point as seriously as she had intended. He bowed again, this time staring steadily at her. For Holly suddenly felt breathless, unable to stop staring into the midnight depths of his eyes, so wicked and dark they were. "That's much better," she managed to say. "I think I'll spend the rest of the day making a list of the subjects we'll need to study: deportment, rules of conduct in the street and in the home, rules for calling and for conversation, ballroom etiquette, and do you know how to dance, Mr. Bronson? Not well. We'll have to begin right away then, for I am acquainted with an excellent dancing master who will instruct you on the finer points of the allemande, the reel, the quadrille and waltz." "No," Bronson said immediately. I'll be damned if I'll learn how to dance from some fob. Hire him for Elizabeth if you like. She doesn't know any more about dancing than I do. Then who will teach you? Holly asked, making her voice very patient. You. She shook her head with a protesting laugh. Mr. For Bronson, I am not qualified to instruct you in the intricacies of dancing. You know how, don't you? ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/abslislach.html Davies Converter http://www.processedtext.com/abslislach.html. There is a vast difference between knowing how to do something and teaching someone else. You must allow me to hire a proficient dancing master. I want you, he said stubbornly. I'm paying you a fortune, Lady Holland, and I expect to get my money's worth for whatever I learn over the next several months. I'm going to learn from you. Very well. I will do my best, Mr. Bronson, but do not blame me if you attend a ball some day and can barely manage the figures of a quadrille. Bronson smiled. Don't underestimate your abilities, my lady. I've never met anyone with such a knack for telling me what to do, except my mother, of course. He crooked his arm for her to take. Come with me to the gallery. I want to show you my Da Vinci.
What?
For Holly asked, startled. You have no Da Vinci, Mr. Bronson. At least you hadn't as of last week, and no one could possibly. She broke off as she saw the gleam in his eyes.
You've acquired a Da Vinci.
She asked faintly.
How? Where? The National Gallery, he replied, walking her toward the library and the gallery beyond. I had to trade a few of my other paintings and promised to build them an alcove for a Roman statuary collection.
And technically the painting still isn't mine. I paid a king's ransom just to get them to loan the damn thing to me for a period of 5 years. You should have been at the negotiations. It's difficult enough to make deals with bankers and London businessmen, but as it turns out, museum directors are the greediest bastards of all. Mr. Bronson, your language, Holly reproved. Which painting did you acquire? A Madonna and Child. For they said it was a superb example of some Italian art technique for light and shadow. Chiaroscuro. Yes, that was it. Good Lord, Holly said, bemused. You have a Da Vinci. One wonders if anything is beyond your financial reach. There was something in his manner, a touch of boastfulness, a boyish enthusiasm that caused a warm, unexpected pang in her heart. Zachary Bronson was a ruthless man whom many people doubtless feared. However, she sensed a vulnerability in his need to belong to the society that was so determined to reject him. Being an intelligent man, he had acquired all the trappings, the house and lands, the thoroughbreds and paintings and well-tailored clothes, but his ultimate goal was still far away. Unfortunately, there are still a few things I can't buy, Bronson said, as if he could read her thoughts. Holly stared at him in fascination. What do you want most? ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www. For processed text.com abclite.html ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/abcl.html to be a gentleman, of course. I don't think so, she murmured. You don't really want to be a gentleman, Mr. Bronson. You just want the appearance of being one. Bronson stopped and turned to face her, his brows arched in ironic amusement. Holly's breath caught as she realized what she had just said. Forgive me, she said hastily. I don't know why You're right. For if I really were a gentleman, instead of merely trying to ape one, I'd never be a success at business. Real gentlemen don't have the heads or the guts for making money. I don't believe that. Oh, name one true gentleman of your acquaintance who can hold his own in the business world. Holly thought for a long moment, searching silently through a list of men who were known for their financial acumen. However, the ones who could truly be called entrepreneurs, successful in the way Bronson meant, had lost the sheen of honour and integrity that had once defined them as true gentlemen. Uncomfortably, she reflected that a man's character was easily damaged by the quest for financial glory. One couldn't sail through stormy waters without suffering some weathering. Bronson smiled smugly in the face of her silence. Exactly. Frowning. Holly walked beside him, now declining to take his arm. For increasing one's wealth should not be the ultimate goal in a man's life, Mr. Bronson. Why not? Love, family, friendship, those are the things that matter, and they most definitely cannot be purchased. You might be surprised, he said, and she couldn't help but laugh at his cynicism. I only hope that some day, Mr. Bronson, you will encounter someone or something for which you would gladly give up your fortune, and I hope that I'll be there to witness it. For maybe you will, he said, and steered her down another long, gleaming hallway. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedx.com/abclite.html, ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedx.com/abcil. Although Holly always awakened gladly to the sight of her daughter bouncing into bed for a good morning kiss, today she resisted being pulled from slumber. Mumbling drowsily, she burrowed further into her pillow, while Rose cavorted around her. For Mamma, the little girl called, climbing beneath the warm covers. Mamma, wake up. The sun is out, and it's a lovely day. I want to play in the gardens and visit the stables. Mr. Bronson has lots of horses, did you know that? Maud chose just that moment to enter the room. Mr. Bronson has lots of everything, came the maid's wry observation, and Holly emerged from her pillow with a smothered laugh. For busily, Maud poured a hot basin of water at the marble-topped washstand and set out Holly's silver-backed brush and comb set, along with various toiletries.
Good morning, Maud,
Holly said, feeling unaccountably cheerful. Did you sleep well? Yes, and so did our Rose. I suspect she exhausted herself playing with all those toys. How did ye fare, my lady? I had the most wonderful rest. For after the past several nights of tossing and turning, waking up in the middle of each night beset with doubt, Holly had finally succumbed to a deep slumber. She supposed it was only natural that she would relax, now that they were under Mr. Bronson's roof and there was no more opportunity for second-guessing. And they had been given a lovely suite of rooms, large and airy, decorated in beige and rose and gleaming white panelling. For the windows were swathed in frothy Brussels lace, and the French armchairs had been covered with Gobelin tapestry. The bed had been carved with a curling shell motif that matched the huge armoire on the other side of the room. It pleased Holly that Rose's room was located right next to hers, instead of being relegated to an upper floor where nurseries were usually located. For the little girl's room had been filled with child-sized cherry-wood furniture and bookshelves filled with beautifully illustrated volumes and a mahogany table loaded with the largest dollhouse Holly had ever seen. Every detail of the toy was astonishingly perfect, from the tiny Aubusson rugs on its floors to the thumbnail-sized wooden hams and chickens hanging from the kitchen ceiling.
I had a splendid dream last night, Holly remarked, yawning and rubbing her eyes.
For she sat up and began to stack a pile of downy pillows. I was walking in a garden filled with red roses. They were so large, with velvety petals, and they seemed so real that I could actually smell them. And the most remarkable thing was, I could gather as many armfuls as I wished, and there were no thorns. Red roses, ye say? Maud glanced at her, eyes bright with interest. They say to dream of red roses means you'll soon have luck in love. For Holly gave her a startled glance, then shook her head with a wistful smile.
I've already had that.
Glancing at the child cuddling by her side, she kissed the top of Rose's curly dark head.
All my love is for you and your papa, she murmured. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http:// Can you still love Papa when he's in heaven?
For Rose asked, reaching across the embroidered silk counterpane for the doll she had brought into the room with her. "Of course I can. You and I still love each other even when we're not together, don't we?" "Yes, Mamma." Rose beamed at her and brought the doll forth. "Look, one of my new dolls. This is my favourite." Holly regarded the doll with an admiring smile, for its head, arms and feet were made of china, covered in a high-gloss finish, and the delicately painted features glowed beneath a cap of real hair that had been attached a strand at a time. The doll was dressed in a lavish silk gown adorned with buttons, bows, and ruffles, and little red shoes had been painted on her feet. "How lovely," Holly said sincerely. "What is her name, darling? Miss Crumpet?" Holly laughed. "I have a feeling you and she will enjoy many tea parties together," for Rose hugged the doll and regarded Holly over its little head. "May we invite Mr. Bronson to one of our tea parties, Mamma?" Holly's smile faded as she replied, "I don't think that will be possible, Rose. Mr. Bronson is a very busy man." "Oh, that Mr. Bronson is a strange one," Maud chatted, bringing a ruffled white pelisse from the armoire and holding it as Holly slipped her arms through the sleeves. "For I was talking with some of the servants this morning. I had to fetch the hot water myself, as no one ever seems to come when the bell is pulled, and they had a few things to say about him."
Such as?
Holly asked idly, concealing a flare of curiosity. Gesturing for Rose to come to her, Maud dressed the little girl in a fresh white chemise and underdrawers and thick cotton stockings. "They say he's a good master, and that no one wants for anything here. But the house isn't run well, for the housekeeper, Mrs. Burney, and all the servants know that Mr. Bronson hasn't the slightest idea of what goes on in real gentlefolks' households. And so they take advantage of his lack of knowledge in this area," Holly concluded, shaking her head in disapproval. Instantly she made up her mind that if she accomplished nothing else during her time here, she would at least ensure that the servants received some instruction, for Zachary Bronson certainly deserved proper service from his own employees. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedxt.com/abslate@html ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/abslate@html. However, Maud's next words dispelled all trace of charitable feeling. Settling a ruffled white dress over Rose's head, the maid ensured that the child's ears were covered before she continued. "They say, milady, that Mr. Bronson is quite wild, for he's given parties here sometimes, with drinking and gambling and harlots in every corner, and the guests were all very badden. After the goings-on at one of these evenings, they even had to replace carpets and furniture in some of the rooms. Maud!" Rose wriggled impatiently beneath the tent of white ruffles. "And they say Mr. Bronson is the randiest gentleman of all," Maud said, seeming to relish Holly's expression of quiet horror. "For he doesn't scruple between washwomen and duchesses. He'll chase anything in skirts. One of the maids, Lucy, says she once saw him with 2 women at once." Realizing that Holly didn't understand her meaning, Maud added in a whisper, "In bed, milady." "Maud," came Rose's voice from the enveloping dress. "I can't breathe." While Maud jerked the dress down and busied herself with tying a blue sash at Rose's waist, Holly sat in stricken silence and contemplated the information. For 2 women at once. She had never heard of such a thing, couldn't imagine how or why it would be done. A decidedly unpleasant feeling crept over her. It seemed that Zachary Bronson was well acquainted with depravity. Uneasily she wondered how she was ever to influence a man like him. Doubtless it was folly to even try. Well, Bronson would have to change his ways. There would be no bad turn invited here, and no gambling or licentious behaviour of any kind. For the first time she witnessed a hint of something scandalous occurring. She, Rose, and Maud would leave the estate at once. The master was a prize-fighter, had ye heard? Maud asked Holly, reaching for a comb to attack the snarls in Rose's hair. The little girl sighed and waited with tremendous patience, her gaze fixed longingly on Miss Crumpet.
Are you almost finished? She asked, eliciting a laugh from the maid. I will be after I've combed these rats from your hair, miss.
For, yes, I'd heard something like that, Holly said, her brow wrinkling curiously. For 2 years or so, the footman James told me, Maud reported. A bare-knuckle fighter, Mr. Bronson was, and he took home a purse every time he was let into the rope ring.
Can you believe James actually saw him fight once, long before Mr. Bronson gained his fortune?
James says Mr. Bronson is the finest figure of a man he ever saw, with arms ye couldn't close your hands around, and a neck thick as a bull's. And he fought cool as ye please, never putting himself in a passion, the perfect champion of the fist. Holly's dismay rose with each word the maid spoke. Oh, Maud, I must have been mad to bring us here. It's hopeless to try to teach him anything about etiquette. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/ABCL. IEBC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/ABCL. Lottie for HTML, I don't think so, milady, came Maud's reply, as she cheerfully flipped aside the blonde curls that had escaped the front of her coiffure. After all, the master brought himself all the way from the rope ring to the fanciest estate in London. Surely being a gentleman is only one more step away. But it's the biggest step of all, Holly said wryly. Rose picked up her doll and came to the bedside. I'll help you, Mamma. I'll teach Mr. Bronson all about his manners. For Holly gave her daughter a loving smile. You're very sweet for wanting to help, darling, but I want you to have as little to do with Mr. Bronson as possible. He's not a nice man. Yes, Mamma, Rose said dutifully, heaving a disappointed sigh. As Maud had indicated, no amount of bell-pulling could summon a servant to the room, and Holly finally gave up with a sigh of frustration. If we wait for a servant to bring Rose's breakfast to the nursery, she'll starve, she murmured. For I'll have a talk with Mrs. Burney this morning, and perhaps she will explain why not one out of a household of 80 servants can manage to climb the stairs. They're no good, milady, Maud said darkly. Not a blessed one of them. For when I passed through the servants' hall this morning, I saw one housemaid with a belly out to here. She indicated an advanced pregnancy, and another giving kisses to a sweetheart, right there in the hall, mind ye, and another girl was sleeping upright at the table. For one footman was going about with his hair half powdered, and another was charging about complaining as how no one had washed his livery breeches on laundry day.
Please no more.
Holly begged in laughing dismay, holding up her hands in a helpless gesture. There is so much to be done that I hardly know where to begin. She bent down to her perplexed daughter and kissed her soundly. Rose, darling, why don't you bring Miss Crumpet downstairs, and we'll try to find some breakfast. For breakfast with you? The little girl asked in delight. Like most children of her station, she was accustomed to taking her morning meal in the nursery. Eating with adults was a privilege usually granted to children of appropriate age, as well as highly developed manners.
Just for this morning,
Holly said with a laugh, gently straightening the huge blue bow atop her daughter's head.
And I sincerely hope that you'll set a good example for the Bronsons to follow.
Oh, I will. For, holding Miss Crumpet firmly, Rose began to instruct the doll on the importance of ladylike behaviour. Holly somehow managed to guide her daughter and maidservant to the breakfast room, from which an appetizing aroma drifted. The breakfast room, with its tall windows overlooking the ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http or http less lochs less lock bill lock lock black black
let let low. Wait,
for a side table fitted with plate-warmer drawers had been weighted with domed silver trays and a tiered stand with revolving china compartments. 6 small round tables gleamed beneath a crystal chandelier. Elizabeth Bronson was already seated at one of the tables, lifting a delicate china cup to her lips. As she saw Holly, Maud, and Rose enter the room, she gave them a glowing smile.
Good morning,
She said cheerfully. "Why, Rose, are you going to share breakfast with us? How delightful! For I hope you'll sit beside me."
And Miss Crumpet, too.
Rose asked, holding up her new doll.
Miss Crumpet shall have her own chair.
Elizabeth said grandly, "and the 3 of us shall discuss our plans for the day." Wriggling with delight at being treated like a grown-up, Rose headed for the girl as fast as her short legs would take her, for quietly Maud went about preparing a breakfast plate for the child, as if to demonstrate to the household how a properly trained servant should go about her duties. Holly wandered to the sideboard where Zachary Bronson was filling his plate with a selection of eggs, cold meats, breads, and vegetables. Although he was dressed in the gentlemanly attire of a charcoal-grey morning coat, black trousers, and a dove waistcoat, there was something a bit piratical about him, for she supposed he would never completely be able to rid himself of the street-seasoned air that lurked beneath his well-groomed facade. His assessing dark gaze caused a tickling flutter just beneath her lower ribs.
good morning.
He murmured, "I hope you rested well?" Remembering the scandalous allegations of his wild behaviour, Holly responded with a polite, rather distant smile. "Very well, thank you. I see we've joined you in time to start breakfast together, for I started a while ago," Bronson replied cheerfully. "This is my second plate." Holly felt her eyebrows inch upward as she saw the mountain of food he intended to consume. The housekeeper entered the room just at that moment, and Holly gave her an inquiring glance. "Good day, Mrs. Burney, as you can see. I've brought my daughter downstairs for breakfast, as no one seems able to answer the bell-pull. I wonder if perhaps the mechanism is broken, for we've a very busy household, milady," the housekeeper replied, her face expressionless except for the taut pull of displeasure around her eyes and mouth. "The maids can't answer the bell every instant after it is pulled," resisting the temptation to ask if the maids Eva answered the bell. Holly resolved to take up the matter with Mrs. Burney later in the day. The housekeeper set out more silver and left the room. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.prosistext.com/abcl. For HTLL ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/abclite.html. Having loaded his own plate, Bronson lingered at the sideboard as Holly chose a few delicacies for her own breakfast, a slice of toast, a spoonful of eggs, a tidbit of ham. "I have business to attend to this morning," he remarked. "I'll be able to start our lessons after lunch, if that's pleasing to you." "That will be fine," Holly said. "In fact, why don't we plan a similar schedule every day? For I will instruct your sister during the morning hours, and your lessons will take place during Rose's afternoon nap." "I won't always be available during midday," Bronson replied. "Perhaps on those occasions you and I could meet during the evening hours after Rose's bedtime," Holly suggested, and Bronson nodded in agreement. With those arrangements settled, Holly handed Bronson her plate.
You may carry my plate to the breakfast table, sir.
For on the occasions when a footman is not available to perform this service, a gentleman may offer his assistance to a lady. "Why should I carry a woman's plate when she is perfectly capable of carrying it for herself?" "Because a gentleman must act as a lady's servant, Mr. Bronson. He must make all possible convenience for her convenience and comfort." One of his dark brows arched. "You ladies have things rather easy." "Hardly," Holly replied, matching his dry tone. "For we spend every other minute of our lives bearing children, managing the household accounts, attending the sick room when necessary, supervising the mending and laundry and meals, and planning our husbands' social schedules." Bronson stared at her with laughing dark eyes. "Is that what I can expect of a wife? I'd like to get one soon, then. Some day I'll instruct you as to the rules of proper courtship. I can hardly wait, he replied softly. For Bronson carried their plates to the same table that Elizabeth and Rose occupied, before Holly could instruct him as to how to seat a lady. Rose glanced at Bronson with bright, inquiring eyes, and asked a question that nearly caused Holly to faint.
Mr. Bronson, the little girl chirped innocently, why did you sleep with 2 women at your party?
Stunned, Holly realized that Rose had overheard her earlier conversation with Maud. For Maud paused in the act of filling the child's plate, the fine china slipping from her hands and clattering on the sideboard. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processeddext.com/abcled HTML ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processeddext.com/abcled HTML. Elizabeth choked on a mouthful of food, somehow managed to swallow, and concealed her crimson face with a napkin. When she was able, she glanced at Holly with eyes brimming with equal parts of dismay and mirth, and spoke in a strangled murmur. For excuse me, my right shoe is pinching. I believe I'll change into another pair. She fled the scene hastily, leaving the rest of them to stare at Bronson. Of all of them, Bronson was the only one who showed no visible reaction, save for a thoughtful quirk of his mouth. He must have been a very, very good card player, Holly thought. At times the guests become very tired at my parties, Bronson said to the child, his tone matter of fact. I was merely helping them to rest. Oh, I see, Rose said brightly. Holly managed to find her voice. I believe my daughter is finished with her breakfast, Maud. Yes, milady. The maid rushed forward in a panic to gather up the child and quit the mortifying scene. But, Mamma, Rose protested, I haven't even— You may take your plate to the nursery, Holly said firmly, seating herself as if nothing untoward had occurred. Right this minute, Rose. I want to discuss something with Mr. Bronson. For why don't I ever get to eat with the big people? The child asked sullenly, accompanying Maud from the room. Bronson seated himself beside Holly, his wary gaze fastened on her disapproving face. Apparently the servants have been talking, he muttered. Holly made her voice as cool and brisk as possible. Mr. Bronson, there will be no more helping ladies to rest at this house as long as we are in residence in ones or twos, or any number, for I will not have my daughter subjected to an unwholesome atmosphere. Moreover, although the servants owe you respect as a matter of course, it would help immensely if you behave in a manner worthy of their respect. Rather than look ashamed or embarrassed, Bronson returned her steady stare with a growing scowl. Your task is to teach me a few points of etiquette, my lady. How I conduct my private life is my own concern. She picked up her fork and pushed a few yellow egg curds around her plate. For, unfortunately, you cannot separate your private life from your public one, sir. No one is able to check his morals at the door like a hat, and pick them up when he leaves. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processeddext.com/abcl ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processeddext.com/abcl okay dhtmec. I can amazed by his cool assertion. Holly let a disbelieving laugh escape. Apparently you like to think so. For don't try to tell me that every moment of your private life could stand up to public scrutiny, my lady. Hasn't your halo ever slipped just a little? Discovering that she was gripping her fork as if it were a defensive weapon, Holly set the utensil down. What exactly are you asking? You've never had too much to drink, gambled all your pin money, cursed like a sailor when you can't hold your temper, laughed in church, said something nasty about a close friend behind her back? I earnestly, she searched her memory, conscious of his expectant stare. I don't think so. Never? Bronson seemed perturbed by the answer. Spent too much at the dressmaker's? He asked, as if hoping beyond hope that she had once committed some grievous mistake. Well, there is one thing. Holly smoothed her gown over her lap. I am much too fond of cakes. I am quite capable of eating an entire plate of them at one sitting. I can't seem to help myself. For cakes, he muttered with obvious disappointment. That's your only fault? Oh, if we're discussing weaknesses of character, I have several, she assured him. I am self-indulgent, opinionated, and I battle a great streak of vanity. But that is not the point of this conversation, Mr. Bronson. We are talking about your personal habits, not mine. And the fact is, if you wish to have the appearance and manner of a gentleman, you must never allow your lower nature to rule over your higher one. For I don't have a higher nature, Lady Holland. No doubt it is more convenient and pleasurable to pretend so. However, a man is never his own master until he is able to control his lustful impulses, and when such behaviour is excessive, it causes degeneration of the mind and body. Degeneration, he repeated gravely. With all due respect, I've never noticed any harmful effects, my lady. Well, you will some day, for it is unhealthful for a man to indulge any excessive appetites, whether for food, spirits, or sexual activity, he supplied helpfully. ABC Amber Lid Converter http://www.processedx.com/ABC Amber Lid Converter http://www.processedx.com/ABC Amber Lid Converter http://www.processedx.com/ABCL. Yes. Therefore, I hope that you will practice temperance in all areas from now on. I think you will be pleased to discover the positive effects it will have on your character. I'm not a choir boy, Lady Holland, for I'm a man, and men have certain needs. If you care to refer to our contract, there was no mention of the activities in my own bedroom. Then, if you must have your harlots, bring them elsewhere, Holly said. Although she did not raise her voice, it was threaded with steel. Out of consideration for your mother and sister and my daughter and me, I insist on an atmosphere of respect and decency, and I will not remain under the same roof with such goings-on. For their gazes held for a challenging moment. "You're telling me that I can't lie with a woman in my own house," he said, as if he couldn't believe her audacity. "In my own bed? Not as long as I am residing here, sir. A man's sexual habits have nothing to do with being a gentleman. I could tell you the names of at least a dozen so-called gentlemen, highly respected souls all, who are frequent guests at the same bordellos I choose to visit. For, in fact, I could tell you the most remarkable practices they are known for. No, thank you," Holly interrupted hastily, pressing her hands over her burning ears. "I see your tactic, Mr. Bronson. You are trying to distract me with tales of other men's disgraceful behaviour to divert attention from your own. However, I have set my terms, and I insist that you abide by them. And if you bring one woman of low character to this house and have intimate relations with her, I will break off our arrangement at once." Bronson plucked a slice of toast from a delicate silver rack and proceeded to heap it with marmalade. "For what I'm having to put up with," he said darkly, "I'd better learn a hell of a lot from you. I've promised to instruct you to the best of my ability, and please do not gesture with that utensil." For grimacing, Bronson set the spoon back into the crystal preserves dish. "Instruct all you like, my lady. Just don't try to reform me." He was an incorrigible scoundrel, and yet his unrepentant wickedness held a certain charm. Holly wondered why she found him so strangely likeable. Perhaps she had been surrounded by honourable men for a little too long. "Mr. Bronson," she said, "I hope some day you'll understand that the sexual act can be so much more than you understand it to be, for it is an elevated expression of love, a communion of souls." Bronson responded with a low laugh, as if he were mightily entertained by the notion that she might know something about physical intercourse that he did not.
It's a simple bodily need, ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedx.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedx.com/ABCL countered, no matter how many minstrels and poets and novelists have tried to make it seem otherwise.
and it happens to be one of my favourite pastimes. Do it all you like, then, she said tartly. Just not in this house. He gave her a smile designed to cause annoyance. I intend to. 6. As Zachary Codetto Town at a breakneck pace, he tried to gather his thoughts in preparation for a board meeting. The day was one he had anticipated for a long time, for he would be signing a deal, along with 2 co-owners of a massive soap factory, to improve the factory as well as build new housing for many of their employees. Zachary's co-owners, both of them born into the aristocracy, had resisted such expenditures, pointing out that production at the factory was at such a profitable level that no improvements were needed. They had called Zachary's insistence on making the improvements a waste of money, for after all, they had both remarked, factory workers were accustomed to the squalid conditions they lived and worked in, and would expect nothing else. It had taken a great deal of stubbornness and bullying for Zachary to make his partners understand his view that the workers would be even more productive if their daily lives weren't such a damned misery. He knew exactly why his partners had finally caved in to his demands, for they considered themselves too refined and gentlemanly to involve themselves in the dirty concerns of factory life. They preferred to leave all that to him, which was fine, more than fine. He would manage the business to his satisfaction and see that they all made money in the future. In fact, he would make certain their annual profits would double and their factory would eventually be a model for all others in London. For just sign and keep your mouth shut, one of the partners had advised the other in Zachary's presence. We've done well enough with Bronson so far, haven't we? He's taken my original investment and made it into the largest source of income my family has ever known. Why quibble with success? The upcoming meeting, and his plans for the factory were all that Zachary should be thinking about. For, however, his mind was filled with Lady Holly. The air of sweet earnestness that tempted him to ruffle and tease her, and the sad, secretive mouth that sometimes curved into an unexpectedly dazzling smile. Zachary found her irresistible, though he was not certain precisely why he had encountered nice women before, kind and virtuous women whom he had admired, but he had never felt the barest stirring of desire for any of them. Goodness did not excite him, for innocence in any form was not titillating in the least. He preferred to spend his time with sexually experienced women, the ones with naughty gazes and adventurous souls, the ones whose manicured hands strayed beneath the tables at dinner parties. He was especially fond of women who had a strong command of swear words and dirty language, women who might appear ladylike on the outside but were decidedly abandoned in the bedroom. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.procestext.com/abcl 4 HTML ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/abcl.html Lady Holly was none of those things. In fact, taking her to bed would not be an adventure in any sense of the word. Why, then, did the very thought of it cause him to break out in a sweat? Why was he aroused by the mere fact of being in the same room with her? She was pretty, but he had known women of great beauty before, for her figure was pleasing but not spectacular, and she did not possess the long, elegant lines that were currently so admired. In fact, she was short. A grin tugged at his mouth as he imagined her naked between the silk sheets of his enormous bed. He could imagine no more desirable activity than chasing that short, curvaceous figure from one corner of the mattress to the other. But that would never happen, for, to his great regret, Zachary acknowledged that he liked Lady Holly far too much to seduce her. She would be devastated by the experience. Any temporary pleasure she felt would soon be overwhelmed by guilt and remorse, and she would hate him for it. Better to leave her as she was, content with the happy memories of her late husband, keeping herself for George Taylor until they met again in the next world. For Zachary could get physical satisfaction from other women, but no one else could supply him with what Holly could. She was intelligent, principled, and fascinating, and as long as he didn't misbehave too badly, he could have her company for a year. That was far more important than one night's tumble, no matter how pleasurable it might be. At Holly's suggestion, she and Elizabeth strolled in the 5-acre garden outside, temporarily delaying their lessons until they became better acquainted. "For this is my favourite place to walk," Elizabeth said, guiding her to a wilderness path that was far less structured and formal than the rest of the garden. Walking along a trail paved with limestone, Holly enjoyed the huge drifts of snowdrops all around them. The path was lined with ornamental trees and bunches of winter honeysuckle that flooded the air with fragrance, for lush topiaried hedges were heavily interspersed with rosy splashes of cyclamen and scarlet clematis, luring Holly farther along the curving path. As she conversed with Elizabeth, Holly realized that the girl was truly extraordinary. Elizabeth's high-spirited nature did little to conceal her acquaintance with the more unpleasant facts of life. For here was no schoolroom miss who viewed the world through narrow blinders, but a girl who had been born in poverty, the kind of poverty that stripped away all girlish illusions. Her dark eyes were rather too seasoned for a young woman her age, and she seemed to have no desire to please anyone save herself. Both would be extremely off-putting to most prospective suitors, except that Elizabeth also happened to possess a wild, romantic beauty that most men would find irresistible. For pushing back dark curls that kept tumbling into her face, Elizabeth began the conversation with what Holly would soon discover was her habitual bluntness. "I hope you don't think too badly of my brother, Lady Holland. I regard him as an interesting challenge." Holly quickened her step to match the girl's long, lazy strides. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/absel ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/absel.html. You don't dislike him, then? Not at all. That's good, Elizabeth said with obvious relief, because I would understand if you considered him to be perfectly rotten. Zack has many bad habits, and he's a bit wild, not to mention arrogant beyond belief, but underneath he's the gentlest man that ever lived. You'll probably never see that side of him. He only shows it to Mama and me. But I did want you to understand that he is definitely worth helping. If I didn't believe that, I would never have accepted the position he offered. For they walked up a gentle slope toward a pair of long rectangular ponds. It was early enough that white mist still hovered over the water, and frost still clung to the leaves of the hedges. Breathing deeply of the morning air, Holly cast a smile toward Elizabeth. "I find it remarkable that your brother has accomplished all this," she said, gesturing at the spectacular beauty all around them. "For Zack does whatever is necessary to get what he wants," Elizabeth replied, slowing her pace as they crossed a stone bridge leading to a topiary garden. "No matter what, the cost to himself. I never knew my own father. There's only been Zack to take care of Mama and me. All during my childhood, Zack worked at the docks to support us, but there was never enough money for a decent life. Then Zack turned to prize fighting, for he was good at it, of course, but the fights were so brutal, just hearing the accounts of them afterward made me physically ill." Pausing at a topiary, shaped like 3 balls standing atop each other, Elizabeth scrubbed her fingers through the riot of dark curls on her forehead. She sighed at some painful memory. After a fight, Zack would come into the smelly old lodging-house where we lived, and oh, the way he looked, all bloody and battered, his body just black and purple with bruises. For he couldn't stand to be touched, even to let Mama and me rub liniment on him. We begged him not to do it any more, but once he's made up his mind about something, he won't be swayed. Holly meandered to a cone-shaped hedge. How long did his prize-fighting last? About 2 years, I think. A heavy swath of curls dropped from the pile on Elizabeth's head, and she scowled. "Oh, this wretched hair! There's nothing to be done with it." For she reached up, twisted the offending locks, and pinned them back into the unruly mass. "By the time I was 12, she continued, we moved out of the lodging-house and into our own little cottage. Then Zachary became part owner of a steamship, and started acquiring more wealth, and well, he seems to have the Midas touch. Zack has accomplished almost every goal he's set for himself, except he hasn't changed much since his prize-fighting days. Often he behaves as if he's still in the rope ring. For not that he's physically violent, but can you understand what I mean?
Yes.
Holly murmured. Zachary Bronson was still struggling and striving, unable to let go of his tightly coiled aggression. Now it was being applied to the world of business rather than pugilism, and he was horribly self-indulgent, taking his pleasure with many women in order to reward himself for all he had been deprived of. He needed someone to tame him enough that he could live comfortably in a civilized society. For, however, that person would certainly not be herself. All she was capable of was polishing the surface a little. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/abbclabc Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/abbclabc Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/abbclabc Zach wants to marry, and marry well. Elizabeth said wryly, "Tell me truthfully, Lady Holly, do you know any woman that would be able to manage him?" The question made Holly uncomfortable, because she did not. And she knew that none of the legion of sheltered young girls coming out this season would have any idea of how to handle a man like Bronson.
I thought so,
Elizabeth said, reading the answer in Holly's face.
Well, we've our work cut out for us, don't we? Because Zachary also wants me to marry, and not just any old baron or viscount will do.
She gave a merry, unrestrained laugh.
He won't rest until he's foisted me off on a duke.
For Holly seated herself on a small marble bench and stared at the girl expectantly, not sharing her amusement. "Is that what you want for yourself? Good God, no!" Elizabeth's laughter quieted somewhat, and she strode around the topiaries. Her restless energy would not allow her to sit. What I want is impossible, so I shall probably become a spinster and travel round the world for the rest of my days.
Tell me,
Holly insisted gently. "What is it that you dream of?" For Elizabeth flashed her a strangely defiant glance. "It's simple, really. I want a man who will love me, without having an eye on my brother's damned fortune, an honest, decent man who is strong enough to deal with my brother, but I'll never have that, no matter how many manners you might try to teach me."
Why not?
"Because I'm a bastard," Elizabeth blurted out. She gave a sudden shaky laugh at Holly's blank face. "Zack didn't tell you?" For, of course not. He thinks that ignoring the fact will make it go away. But the truth is, I am the result of a brief affair my mother had long after her husband died. A scoundrel came into her life, seduced her with pretty words and a few paltry gifts, and he disappeared when he tired of her. I never knew him, of course, but I was a terrible burden on the family until Zachary grew old enough to start taking care of us. Holly felt a wave of compassion as she saw the girl's shame-faced expression. "For Elizabeth, please come here." She indicated the seat next to her. After a long hesitation, the girl complied. She stared at the scenery before them, her profile set, her long legs stretched out before them. Holly spoke with extreme care. "Elizabeth, illegitimacy is hardly an unusual circumstance. There are many such offspring of the aristocracy that have found places for themselves in good society." "Well," Elizabeth said gruffly, "it doesn't exactly add to my appeal, does it? For ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abc ambilight converter http://www.processtext.com/abc converter http://www.processtext.com/abc.html. "It's not something one would wish for," Holly admitted, "but neither does it have to ruin all chance of making a good marriage." She reached out and patted the girl's long, slender hand. "Therefore, I wouldn't count on becoming a spinster just yet. I'm not going to marry just anyone, Elizabeth said. He'll be a man worth having, or I'll remain unattached. For, of course, Holly replied equably, there are many things worse than having no husband, and one of them is having a bad or insufficient husband. Elizabeth laughed in surprise. I've always thought your kind believed that any marriage, no matter how good or bad, is better than no marriage at all. I've seen too many unhappy unions in which an ill-suited husband and wife cause each other terrible misery. There must be liking and respect between two partners. For what kind of marriage did you have, my lady? As soon as the question left her lips, Elizabeth flushed, fearing she might have given offence. I'm sorry, do you mind my asking? No, of course not. I take great pleasure in talking about my late husband. I want to keep him alive in my memory. We had the most wonderful marriage imaginable. Smiling wistfully, Holly stretched out her short legs and regarded the worn front edges of her shoes. For looking back on all of it now, it almost seems like a dream. I'd loved George always. We were distant cousins, and during my childhood I had only brief glimpses of him. George was a handsome young man, and he was very kind, and he was adored by his friends and family. I was a plump child, and very shy, and I doubt I ever exchanged more than 10 words with him. Then George went on his grand tour, and I didn't see him for the longest time. When he returned 4 years later, I was 18, for we met at a ball. Smiling, Holly put her hands to her warm cheeks, finding that the pleasurable memory still caused her to blush. George asked me to dance, and I thought my heart would stop. He had a sort of quiet charm and confidence that I found irresistible. For the next few months he courted me most ardently, until my father gave his consent for us to marry. We had 3 years together. There wasn't a day of our marriage that I didn't feel loved and cherished, for Rose was born not long before George died. I'm so thankful he was able to spend a little time with her. Elizabeth seemed enthralled by the story.
Oh, Lady Holland!
She stared at Holly with sympathy and wonder. How lucky you were to have such a man. Yes, Holly said softly. I certainly was. They were both quiet for a minute, staring out at the rustling flower beds beyond the topiaries, until Elizabeth seemed to shake her private thoughts away. For let's make the most of the bad material you've been given to work with, Lady Holland, she said briskly. Shall we return to the house and begin our lessons? ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.persistdext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.persistdext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, HTTPL. Certainly, Holly stood and brushed her skirts. I thought we might begin with sitting, standing, and walking. That drew a burst of laughter from the young woman, for I thought I already knew how to do those things. Holly smiled. You do them quite well, Elizabeth. However, there are a few little things. Yes, I know. I swing my arms when I'm walking, as if I'm in a rowing competition. The description caused Holly to smile. I assure you, it's not nearly that bad. You're very diplomatic, Elizabeth said with a grin. But I know very well that I have all the feminine grace of a soldier under the command of his drill sergeant. For it will be a miracle if you can help me. They began the walk back to the mansion, and Holly hurried to keep up with Elizabeth's ground-covering strides. For one thing, she said breathlessly, you might try slowing a bit. Sorry. Instantly, Elizabeth checked her free pace. I always seem to be in a hurry, even when there's nowhere for me to go. My governess always taught me that gentlemen and ladies should never walk fast. It's a mark of vulgarity. Why? I don't know why. For Holly laughed ruefully. In fact, I don't know the reasons for many of the things I plan to teach you. It's just the way things are done. They chatted amiably as they returned to the house, and Holly reflected that she hadn't expected to like Zachary Bronson's sister so much. Elizabeth was entirely worthy of being helped, and so deserving of love, but she needed a very particular sort of man to marry. one who was neither too weak nor too controlling, for a strong man who would appreciate Elizabeth's lively spirit and not try to crush it. The girl's natural ebullience was part of what made her so attractive. There ought to be someone, Holly mused, sorting through a list of her acquaintances. She would write a few letters this evening to friends she hadn't communicated with in far too long. It was time to step back into the flow of society and renew old friendships and become au courant with all the news and gossip. For how strange that after the past years of solitude, she was suddenly eager to rejoin the circle she had once belonged to. A sense of buoyant lightness filled her, and she was hopeful, excited, as she had not been since George had died. Suddenly uneasiness seeped through her, dispelling the warm anticipation. She felt guilty for enjoying herself, as if she had no right to happiness now that George was no longer with her. For the duration of her mourning, he had been in the forefront of ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedx.com/abclethtml, ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedx.com/abclethtml, her thoughts every minute of the day until now. Now her mind was being filled with new thoughts and ambitions, and she was mingling with people he had never known. "I won't ever let go of you, dearest darling," she thought fiercely. "I will never forget one moment of what we had, for I just need a change of scene, that's all. But I'll spend the rest of my life waiting to be with you again." "Lady Holland, are you all right?" Elizabeth had stopped near the entrance of the mansion, her glowing brown eyes filled with concern. "You've become so quiet, and you're flushed. Oh, I was walking too fast again, wasn't I?" She hung her dark head contritely. "Forgive me. I'm going to hobble myself. See if I don't." "No, no," Holly laughed self-consciously. "It's not you at all." For it's difficult to explain. My life has moved at a very slow pace for the past 3 years, a very slow pace. Now, everything seems to be changing very quickly, and it's a bit of a struggle for me to adjust." "Oh." Elizabeth looked relieved. "Well, that's what my brother does to people. He meddles and fiddles with their lives, and turns everything upside down. In this case, I'm glad he did. I'm happy to be here, and to be of use to someone other than my daughter. For no happier than we are, my lady. Praise heaven that someone will try to make this family a bit more presentable. The only thing I regret is that I won't be able to watch you teach Zack about etiquette. To my mind, that would be jolly good entertainment." "I wouldn't mind if you wished to join our lessons," Holly said, taking to the idea instantly, for she wasn't looking forward to being alone with Zachary Bronson, and having his sister accompany them might dispel the tension that seemed to shred the air whenever he was near. "Zack would mind," Elizabeth said dryly. "He made it clear that his sessions with you were to remain strictly private. He has a lot of pride, you know. He never allows his weaknesses to be exposed, and he doesn't want anyone, even me, to discover how little he knows about being a gentleman. For being a gentleman is quite a bit more than a few lessons on manners," Holly replied. "It is a condition of character. It means being noble, kind, modest, courageous, self-sacrificing, and honest every minute of the day, whether one is in the company of others or completely alone." There was a brief silence, and then Holly was surprised to hear Elizabeth snicker.
Well,
The girl said, "Just do your best with him." For the lessons with Elizabeth went very well, as Holly instructed her in the art of sitting in a chair, or rising gracefully. The trick was to keep the body from inclining too far forward during either ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedx.com/abbyclyde.html ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedx.com/abbyclyde.html process, and managing one's skirts with one hand without exposing a provocative glimpse of ankle. For Elizabeth's mother, Paula, came to watch the proceedings, sitting quietly in the corner of a plush settee.
Come practice with us, Mama.
Elizabeth urged, but the shy older woman declined with a smile. There were several moments of hilarity as Elizabeth resorted to antics that Holly suspected were designed to amuse her mother, walking and sitting with exaggerated stiffness, then swooping about theatrically until all three of them were laughing, for toward the end of the morning. However, Elizabeth mastered every nuance of posture and movement until Holly was more than satisfied. "Perfect! How graceful you are, Elizabeth!" Holly exclaimed. The young woman flushed, clearly unaccustomed to such straightforward praise. "I'll forget every bit of this by tomorrow. We'll practice until everything becomes second nature," Holly replied, folding her long, slender arms across her chest. Elizabeth lounged in a chair, her legs sprawled in a completely unladylike manner.
Lady Holland,
she asked with a smile, have you ever thought that all these manners and social rules were invented by people with entirely too much time on their hands? You may be right, Holly said with a laugh. As Holly left the Bronson women in search of her daughter, she continued to ponder the question. For everything she knew about first society and the behaviours associated with gentlefolk had been instilled in her since birth. She had never thought to question those long-ago lessons until now. Many of the social graces, such as courtesy and self-composure, were undoubtedly necessary for a civilized society. As for the countless little affectations that Elizabeth had been referring to, was it truly important how a person sat or stood or gestured, or what phrases were fashionable and what clothes were in style? Or was it really all just a way for certain people trying to prove themselves superior to others? The idea that a man like Zachary Bronson might be inherently equal to a man like one of the Taylors, or even her dear George, it was a provocative notion, for the great majority of aristocrats would immediately dismiss the idea. Some men were born with blue blood, with generations of noble ancestors behind them, and this made them better, finer than ordinary men. This was what Holly had always been taught. But Zachary Bronson had started in life with no advantage whatsoever, and he had made himself into a man to be reckoned with. And he was trying very hard to better himself and his family, and soften the coarseness of his own character. For was he really so inferior to the Taylors, or to herself? These ideas would never have occurred to her had she not agreed to work for Bronson. For the first time, Holly realized that this year of closeness with Bronson and his family might change her, just as it would change them, and that troubled her.
Would George have approved?
ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.prosystex.com/abclabc Amber Lit Converter http://www.prosystex.com/abclabc Amber Lit Converter http://www.prosystex.com/abcl for HTML. After a pleasant afternoon of reading books and taking a walk in the gardens together, Holly and Rose sat in the library and waited for Zachary Bronson. Rose devoured a snack of milk and buttered bread and proceeded to play on the floor while Holly sipped tea from a flowered china cup. A blazing fire in the huge green marble fireplace mingled with the shafts of afternoon light coming through the velvet-draped windows. For not daring to sit at Bronson's huge masculine desk, Holly occupied a chair at a nearby side table as she made a few notes regarding the proper forms of address for the various tiers of aristocracy. The subject was a complicated one, even for those who had been born into the peerage, but it was important for Bronson to understand it thoroughly if he desired to mingle successfully with Seton. For she concentrated so hard on the task before her that she would not have noticed Bronson's entrance into the room were it not for her daughter's delighted exclamation.
there he is, Mamma.
Glacing upward, Holly tensed at Bronson's approach, while her nerves responded to his presence with a strange, pleasurable jangle. He was such a large, vital man, bringing the fresh scent of outdoors with him. For, as he stopped close to her and bowed, she couldn't help noticing the alluring fragrance that clung to him, a masculine blend of horses and starched linen and sweat. With his swarthy complexion and sparkling black eyes, and the shadow of bristle beneath his close-shaven skin, He seemed more potently virile than any other man of her acquaintance. Bronson smiled at her, his teeth gleaming white in his tanned face, and Holly realized with renewed surprise that he was handsome. For not in a classical sense, and not in a poetic or artistic sense, but he was definitely attractive. Holly was perturbed by her own reaction to him. He was not at all the kind of man she should find appealing, not after having known and loved someone like George. Her husband had been faultless in his easy confidence and his golden good looks. Holly had even been amused by the way women stared and swooned over George, for it had not been George's dazzling looks, however, that had made him so compelling. It was his utter refinement, both of character and manners. He had been polished, courteous, a gentleman from the inside out. Comparing George to Zachary Bronson was like comparing a prince to a pirate. If one spent 10 years doing nothing but drilling rules and rituals into Bronson's head, anyone would still glance at him and immediately proclaim him a scoundrel, for nothing would ever dispel the rascally gleam in his black eyes or the heathen charm of his smile. It was all too easy to picture Bronson as a bare-knuckle fighter, stripped to the waist as he pummeled an opponent in the rope ring. The problem was, Holly felt a thrill of shameful, unladylike interest in the image. "Good afternoon, Mr. Bronson," she said, gesturing for him to take a seat next to her. "I hope you will not object if Rose plays in the corner during our discussion today, for she has promised to be very quiet. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/abcl ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/abcl. Naturally, I wouldn't object to such charming company." Bronson smiled at the petite child who sat on the carpeted floor with her toys.
Are you having tea, Miss Rose?
"Yes, Mr. Bronson. Miss Crumpet asked me to pour. Would you like a cup too?" For Holly could restrain her. The little girl hastened to Bronson with a doll-sized cup and saucer no bigger than his thumbnail. "Here you are, sir." A tiny concerned frown adorned her brow. "It's only air tea, but it's quite delicious if you're good at pretending." Bronson accepted the cup as if it were a great favour. Carefully he sampled the invisible brew. "A bit more sugar, perhaps," he said thoughtfully. Holly watched while the two prepared the cup to Bronson's satisfaction, for she had not expected Bronson to interact so comfortably with a child. In fact, not even George's brothers, Rose's own uncles, had displayed such ease with her. Children were seldom part of a man's world. Even the most doting father did little more than view his child once or twice a day and inquire after his or her progress. Glancing at Holly briefly, Bronson caught her perplexed expression.
I was coerced into more than a few tea parties by Elizabeth when she was no bigger than Rose, he said.
For although Lizzie had to make do with shingles for plates and an old tin cup instead of china, I always swore I'd get her a proper toy tea set some day. By the time I could afford one, she was too old to want it any longer. A maid entered the room, evidently having been requested to bring a tray of refreshments, and Bronson rubbed his hands in anticipation. For bearing a huge silver tray laden with a coffee service and a plate of confections, the maid awkwardly unloaded the pots and dishes onto the small table. Quietly asking the girl's name, Holly murmured a few suggestions to her. "You may set the tray on the sideboard, Gladys," she said, "and carry the dishes here one or two at a time, and serve from the left, please." Clearly taken aback by the unexpected advice, the girl looked askance at Bronson. He smothered a grin and spoke gravely. "For do as Lady Holland says. Gladys, I'm afraid no one is exempt from her authority, not even me." Nodding at once, Gladys complied with Holly's instructions. To Holly's surprise, the maid set out a plate piled high with miniature round cakes, each one covered with a delicate sheen of pale pink icing. Holly sent Bronson a reproachful glance, knowing that he had ordered the treat specifically for her enjoyment. "Mr. For Bronson," she said, recalling their conversation much earlier in the day. "I can't fathom what reason you have for plying me with cakes." Bronson settled back in his chair, looking completely unrepentant. I wanted to see you wrestle with temptation. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.prusistext.com/abcl.html. Holly couldn't repress the laugh that bubbled to her lips, the insolent rogue. I fear you're a wicked man, she said. For I am, he admitted, without hesitation. Still smiling, Holly grasped a pair of forks and expertly grasped a delicate cake in a scissor hold that did not damage its fragile shape. She placed it on a small china plate and handed it to her daughter, who exclaimed happily and proceeded to devour the confection. After serving herself and Bronson, Holly gave him the pages of notes she had made. After the success I had with your sister today, I'm feeling rather ambitious, she said. For I thought you and I might start on one of the most difficult subjects of all. Titles and rules of peerage, Bronson muttered, staring at the long columns written in neat script.
God help me. If you can learn this,
Holly said, and eventually do a decent quadrille, the battle will be mostly won. Bronson picked up one of the pink-iced cakes with his fingers and ate most of it in one bite.
do your worst.
He advised out of the side of his mouth that wasn't stuffed, for making a mental note to do something about his primitive eating style at some later date. Holly began to explain. I'm certain you're already aware of the 5 titles of peerage: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. What about knights? Knights are not peers, and neither are baronets. Holly lifted a fork to her lips, swallowed a spongy morsel of cake, and closed her eyes in a brief moment of pleasure as the crisp, delicate icing dissolved at once on her tongue. For she took a swallow of tea, then became aware that Bronson was staring at her strangely. His face was smooth and suddenly taut, and the coffee-dark eyes were as alert as those of a cat watching for movement in the grass.
Lady Holland,
He said, his tone underlaid with gravel, there's a speck of sugar on your— He stopped suddenly, apparently too preoccupied to find any more words. Holly explored the left corner of her mouth with the tip of her tongue, discovering a fleck of sweetness. Thank you, she murmured, dabbing at the spot with her napkin. She made her tone brisk as she continued, wondering why he seemed a bit uncomfortable and distracted. Now, back to the peerage. Only an actual peer can be considered to have the title by right. All other titles, including those possessed by the peer's eldest son, are merely courtesy titles. For if you turn to the 3rd page I gave you, there is a little chart that I hoped might make things clear. Holly slipped from her chair and went to Bronson's side of the table, leaning over his shoulder as he ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/abcl ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/abcl riffled through the sheaf of paper. There, does that make sense to you? Or am I creating a hopeless muddle? No, it's clear enough. For except, why are there no courtesy titles in these 2 columns? Holly forced herself to concentrate on the paper he held, but it was difficult. Their heads were very close together, and she was strongly tempted to touch his hair. The thick, rumpled locks needed to be brushed and smoothed with a drop of pomade, especially the place where an unruly swath sprang over his forehead, so different from George's silky blonde hair. For Bronson's locks were as black as midnight, a bit coarse, curling slightly at the ends, and the nape of his neck. His neck was thick with muscle, and it looked as hard as iron. She almost brushed the tempting surface with her fingers, horrified by the impulse. She curled her hand into a fist as she answered him, because children of dukes, marquises, and earls are able to prefix their names with lord or lady, but children of viscounts and barons are merely Mr. or Miss. For, like your husband, Bronson muttered, not taking his eyes from the list. Yes, that is an excellent example. My husband's father was a viscount. He was known as Viscount Taylor of Westbridge, or more simply Albert, Lord Taylor. He had 3 sons, William, George and Thomas, all 3 of whom were Mr. Taylor. When the Viscount passed away a few years ago, his eldest son William assumed his title and became William Lord Taylor. But George and his brother never became lords? 4. No, they both remained Mr. Then why are you called Lady Holland?
Well,
Holly paused and laughed ruefully.
now we're treading on more complicated territory. I am the daughter of an earl. Therefore, I have had the courtesy title Lady since birth. And you didn't lose it when you married George. No, when a peer's daughter marries a man who is not a peer, she is allowed to keep her own courtesy title.
For after I married, I still derived my rank from my father rather than from George. Bronson turned his head and stared at her intently. Looking into his fathomless eyes at close range gave Holly a small, warm shock. She could see the glints of brown in the midnight depths. So your rank was always higher than your husband's, he said. In a way, you married down. Technically, she admitted, Bronson seemed to savour the information, for Holly had the impression that for some reason the idea pleased him.
What would happen to your rank if you married a commoner? He asked idly. Like me, for example.
ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.prosystext.com/abclabc Amber Lit Converter http://www.prosystext.com/abclabc Amber Lit Converter http://www.prosystext.com/abcloat HTTLL. Flustered by the question, Holly drew away from him and resumed her seat.
Well, I would remain Lady Holland, but I would take your surname.
Lady Holland Bronson. 4. She started a little at the strange sound of her own name being joined with anything other than Taylor.
Yes,
she said softly. In theory, that is correct. Busily she fussed with her skirts and smoothed them over her lap as she sensed him staring at her. Glancing upward, she saw the look in his eyes, a raw glitter of masculine interest. A surge of something like anxiety drove her heart to a faster beat. When had a man ever looked at her this way? For George's blue eyes had contained love and tenderness when he beheld her, but never this look of sexual appraisal, heat, appetite. Bronson's gaze moved to her mouth, her breasts, then back to her face, bringing a wash of prickling warmth to her skin. It was the kind of intimate stare that no gentleman would give a lady. He was doing it to fluster her, Holly thought. He was amusing himself by deliberately unsettling her. Yet he did not seem amused, for a frown drew the thick slashes of his brows together, and he seemed as troubled, more troubled than she. "Mamma!" Rose's laughing voice cut through the uncomfortable silence. "Your cheeks are all red, are they?" Holly asked unsteadily, bringing her cool fingers to her hot face. "I must be sitting too close to the fire." Tucking Miss Crumpet beneath one arm, Rose went to Bronson. "I'm only a miss," she informed him, having listened to their discussion of the peerage. But when I marry a prince some day, I'll be Princess Rose, and then you may call me Your Highness." Bronson laughed, his tension seeming to dispel. "You're already a princess," he said, scooping the little girl up and setting her on his knee. Caught by surprise, Rose let out a squealing laugh. "No, I'm not. I don't have a crown." Bronson appeared to take the point seriously. "What kind of crown would you like, Princess Rose?" Well, let me think. Rose screwed up her small face in deep concentration. "Silver?" Bronson prompted. "Gold with coloured stones or pearls? Rose does not need a crown." Holly intervened with a touch of alarm, realizing that Bronson was more than ready to purchase some ostentatious headpiece for the child. "Back to play, Rose, unless you would care to take an afternoon nap, in which case I'll ring for Maud. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://losh www.processtext.com/abclit. For HTML, ABC Amber Lit Converter http:// www.processedxt.com/abcl. No, I don't want a nap, the little girl said, immediately sliding from Bronson's knee. May I have another cake, Mama? Holly smiled fondly and shook her head. No, you may not. You'll spoil your dinner. Oh, Mama, can't I have just one more? One of the little ones? I've just said no, Rose. Now please play quietly while Mr. Bronson and I finish our discussion. Obeying reluctantly, Rose glanced back at Bronson. For why is your nose crooked, Mr. Bronson? Rose, Holly reproved sharply, you know very well that we never make observations about a person's appearance. However, Bronson answered the child with a grin. I ran into something once. A door? The child guessed. A wall? A hard left hook? Oh. Rose stared at him contemplatively. What does that mean? It's a fighting term. Fighting is bad, the little girl said firmly. Very, very bad. Yes, I know. For lowering his head, Bronson tried to look chastened, but his air of repentance was far from convincing. Rose, Holly said in a warning tone, there'll be no further interruptions, I hope. No, Mamma. Obediently the child returned to her play area. As she walked behind Bronson's chair, he surreptitiously handed her another cake. Grabbing the tidbit, Rose hurried to the corner like a furtive squirrel. Holly gave Bronson a look of reproof. I won't have my daughter indulged, sir, for she'll become accustomed to all your extravagances, and after this year is through, she'll have a difficult time returning to her normal existence. Mindful of the small imp playing nearby, Bronson kept his tone low. It won't hurt her to be spoiled a little. They're only children for a short time. Rose must not be sheltered from the realities and responsibilities of life. ABC, Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processeddext. 4com abclit.html. Is that the prevailing thought in child-rearing these days? He asked lazily. It explains why most of the aristocratic children I've seen are pale, repressed creatures with sullen expressions. I suspect many parents are just a little too eager to expose their brats to reality. Instantly offended, Holly opened her mouth to disagree, but found to her chagrin that she could not. For the Taylors reared their own children with an eye toward proving a good stiff preparation for life, and frequently encouraged Holly to do the same with Rose. Discipline, constant moral training, and deprivation were all methods employed to make a child properly obedient and well-mannered. Not that it worked, of course. The Taylor children were little hellions, and Holly thought that Rose might have been too, had she not been far more gentle with her daughter than the Taylors had advised. And yet their views were common for noble families, and shared by most people of their rank.
Childhood should be wonderful,
Bronson said abruptly.
worry-free, happy. I don't give a damn if anyone agrees with me or not. I only wish—
Suddenly his dark gaze dropped to the papers before him.
Yes.
Holly prompted gently. Leaning forward, Bronson answered without looking at her.
I wish I could have made it that way for Lizzie. She went through hell during her childhood years.
For we were poor and dirty and starving most of the time. I failed her. But you're not that much older than Elizabeth, Holly murmured. You were only a child yourself, with a great burden of responsibility. Bronson reacted with a dismissive gesture, clearly wanting no excuses to be made for himself. I failed her, he repeated gruffly. The only thing I can do is try to make things right for her now, and for my own children when I have them. And you'll spoil my daughter unmercifully in the meantime? Holly said, a faint smile curving her lips. Maybe I'll spoil you as well. There was a teasing edge to his voice, but his gaze contained a flash of challenge that stunned her. She did not know how to react. Indignation or rebuke would only earn his mockery. Yet she could not allow him to play with her this way. Cat and mouse games were not her forte, and she did not enjoy them. She made her voice crisp and unruffled. For you've already given me a handsome salary, Mr. Bronson, which I intend to earn by educating you thoroughly in the social graces. Now, if you'll refer to the second page of notes, we will discuss the differences between correct forms of address in correspondence and conversation. For example, you would never refer to a man as the Honourable in person, but you would on paper later, Bronson interrupted, lacing his long fingers together and settling them against his lean midriff. For my brain is filled with titles. I've had enough for today. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/abcl obc Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/abcl all white in HTML. You want to leave? He asked softly. She blinked at the question, then felt her throat tighten with a catch of laughter. Mr. Bronson, I wish you would stop trying to disconcert me. A mocking smile appeared in his eyes. For, now, what is so disconcerting about a simple question? Because if I said yes, it would be rude, and if I said no, then it might imply a liking for my company. He finished for her, his white teeth flashing in a grin. Go, then. God knows I wouldn't force you to make such a damning admission. Holly remained in her chair. I'll stay if you'll tell me about the time you broke your nose. Bronson's smile lingered as he touched the angled bridge of his nose reflectively. For I got this while sparring with Tom Cribb, the former coal porter. They called the Black Diamond. He had fists as big as hams and a left hook that made you see stars. Who won? Holly asked, unable to resist. I outlasted Cribb after 20 rounds and finally knocked him down. It was after that fight that I got my name, Bronson the Butcher. The obvious masculine pride he took in the name made Holly feel slightly queasy. How charming! She murmured in a dry tone that made him laugh, for it didn't improve my looks much, having Cribb smash my beak, he said, rubbing the bridge of his nose between thumb and forefinger. I wasn't a pretty sort to begin with now. I'll definitely never be mistaken for an aristocrat. You wouldn't have anyway. Bronson pretended to wince. That's as painful a jab as any I received in the rope ring, my lady. So you don't exactly fancy my beat-up mug, is that what you're saying? You know very well that you're an attractive man, Mr. Bronson, for just not in an aristocratic way. For one thing, you have too many, that is, you're too muscular. She gestured to his bulging coat sleeves and shoulders. Pampered noblemen don't have arms like that. So my tailor tells me. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/abcladistage.html. Isn't there any way to make them, well, smaller? Not that I'm aware of. For, but just to satisfy my curiosity, how much would I have to shrivel to pass for a gentleman? Holly laughed and shook her head. Physical appearance is the least of your worries, sir. You need to acquire a proper air of dignity. You're far too irreverent. But attractive, he countered. You did say I was attractive. Did I? I'm certain I meant to use the word incorrigible. A shared smile caused a mixture of delight and heat to ripple over Holly. For hurriedly she dropped her gaze to her lap, breathing a little faster than normal. She felt odd, barely contained, as if the pressure of excitement within her would cause her to leap from her chair. She didn't dare look at Bronson, fearing her own reaction if she did. He made her want to, well, she wasn't certain what. All she knew was that the memory of his kiss, the sweet, warm invasion of his mouth, was suddenly at the forefront of her mind. For she turned scarlet and folded her hands tightly together, repressing herself. My fighting career didn't last for long, she heard Bronson say. I only did it to make enough money to acquire interest in a steamship. Really? Holly asked, finally able to look at him once more. I rather wonder if you didn't enjoy it a little. Yes, I did, he admitted. I like to compete, and to win. But there was too much pain and too little profit from prize fighting. 4. And I soon learned that there are ways to down a man without bloodying your hands. My goodness, Mr. Bronson, must you lead your life as if it's a constant battle for supremacy? How else should I behave? You could try relaxing a bit and enjoying what you've accomplished. His dark, cinnamon-flecked eyes mocked her. Did you ever play King of the Mountain when you were a child, Lady Holly?
Probably not. It's hardly a game for respectable little girls.
For you find a pile of dirt, or refuse and compete with your comrades to see who can fight his way to the top. And that's the easy part. What is the difficult part, Mr. Bronson? Staying there. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.trucistdaxt.com/absklit.html, ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.trucisttext.com/absklit.html. I'll bet you managed to stay there from sunrise to nightfall, she said softly, kicking and pummeling all the boys who tried to replace you. For only until supper time, he confessed with a sudden grin. I was always defeated by my stomach. Holly let out a sudden peal of unladylike laughter. She couldn't seem to hold it in, not even when her daughter, clearly surprised by the sound, came to stand by her chair. What is it, Mamma? Mr. Bronson, Holly explained, was just telling me a story about when he was a little boy. Although Rose had no idea what the joke was, she began to laugh too. For, as Bronson watched them both, his brown eyes were lit with a peculiar warm glow. I believe the two of you are the prettiest sight I've ever seen. Holly's amusement faded, and she stood in sudden consternation, obliging Bronson to stand as well. I shouldn't be here, was the uppermost thought in her mind. I should never have agreed to work for him, no matter what the enticement. For she realized now how inexperienced and sheltered she was. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to throw her off balance so easily. If she didn't guard herself against him, he was going to play havoc with her emotions. Was it because she had been so long without a man that she was so flustered by his attentions, or was it because he was so unlike any other man she had ever known? For worst of all was the feeling that any enjoyment of his company and any appreciation of his robust, street-seasoned handsomeness was a betrayal of George. For a moment, Holly remembered the days of utter despair after her husband had died, and the black wish that had consumed her. She had wanted with all her heart to die along with him. It was only the love and concern Holly felt for her infant daughter that had kept her sane. For instead, she had vowed to honour George by spending the rest of her life loving only him, thinking only of him and his wishes. It had never occurred to Holly that such a vow might be difficult to keep, but here was an utter stranger gently wooing her away from propriety a step at a time. Mr. Bronson, she said a bit unsteadily, I will see you at supper. Bronson's face wore an expression of seriousness identical to her own. Let Rose eat with us, he said, for don't any upper-class children have supper with their families? Holly took a long moment to answer. In some country homes, the children are allowed to eat en famille. However, in most well-to-do households, the children take separate nursery meals. Rose has become accustomed to the arrangement at the Taylor mansion, and I should dislike to change a familiar ritual. But there she had other children to eat with, didn't she? Bronson pointed out. And here she has to take most meals by herself. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedxt.com/ab/html, a late converter, http://www.processedxt.com/abcl. Holly glanced into her daughter's small face. Rose seemed to be holding her breath, waiting with silent excitement to see if her unexpected champion would succeed at gaining her a place at the adults' dinner table. For it would be easy for Holly to insist that Rose adhere to the traditional mealtime separation between grown-ups and children. However, as Bronson and the little girl both stared at her expectantly, Holly realized with a flash of amused despair that yet another boundary was to be broken.
Very well,
She said. If Rose behaves well, she may take meals with the family from now on. To Holly's surprise, Rose flew to Bronson with an exclamation of happiness and threw her arms around his leg. "Oh, Mr. Bronson," she cried. "Thank you." Grinning, Bronson disentangled her little arms and sank to his haunches. "Thank your mother, Princess. I only asked. She was the one who gave permission." Bouncing back to Holly, Rose decorated her face with kisses. "Darling," Holly murmured, trying not to smile, "let's go upstairs and change your pinafore and wash your face before dinner. We can't have you looking like a ragamuffin." "Yes, Mamma," for Rose's small hand took hers, and she skipped eagerly as she led Holly away. 7. As Holly began to correspond with a number of friends, many of whom she had not seen since George's funeral, she was surprised by their responses to the information that she was working and residing at the London estate of Mr. Zachary Bronson. Naturally, many of the reactions were disapproving, even offering her a place in their own homes if she was truly that destitute. However, an unexpected majority expressed great interest in her new situation and inquired if they might come to call on her at Bronson's estate. It seemed that a great many ladies were eager to view Bronson's home, and more than that, encounter the man himself. Bronson did not seem surprised by the fact when Holly mentioned it to him. "It happens all the time," he said, with a cynical smile. "For women of your class would go to the guillotine before marrying a mongrel like me, but a surprising number want to be my friend. You mean they are willing to— with you?" Holly paused in dismayed wonder. "Even the married ones?" "Especially the married ones," Bronson informed her dryly. "While you were secluded in mourning at the tailor's house, I've entertained a great many fine ladies of London between my sheets. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.prosystext.com/abiclite 4 HTML ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/absclit.html. A gentleman does not boast of his sexual conquests, Holly had said, flushing at the information. "I wasn't boasting. I was stating a fact. Some facts are better kept to yourself." The unusual sharpness of her tone seemed to interest him to no end. "There's a strange expression on your face, Lady Holly," he said silkily. "It almost looks like jealousy." A wave of rising annoyance nearly choked her, for Zachary Bronson had a talent for rousing her temper more easily than anyone she had ever known.
Not at all. I was merely reflecting unpleasantly on the number of diseases one must catch from such a dedicated pursuit of gallantry. Pursuit of gallantry, he repeated with a low laugh. That's the prettiest way I've ever heard it put. No, I've never caught the pox or any other affliction from my whoring.
For there are ways a man can protect himself. I assure you I do not wish to hear about them." Horrified, Holly had clapped her hands over her ears. As the most sexually indulgent creature of her acquaintance, Bronson was all too willing to discuss intimate subjects that a gentleman should never admit to knowing. "You, sir, are a moral abyss." Rather than look shamed, he actually grinned at the remark. "And you, my lady, are a prude." "Thank you," she said crisply, "for that wasn't meant as a compliment." "Any criticism of yours, Mr. Bronson, I will definitely receive as a compliment." Bronson had laughed, as he did whenever she attempted to provide the smallest tidbit of moral instruction. He was interested only in the superficial lessons of how to behave like a gentleman, and when it suited him, he would be more than ready to shed his mannered facade. However, try as she might, Holly could not dislike him. For as the days of Holly's residence at the Bronson estate lengthened into weeks, there were many things she learned about her employer, including the fact that he had many personal qualities to admire. Bronson was honest about his flaws and remarkably unpretentious about his background and lack of education. He possessed a strange sort of modesty, constantly downplaying his tremendous innate intelligence and his considerable achievements. for he often used his sly charm to make her laugh against her will. In fact, he seemed to delight in provoking her until her temper began to show. Then he made her laugh in the midst of her frustration. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/ABCL. They spent many evenings together, sometimes with Rose playing at their feet as they talked, for occasionally they conversed alone into the night, after the lateness of the hour had caused Elizabeth and Paula to retire. As the coals glowed in the hearth, Bronson would ply Holly with glasses of rare wine and regale her with vulgar but fascinating tales of his own life. In return, he insisted on hearing stories of Holly's childhood, for Holly had no idea why mundane details of her past should interest him so, but he persisted in asking until she told him about ridiculous things, like the naughty childhood cousin who had once tied her long hair to the back of her chair, or the time she had deliberately dropped a wet sponge on a footman's head from an upstairs balcony. And sometimes he asked about George, about their marriage, even what it had been like to give birth. "Fune, you know I can't discuss such a thing with you," Holly protested.
Why not?
Bronson's alert black eyes were softened by the light of the fire. They were sitting in the private family parlour, a cosy jewel box of a room that was swathed in rich olive velvet. It seemed that the world outside this small, elegant room was very far away. Holly knew that it was wrong for the two of them to be secluded in this intimate atmosphere, too close, too private. For, however, she couldn't seem to make herself leave. There was a wicked part of her that wanted to stay despite the dictates of propriety. "You know very well that it's indecent," she told him. "I fault you very much for asking such a question." "Tell me," he insisted, lazily, lifting a wine goblet to his mouth. "Were you a good little soldier or a screaming banshee?" "Mr. Bronson," she threw him a look of utter rebuke. "Have you no delicacy at all, or even a thimbleful of respect for me? For I respect you more than I've ever respected another human being, my lady," he said readily. Holly shook her head, fighting the reluctant smile that pulled at her lips. "I was not a good soldier," she admitted. "It was horribly painful and difficult, and worst of all was that it only lasted 12 hours, and everyone said it was an easy birth, and I was given hardly any sympathy at all." His laughter contained a trace of delight at her rueful complaint. "Would you have had more children? For if George had lived—" "Of course, a married woman has no choice in such matters, doesn't she?" Perplexed, she met his shrewd gaze. "No, what do you mean?" ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedx.com/abclo ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processeddext.com/abclod.html. I mean, there are ways to prevent unwanted pregnancy. Holly regarded him with horrified silence. Good women shunned any discussion of such matters, for in fact the subject was so forbidden that there had never been a mention of it between she and George. Oh, there had been whispers she had inadvertently heard from other women, but she had promptly removed herself from the vicinity of such inappropriate discussion. And here was this unscrupulous man daring to say such things to her face. "Now, I truly have offended you," Bronson remarked, trying to look penitent. But she sensed the amusement lurking just beneath his facade. "For forgive me, my lady. There are times I forget someone could be so sheltered. It's time that I retired for the evening," Holly said with great dignity, deciding that her only recourse was to ignore the distasteful exchange as if it had never occurred. "Good night, Mr. Bronson." She rose to her feet, and Bronson followed immediately. "There's no need to leave," he coaxed. "I'll behave from now on, I promise. It's late," Holly said firmly, retreating to the door. "For again, sir, good night." Somehow he reached the threshold before she did, without any appearance of haste. His large hand pressed lightly on the door, closing it with a quiet click.
Stay, he murmured, and I'll open a bottle of that Rhenish wine you liked so much the other evening.
Frowning, Holly turned to face him. She was prepared to point out that a gentleman did not argue with a lady when she wished to leave, nor would it be proper for them to remain in the room with the door closed. But as she stared into his dark, teasing eyes, she found herself relenting.
If I stay, we'll find some proper subject to discuss, she said warily. Anything you like,
Came his prompt reply. Taxes, social concerns, the weather. She wanted to smile as she saw his deliberately bland expression. He looked like a wolf trying to pretend he was a sheep.
All right, then,
she said, and returned to the settee, for he brought her a fresh glass of wine, something dark and full-bodied, and she sipped the rich vintage with deep appreciation. She had come to like the outrageously expensive wines he stocked, which was unfortunate, as they would some day no longer be available to her. In the meantime, however, she might as well enjoy the benefits of residing at his estate, the wines, the beautiful artwork, and most sinfully luxurious of all, his company. For several years ago she would have been frightened of being alone with a man like Zachary Bronson. He did not treat her with the carefully protective courtesy she had always been given by her father, and the polite young gentleman who had courted her, and the impeccable man she had married. Bronson used coarse language in front of her, and discussed subjects no lady should be interested in, and did not try to conceal the more unpleasant facts of life. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.forprocesstext.com appglite.html ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/abcl.html. He kept her wineglass liberally filled as they talked, and as the night deepened, Holly curled into the corner of the settee and let her head droop to the side.
Why, I've drunk too much, she thought in surprise, and somehow did not experience the horror or embarrassment that should have accompanied such a realization.
Four ladies never drank too much, only allowed themselves a few drops of watered-down wine now and then. Contemplating her nearly empty glass in puzzlement, Holly moved to set it on the small table beside the settee. The room seemed to sway suddenly, and the glass began to tilt in her hand. Deftly, Bronson reached out, caught the wobbling crystal stem, and set it aside. For, as Holly stared at his handsome face, she felt rather light-headed and loose-tongued, and strangely relieved and free in the way she always felt when Maud had helped her out of a particularly confining gown at bedtime.
Mr. Bronson,
she said, her words seeming to float aimlessly out of her mouth. You've let me drink far too much of that wine. As a matter of fact, you encouraged me, which was very wrong of you. You're not all that intoxicated, my lady. His mouth twitched with amusement. You're just a little more relaxed than usual. The statement was patently untrue, but for some reason it reassured her. It's time I retired for the evening, she announced, lurching upward from the settee. The room seemed to spin, and she felt herself falling, sinking through the air as if she had stepped off a cliff. Bronson reached out and caught her easily, stopping the wayward tumble. Oh, Holly clutched at his forearms as he steadied her. I seem to be a trifle dizzy, thank you, for I must have tripped on something. She bent to peer fuzzily at the carpet, searching for the object that had impeded her, and she heard Bronson's soft chuckle. Why are you laughing? Holly demanded as he lowered her back to the settee. Because I've never seen anyone get so tipsy from 3 glasses of wine. She made a move to rise, but he sat beside her, preventing the half-hearted attempt at escape, for his hip was perilously close to hers, causing her to shrink hard against the back of the settee. Stay with me, Bronson murmured. The night is half gone already. Mr. Bronson? She asked suspiciously. Are you trying to compromise me? His white teeth flashed in a grin, as if he were teasing her, but there was a disturbing hot glimmer in his gaze. I could be. Why not spend the next few hours with me on this settee? Talking? She asked faintly. Among other things. For, He touched the curve of her jaw with his forefinger, leaving a streak of fire along the sensitive curve.
I promise you would enjoy it, and afterward we'll blame it on the wine. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.pratistext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.pratistext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter http hidden in
For how many times have you used that phrase in the past, I wonder?
This is the first time, he assured her easily. I rather like it, don't you?
She frowned at him. You've propositioned the wrong woman, Mr. Bronson. There are 100 reasons why I would never do that with you. Tell me a few. His black eyes were wickedly inviting. She waggled an unsteady finger in his face. For morality, decency, self-respect, the responsibility to set an example for my daughter, not to mention the fact that any indiscretion with you would make it impossible for me to stay. Interesting, he mused. Holly inched backward as he leaned over her until her head was resting heavily on the arm of the settee, and she was stretched out beneath him.
What's interesting? She asked,
drawing a deep breath and then another. The air in the room had become very warm, for her arm felt heavy as she reached up to push back a strand of hair that clung to her damp forehead. She let her elbow rest above her head, moist palm turned upward. She had drunk far too much. She was intoxicated, and while this fact did not especially bother her at present, she knew in the back of her mind that it would be a matter of great concern to her later. You listed every reason except the one that truly matters. For Bronson's face was very close, and his mouth surely the most tantalizing mouth she had ever seen, full-lipped and wide and promising, was so close that she felt his breath gently touch her cheek. The smell of his breath was pleasantly infused with wine and his own intimate flavour. You forgot to say that you don't desire me? Well, that's a given, she faltered. Is it? Rather than look offended, he seemed faintly amused. I wonder, Lady Holly, if I could possibly make you want me. Oh, I don't think. Her voice was extinguished into a feeble gasp as she saw his head lower toward hers, and her body tingled with a shock of realization. She closed her eyes tightly, waiting, and she felt his mouth descend to the delicate inside of her wrist. The velvet slide of sensation sent an erotic shiver down her arm, and her fingers twitched involuntarily. He let his mouth linger on the soft, thin skin of her wrist, encouraging the tiny pulse to beat madly. For Holly's entire body drew tight as a bow, and she wanted to lift her knees and curl around him. Her lips felt swollen and warm, tautly anticipating the pressure of his kiss. He lifted his head and stared at her with eyes as dark as hellfire. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persisttext.com/abcl ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persisttext.com/abcl reaching for something nearby. He held it before her. For the crystal wine glass glittered in the firelight, a few remaining sips of burgundy liquid swirling in the bottom. Finish the wine, he suggested softly, and let me have my way with you, and in the morning we'll both pretend that you don't remember. It frightened her, the extent to which she was tempted by the sinful offer. He was mocking her, she thought dizzily. Surely he couldn't truly be propositioning her, for he was waiting to see what her response would be, and then, no matter what she said, no or yes, he would make jest of her.
You're wicked,
she whispered. The smile had left his eyes. Yes. Breathing shakily, she passed a hand over her eyes, as if trying to clear away the wine-soaked fogginess. I want to go upstairs alone. A lengthy silence stretched between them, and then Bronson replied in a light, friendly tone, all intensity safely banked. Let me help you. For his hands cupped beneath her elbows, and he guided her to her feet. Once she had gained purchase, she found that the room had stopped its heady swaying. Relieved, Holly pushed herself away from his hard, inviting body and made her way to the door. I'm perfectly able to go to my room unescorted, she said, throwing him a beseeching glance. All right? He came to open the door for her, glancing up and down her dishevelled form. Mr. Bronson, this will be forgotten by tomorrow morning, for her voice contained an anxious, questioning lilt. He gave a short nod, watching as she sped away as fast as her wobbling knees would allow.
Like hell I will,
Zachary murmured as soon as Holly had disappeared from sight. He had gone too far with her. He had known it even as he was allowing himself to cross the invisible barriers between them. But he hadn't been able to stop himself. He couldn't seem to control his hunger for her. For it was a special agony to be placed under the power of a virtuous woman. The only consolation was that she didn't seem to understand how completely he was in her thrall. He chafed and fretted over the situation, having never experienced anything like this before. In his arrogant self-confidence, he had always known that he could seduce any woman he wanted, no matter what her station. He was even certain that he could have Holly in his bed, given enough time to melt her defences. But the moment he slept with her, he would lose her. There would be no way to convince her to stay afterward, and the extraordinary fact was he wanted her company even more than he wanted to bed her. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.prusisdext.com/abcl ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.prusisdext.com/abcl. For HTML, whenever Zack had imagined the woman that might finally capture his attention, his emotions, all his waking thoughts, he had always been certain she would be worldly, bold, his sexual equal. He had never considered the possibility of losing his heart and head to a demure widow. Inexplicably, Holly worked on him like a drug, exciting and sweet, and like a drug, her absence left him with emptiness and craving. He was no fool. It was obvious that Lady Holly was not meant for him, for better to pluck some far more available fruit on the tree. But there she hung, tempting and exquisite, always out of reach. In an effort to quench the desperate craving in his loins, Zachary had turned to other women. As a member of the most exclusive, ridiculously high-priced brothel in town, he was able to purchase a night with any beautiful prostitute of his choice. Lately he had frequented the place almost nightly, for in the evenings Zachary would experience the simmering delight of being with Holly, just looking at her, revelling in the sound of her voice. Then, when she had retired to her solitary bed, he would ride to London and spend the next several hours in complete debauchery. Unfortunately, the skill of a prostitute provided only temporary relief from his desire, for the first time in his life, he was beginning to recognize that true passion was not easily satisfied, that there was a difference between the needs of his cock and the organ that resided 2 feet above it. It was not a welcome discovery.
"You're building another house?"
Holly asked in surprise, standing beside a long library table as Bronson unrolled a set of plans and secured them at the corners with brass weights. "But where? And why?" "For I want the grandest country house England has ever seen," Bronson said. "I've bought land in Devon, 3 estates that will be merged into one. My architect has drawn up plans for the house. I want you to see them." Holly regarded him with a wry smile. Like a coward, she had pretended not to remember the strange, seductive scene that had transpired the previous evening, and to her infinite relief, Bronson did not indicate by a word or glance that anything untoward had occurred, for instead he had launched her into a discussion of one of his many developing projects. Privately, she decided that her shocking behaviour of the night before was all a result of too much wine, which she resolved to avoid in the future. "Mr. Bronson, I would very much like to see the plans, but I must warn you I am not at all knowledgeable in such matters." "Yes, you are. You know what the aristocracy admires. Tell me your opinion of the place." For his broad hand moved gently over the plans, smoothing out wrinkles and deftly weighting the paper. As Holly inspected the inked sketches of the various fronts of the house, she was very aware of Bronson standing at her side. He braced his hands on the plans and leaned over the drawings. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.prosistext.com/abc amber alic can amber lit converter http://www.prosistext.com/abcl. For HTML, Holly tried to concentrate on the plans, but she was distracted by Bronson's nearness. She couldn't help noticing the way his upper arms bulged against the seams of his coat, the way his thick black locks curled on the back of his neck, the close-shaven grain of his beard on his swarthy skin. He was fastidious without being foppish, smelling of starch and soap rather than cologne, his clothes well tailored, but cut a bit loose in an effort to conceal the swell of ungentlemanly muscles, for perhaps he was not ideally suited for the drawing-room, but there was something powerfully attractive about his sheer manliness. "What do you think?" he asked, in a low rumble. Holly concentrated for a long time before replying. "I think, Mr. Bronson," she said slowly, "that the architect has designed what he thinks you wish to see." The house was ostentatious, wasteful, and too formal by far. It jutted in heavy awkwardness from the Devon landscape, visible, yes, grand, without question, for "but elegant" and "appropriate" were not words that could ever be applied to this overweening homage to old-fashioned taste. "It's very large," she continued, "and anyone who saw it would have no doubt that the owner was a man of great means. However, you don't like it." Their gazes met as they stood close together, and Holly felt a spill of warmth inside as she stared into his intent black eyes. "Do you like it, Mr. Bronson?" she managed to ask. He grinned at the question. "For I have bad taste," he said flatly. "My only virtue is that I know it." She opened her mouth to argue the point, but closed it abruptly. When it came to matters of style, Bronson did indeed have appalling taste. A quiet laugh vibrated in his throat as he saw her expression. "Tell me what you would change about the house, my lady." Lifting a corner of the top sketch and surveying the sprawling first-floor plan beneath, Holly shook her head helplessly. "I wouldn't know where to begin. And you must have gone to great expense to have these plans drawn up. That expense is nothing compared to having the damn place built. Yes, well." Holly paused thoughtfully, chewing on her lower lip as she considered what to tell him. His gaze flickered to her mouth, and she gave an uneasy start. "Mr. Bronson, would it be too presumptuous of me to suggest another architect? Perhaps you might commission another set of plans based on a different concept, and then decide which you prefer. For I have a distant cousin, Mr. Jason Summers, who is becoming known and admired for his designs. He is a young architect with modern sensibilities, although I don't believe he's ever been given a project quite so large as this. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persistdext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persistdext.com/ABC Amber. Fine, Bronson said immediately, his gaze still on her mouth. "We'll send him to Devon at once to see what he makes of the property. For it may take some time before Mr. Summers is able to oblige you. From what I understand, his services are much in demand, and his schedule is constantly filled." "Oh, he'll go to Devon without delay, once you mention my name," Bronson assured her cynically. "Every architect dreams of landing a patron like me." Holly couldn't help laughing. "Does your arrogance know no limits?" "Wait and see," he advised. "Summers will deliver a set of plans to me within a fortnight." For, as Bronson had predicted, Jason Summers did indeed come to the estate with a bundle of sketches and partial floor plans in a remarkably short time, 16 days to be exact. "Elizabeth, I'm afraid we'll have to cut the morning lesson short today," Holly murmured, glancing out the window as she saw Summers's modest black carriage travelling along the drive toward the house. Her cousin drove himself, handling the ribbons with clear expertise. "For the architect is arriving, and your brother has insisted that I attend the meeting with them." "Well, if you must," Elizabeth said with apparent regret, shrugging her shoulders. Holly suppressed a smile, knowing that Elizabeth's sorrow at cancelling the lesson was entirely false. The girl had little patience for their current subject, the rules of correspondence. For, as an energetic young lady with a passion for riding, archery, and other physical pursuits, Elizabeth found the act of putting pen to paper exceedingly tiresome. "Would you like to meet Mr. Summers?" Holly offered. "His work is quite good, and I'm certain your brother would have no objection. Dear me, no. I've better things to do than view the sketches and scratchings of some stuffy old architect. It's just a beautiful morning. I think I'll go for a ride. Very well, for I'll see you at midday. Then, taking leave of the girl, Holly descended the grand staircase with an eager step. She found herself smiling at the prospect of seeing her distant cousin. The last time they visited had been at a family gathering at least 5 years earlier, when Jason was barely out of his teens. A warm-natured boy with a ready sense of humour and an engaging smile, Jason had always been a family favourite, for from the time he had been a small child, he had drawn and sketched compulsively, resulting in many a scolding for his perpetually ink-stained fingers. Now, however, he was in the ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.prosystext.com/abclethtml lit converter http://www.prosystext.com/abclethtml process of building a formidable reputation for his unique style of natural architecture that was designed to blend into the landscape. For Cousin Jason, Holly exclaimed, reaching the entrance hall just as he did. Summers broke into a smile the moment he saw her, stopping to remove his hat and execute a well-practiced bow. Holly was pleased to see that in the past few years Jason had grown into a wonderfully attractive man. His heavy shock of chestnut-brown hair was cut close to his head, and his green eyes gleamed with intelligence. For although he still possessed the physical lankiness of youth, he had a surprising air of maturity for a man only in his mid-20s. "My lady," Jason said in a pleasantly raspy baritone. Holly gave him her hand and he squeezed it gently. His smile turned regretful as he continued in a softer tone, "Please accept a long overdue apology for missing your husband's funeral." Holly regarded him fondly, for there was no reason for Jason to apologize, as he had been travelling the continent at the time of George's unexpected death. Since the journey had been too long for Jason to return for the funeral, he had written a letter of condolence. Sweet, a bit awkward, and wonderfully heartfelt, the letter had expressed a sincere sympathy that had touched her heart. "No apology is necessary, as you well know," she replied softly. The housekeeper, Mrs. Burney, came forward to take Jason's hat and coat. "For Mrs. Burney," Holly murmured. "Can you tell me where Mr. Bronson is at present?"
I believe he's in the library, milady.
"I will show Mr. Summers there," taking her cousin's arm. Holly guided him through the house, while he carried his plans beneath his other arm. Glancing at his surroundings as they walked, Jason emitted a sigh that combined amazement with distaste. "Incredible," he murmured. "Excess upon excess. For my lady, if this is the style that Bronson prefers, you would have done better to approach another architect. I couldn't force myself to design something like this." "Wait until you talk with Mr. Bronson," Holly coaxed. "All right." Jason smiled at her as they strolled together. "Lady Holly, I know it is because of your influence that I am here, and for that opportunity I thank you. But I must ask, what caused you to work for Bronson?" A note of amusement lightened his voice. "For, as you're no doubt aware, the family in general is not pleased." "My mother has informed me of that fact," Holly admitted with a rueful smile. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/abc.html lit converter http://www.processedtext.com/abcl. Upon being informed of Holly's plans to accept employment from Bronson, her parents had made their disapproval clear, for her mother had actually questioned her sanity, suggesting that prolonged grief had undone Holly's ability to make rational decisions. Her father, however, being an exceedingly practical man, had ceased his objections once Holly had described the trust Bronson was providing for Rose's future. As the father of 4 daughters, 3 still unmarried, he was all too cognizant of the importance of a large dowry.
Well,
Jason prompted.
it's difficult to refuse Mr. Bronson,
Holly said dryly, "for you will find out soon enough." She brought her cousin into the library where Bronson was waiting. To his credit, Jason showed no sign of intimidation at the sight of the brawny man rising from his massive chair. As Holly knew from her own experience, meeting Bronson for the first time was nothing if not memorable. Few men possessed his powerful larger-than-life presence. For had no one ever told Holly a single thing about Bronson, she would have instinctively known that he was a man who shaped not only his own fate, but the destinies of other men. Meeting Bronson's sharp black gaze directly, Jason shook his hand. "Mr. Bronson," he said in his frank, friendly way, "let me thank you at once for the invitation to your estate and for the opportunity of showing you my work."
Lady Holly is the one you should thank,
Bronson replied, "for it was her suggestion that I approach you." Holly blinked in surprise. Something subtle in Bronson's manner had implied that her suggestions, her opinions, held great value for him. To her consternation, the implication had not escaped Jason Summers' notice. He threw her a quick speculative glance, then returned his attention to Bronson.
"Let us hope that I've justified Lady Holly's faith in me, then," Jason said, hefting the bundle of drawings a bit higher beneath his arm. For Bronson indicated his wide mahogany desk, which had been cleared, and the architect spread his drawings over the polished surface. Though she had decided to remain neutral while viewing her cousin's work, Holly could not prevent a pleased exclamation as she leaned over the plans. With its romantic Gothic overtones, the house was charming but sophisticated, with an abundance of windows, long sheets of what seemed to be undivided plate glass, to bring the landscape inside. For large main rooms and airy conservatories would provide spectacular settings for parties. But there were also wings that allowed privacy and seclusion for the family. Holly hoped that Bronson would appreciate the design's unpretentious style, and that he would not make the mistake of thinking elegance was synonymous with heavy embellishment. She was certain that he would at least be pleased by the abundance of modern technology, including ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.precistext, forcom appclit.html, ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/abcl.html, running water on all floors, a large number of water closets and tiled shower bathrooms, and hot walls to give warmth and comfort in the winter. Bronson showed no expression as he stared at the plans, only asked a question or two that Jason hastened to answer. In the midst of the inspection, Holly became aware of someone entering the room, for it was Elizabeth, dressed in a smart rose-coloured riding habit, trimmed in scarlet. The clothes, with their simple but dashing cut, and the feminine froth of white lace at her throat, were especially becoming with her black curls tightly braided and topped with a scarlet hat, and her dark, heavily lashed eyes. Elizabeth looked young, fresh and exotically alluring. "For I couldn't resist having a look at the plans before I went out," Elizabeth began to say, but her voice faded as Jason Summers turned and bowed. Quickly, Holly made the introductions, watching with pride as Elizabeth returned Jason's bow with a perfectly executed curtsy. With the initial greeting concluded, they paused to study each other in a moment of brief but electric curiosity. Then Summers turned back to the table and focused his attention on a question Bronson had posed, for he seemed not to notice Elizabeth at all. Puzzled by his apparent indifference, Holly wondered how he or any other healthy young male could fail to be captivated by the girl's dazzling looks. As the girl joined them at the table, however, Holly noticed that Jason's gaze returned to Elizabeth in a rapid but thorough sweep. He was interested, Holly thought, with well-concealed amusement, but he was clever enough not to show it, for a bit piqued by the stranger's lack of attention. Elizabeth stood between Jason and Holly and inspected the plans. "As you can see," Jason murmured to Bronson, "I've tried to design a place that would be harmonious with the landscape. In other words, one couldn't merely take this house and set it somewhere else and have it look appropriate. I know what harmonious means," Bronson said with a wry smile. He continued to assess the drawings, his keen gaze noting every detail. For having some understanding of the way Bronson absorbed information,
Holly knew that in a few minutes he would have nearly as great a familiarity with the floor plans as Jason Summers himself. Bronson had an astonishing memory, although he applied it only to subjects that interested him. Elizabeth also surveyed the plans, her velvety dark eyes narrowed critically. "What is that?" she asked, pointing to a section of the drawing. "I'm not certain I like that at all." For Jason replied, in a voice that seemed a shade or two deeper than usual, "Kindly remove your finger from my plans, Miss Bronson." "Yes, but what is this misaligned thing, this odd projection?" "It's called a wing," Jason said shortly. "And those little rectangles are what we architects like to call windows and doors. ABC amber lit converter, http://www.processtext.com/abcl amber lit converter, http://www.processtext.com/abcl. Your east wing doesn't match the west wing. For someday I would love to explain why," Jason muttered in a tone that implied just the opposite. "Well, it looks lopsided," Elizabeth persisted. Their gazes met in challenge, and Holly suspected that both were secretly enjoying the exchange. "Stop provoking the man, Lizzie," Zachary muttered, ignoring the unspoken interplay. His attention was firmly secured on Holly. "What do you think of the plans, my lady?" "I think the house would be magnificent," she replied. He gave a decisive nod. "For then I'll have it built." "Not merely because of me liking for it, I hope," Holly said, vaguely alarmed. "Why not? Because you must decide on it only as a matter of following your own taste." "The plans look fine to me," Bronson replied thoughtfully, "although I wouldn't mind a tower here and there, and some crenellation." "No towers," the architect interrupted hastily. "Crenellation?" Holly asked at the same time. Then she saw the twinkle in Bronson's eyes and realized he was teasing. "For build it the way you've drawn it," Bronson advised the architect with a grin.
Just like that?
Jason asked, clearly a bit stunned by the speed of decision. "Are you certain you don't want to look over the plans in private and consider the matter at your leisure?" "I've seen all I needed to," Bronson assured him. Holly could not help smiling at her cousin's surprise. She knew that Jason had never met a man as comfortable with his own authority as Zachary Bronson. For Bronson liked to make decisions quickly, rarely wasting time to ponder difficult matters. He had once told her that while 10% of his decisions turned out to be mistakes, and another 20% usually had benign results, the remaining 70% were generally fine. Holly had no idea how he had arrived at such figures, but she had no doubt that he could support them with evidence. For it was a quirk of Bronson's that he was fond of applying numbers and percentages to every situation. He had even once calculated that his sister Elizabeth had a 10% chance of marrying a duke. ABC amber lit converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABC amber lit converter, http://www.processtext.com/ABC amber lit converter, http://www.processtext got not glock
Have you, Dop? You.
4. I calculated the number of available dukes, subtracted the ones who were too elderly or infirm, and factored in the number of lessons you'll need from Lady Holland to be presentable. I also took into consideration the number of young women on the marriage market you'll be competing with. Bronson had paused and sent a sly grin to his sister. Unfortunately, your age skewed the numbers a bit. My age? Elizabeth had cried in feigned outrage. Are you trying to say that I'm past my prime? For you're over 21, aren't you? Bronson pointed out, and deftly caught the small velvet cushion that his sister had hurled at his head. Elizabeth, a lady does not throw things when a gentleman displeases her, Holly said, laughing at the boisterous pair. May a lady crown her infuriating brother over the head with a fireplace poker? Elizabeth advanced upon Bronson in a threatening manner. Unfortunately not, Holly answered, and considering the hardness of Mr. for Bronson's head, that effort would likely have little effect. Bronson had pretended to look insulted, though a swift grin escaped him. Then how is a lady to have revenge? Elizabeth demanded. Indifference, Holly replied softly. Withdrawal. Elizabeth flopped into a chair, her long legs splayed willy-nilly beneath her skirts. I was hoping for something more painful. A bashing with an iron poker doesn't cause so much as a twinge of fear, Bronson had told his sister with a low laugh. For but Lady Holly's indifference, he pretended to shiver, as if he had suddenly been thrust into an Arctic blast. That's more punishment than any man should have to bear. Holly had shaken her head in amusement, while inwardly she had reflected that no woman could remain indifferent to a man like Zachary Bronson. There were days, however, when Bronson did not make her smile, days when he could be irascible and obstinate, venting his bad temper on everyone around him. For it seemed at times that demons drove him. Even Holly was not exempt from his jeers or sarcasm, and it seemed that the cooler and more courteous she became, the higher it drove his flames of discontent. She guessed ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedx.com/abcl-abc Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedx.com/abcl-html, that there was something he wanted but had decided was not obtainable, and whatever it was, he suffered mightily from bitter longing. For just what the something was, Whether social acceptability, or perhaps a business deal that had eluded him, was impossible to discern. Holly was certain that it was not loneliness, as Bronson did not lack for the company of women. Like the rest of the household, she was well aware of his ceaseless nocturnal activities, his frequent coming and goings, the signs of excess drinking and debauchery that showed on his face after a particularly wild evening, for his appetites for entertainment, and women began to bother Holly more and more. She rationalized that he was no different from many other men in this regard. There were many aristocratic men who behaved even worse, carousing all night and sleeping off their excesses during the daylight hours. The fact that Bronson somehow managed to roam all night and work during the day was proof of a remarkably energetic constitution. But she was not easily able to shrug off his womanizing, and in a moment of raw honesty she admitted to herself that her disapproval had far less to do with morality than her own personal feelings. The thought of Bronson in another woman's arms made her feel strangely bleak and unbearably curious. Every evening when he left the house for a night of womanizing, her imagination ran rampant, for she knew somehow that Bronson's sexual activities were different in every way from the sweet, gentle interludes she had shared with George. Although her husband had not been a virgin on their wedding night, his experience in such matters had been greatly limited. In bed, George had been respectful and kind, loving rather than lustful, and despite his warm nature, he had believed that sexual intercourse was a pleasure that should not be indulged in too often, for he had never visited her bedroom more than once a week. Such occasions had been all the sweeter and more special, never to be taken for granted by either of them. Zachary Bronson, however, had all the self-restraint of a tomcat. The way he had kissed her in the conservatory was evidence of a sexual knowledge that went far beyond her own experience or George's. Holly knew she should be repelled by this aspect of Bronson, for if only she could suppress the dreams that sometimes awakened her at night, the same tangled, erotic images that had bothered her ever since George's death. Dreams of herself being touched, kissed, held naked against a man's body, except that the images were more disturbing than ever before, because now the stranger in her dreams had a face. It was Zachary Bronson's dark features above her, his hot mouth possessing hers, his hands touching her intimately. For Holly would always wake from these dreams troubled and sweating, and she was hardly able to look at Bronson the next day without flushing scarlet. She had always thought herself above such base desires, had even felt sorry for people who seemed unable to master their physical passion. She had never been troubled by lust, but there was no other word for it, this sweet ache that sometimes overwhelmed her, this terrible preoccupation with Zachary Bronson, this awful wish that she could be one of the women he visited to satisfy his needs. 8. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processeddext.com/abcl.htl.bl http://www.processeddext.com/abcl.html. Although Holly wore a grey dress today, its drabness was relieved a bit by touches of raspberry-coloured piping at the throat and wrists. For it was the kind of garment a nun would have been comfortable in, except that there was a little 2-inch dip at the throat of her high-necked dress. The opening was shaped like a keyhole to reveal a glimpse of tender, pale skin. Just that little flash of skin was enough to send Zachary's imagination careening wildly. He had never been so riveted by a place on a woman's neck, for he wanted to press his mouth into the sweet hollow, smell her, lick her. Thoughts of the soft body beneath the smothering grey fabric were almost too much to bear. "Mr. Bronson, you seem distracted today," Holly said, and he dragged his gaze from her gown to her warm, whisky-coloured eyes. Such innocent brown eyes. He would swear that she had no idea how she affected him. Holly's soft lips tilted with a smile. "I'm aware of your reluctance to do this," she said, however, you must learn to dance, and to do it well. The Plymouth Ball is only 2 months away." "The Plymouth Ball," he repeated, arching his brows sardonically. "This is the first I've heard of it." I thought it would be the perfect occasion to give your social skills an outing. It's an annual event hosted by Lord and Lady Plymouth, always at the height of the season. I've been acquainted with the Plymouths for many years, and they are an exceedingly gracious family. For I will discreetly prevail on the Plymouths to send invitations. We'll bring Elizabeth out into society that very night, and well, there is no doubt that you will encounter many well-bred young women, one of whom might possibly capture your interest. Zachary nodded automatically, although he knew that no woman on earth could capture his interest as intensely as Lady Holland Taylor had. He must have frowned or appeared disgruntled, for Holly gave him a reassuring smile. "For I think you'll find that it's not as difficult as you might expect," she said, evidently thinking that he was worried about the dance lessons. "We'll just take things one step at a time, and if it turns out that I am not able to teach you adequately, we will consult with Monsieur Girouard."
"No dancing master,"
Zachary said gruffly, having taken an instant dislike to the man, for he had watched the dance lessons with Elizabeth the previous morning and had strongly resisted Gerard's mistaken attempt to include him in the instructions. Holly sighed as if her patience were being strained. "Your sister likes him well enough," she pointed out. "Monsieur Gerard is a very talented dancing master. He tried to hold my hand. I assure you it was with no other intention than to lead you through the steps of a quadrille. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www process text forcomapplet.html ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/absli@.html. "I don't hold hands with other men," Zachary said, and that little frog-eater looked like he was going to enjoy it. Holly rolled her eyes and let the comment pass. They stood alone in the sumptuously upholstered ballroom, the walls covered in pale green silk and acres of overwrought gilded carving. For rows of rich green malachite columns, fit for a Russian palace, filled the spaces between gold-framed mirrors that reached 18 feet in height. It seemed remarkable that the ceiling could support the weight of the 6 massive chandeliers, sparkling with carriage-loads of crystal drops, since no music was necessary for Zachary to learn the basic patterns of various dances. The musician's bower at the back of the room was empty, for Zachary saw his partner's reflection in many of the mirrors that surrounded them. Her grey gown was incongruous in such an ornate setting. What would Holly look like in a ball gown? He imagined her in some low-cut garment with bare shoulders, trimmed with the frothy stuff he had seen on women's evening dresses lately. The pretty round shapes of her breasts rising from the bodice, the glitter of diamonds on her pale skin. For her dark brown hair upswept to reveal jewelled earbobs clasped to her little ears. "Do you remember the rules of ballroom etiquette that we discussed yesterday?" he heard her ask, and he forced his attention to the business at hand. "Once I've asked a young lady to dance," he said in a sing-song tone, "I should not leave her until I've returned her to the chaperone. After the dance is finished, I ask if she will take some refreshment, for if she says yes, I find a seat for her in the refreshment room and provide everything she needs, and stay with her as long as she cares to sit there." He paused and asked with a slight scowl, "What if she wants to sit and fill her face for an hour, or even longer?" "You will remain with her until she is satisfied," Holly said, "and then you will return her to the chaperone and bow and offer thanks for the pleasure of her company. Furthermore, you must dance with the plain girls as well as the beautiful ones, and never dance more than twice with one particular partner. And, in the event of a supper dance, you must offer to escort the chaperone to the dining table and be as agreeable and charming as possible." Zachary sighed heavily. "Now on to the opening march," Holly said briskly. "When you lead the march at your own ball, you must keep the pace slow and dignified. Follow the direction of the walls, and execute the change steps at the corners." She leaned a bit closer to him and said in a conspiratorial manner, "A march is really just a walk around the room for all the ladies to display their finery. You can't make a mistake, Mr. Bronson. Just lead the couples around the sides and back through the centre of the ballroom, and try to look a bit arrogant. It should pose very little problem for you. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/abclit for HTML ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/abcl. Her gentle teasing caused a surge of pleasure inside him. The idea of performing the staid, pretentious march at a ball usually made Zachary jeer and laugh, but the notion of parading around the room to display a woman like Holly on his arm, well, that had some merit. It was a territorial statement that he rather liked, and you must never, never march with two ladies at once, Holly admonished. Why not? For one thing, the changed steps at the corners would be impossible, and for another she stopped, seeming to forget what she had been about to say as their gazes met. Blinking slowly, as if she were distracted, she forced herself to continue. It's an honor that a gentleman does to one particular lady. She reached for his arm and took it lightly. Let us proceed to the first corner. 4. They walked with great dignity, while Zachary was absurdly conscious of the sound his feet made on the gleaming parqueted floor. Upon reaching the corner, they paused while Holly explained the change steps. I will release your arm and take your hand, and you will guide me from your left side to your right. She began to execute the movement as she spoke, and Zachary obliged her, for their hands touched, and the feel of her cool little fingers sliding against his palm caused Zachary to catch his breath. Holly stopped in apparent confusion and snatched her hand back with a slight gasp. She must have felt it too, the exciting leap of sensation that resulted from the touch of their hands. Zachary stood staring at her down-bent head, dying to clasp his palms over her sleek dark hair and tilt her face upward, for he would never forget how it had felt to kiss her, the way her lips had clung to his, the sweet interior of her mouth, the vulnerable sound of her breathing. "We," Holly said unsteadily, "we should be wearing gloves. Ladies and gentlemen always wear gloves when they dance. Shall I send someone to fetch them?" Zachary was surprised by the raspiness of his own voice. "No, I suppose that won't be necessary." She took a deep breath, appearing to compose herself. "For always bring an extra pair of gloves to a ball," she murmured. "A gentleman should never offer a soiled glove to a lady." Not looking at him, she reached for his hand once more. Their bare fingers clasped for a brief electric moment, and she guided him through the changed steps. "It's been so long," he heard her say in near whisper. "I've almost forgotten how to do this. You haven't danced since George?" he asked. She shook her head in wordless response. For ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processeddraxt.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processeddraxt.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/ABC Amber List was his particular idea of hell. Zachary reflected silently, his mind and body on fire, as the lesson on marching proceeded. He was grateful for the fashionably long hem of his coat that draped over the front of his trousers. For if Holly had any inkling of how aroused he was, how close he was to crushing her against him and defiling her with his hands, mouth, and every conceivable part of his body, she would probably run screaming from the ballroom. However, the march wasn't nearly as bad as the quadrille, a tedious pattern of glissades and chassés, and all manner of foppish footwork. And the waltz turned out to be the most excruciating torment man or woman had ever devised. "For stand just a little to my right," Holly said, her thick lashes lowering over her eyes, "and put your right arm around my waist, firmly, but not too tightly. Like this?" Carefully, Zachary fitted his arm around the neat curve of her waist, feeling unaccountably awkward. He, of all men, was well accustomed to holding a woman in his arms, but this experience was different from all others. He had never touched someone as fine as she, had never wanted so keenly to please a woman. For once, her emotions were difficult to read, and he wondered if she disliked being so close to him. After all, she had been used to dancing in the slim, elegant arms of aristocratic men, not brawny, low-bred bruisers like himself. His hands felt like big paws, his feet as large and heavy as carriage wheels. Her left hand came to rest gently on his right shoulder, for his tailor had stripped every bit of padding from the shoulder of his coat in an effort to make him appear smaller. But unfortunately nothing could conceal the brutish swell of muscle. Holly took his left hand in her right. Her fingers felt dainty and crushable. She was so light and sweet in his arms that it caused a pang of yearning inside him. "The man guides his partner with this hand," she said, her face upturned. "For you mustn't hold my fingers too tightly. Your grasp must be firm and steady, but gentle. And keep your arm just a bit rounded." "I'm afraid I'm going to step on you," he muttered. "Just concentrate on maintaining the proper distance between us. If you hold me too tightly, you'll restrict my freedom of movement. If we stand too far apart, however, I have sufficient support." "I don't think I can do this," Zachary said thickly, "for you've taught me how to do the march, and I can muddle through a quadrille. Let's leave things at that." "Oh, but you must learn to waltz," she coaxed. "You'll never be able to court a girl properly if you can't waltz." His succinct reply caused her to frown in sudden determination. "Utter all the obscenities you like, Mr. Bronson. Nothing will deter me from teaching you to waltz, and if you prove to be uncooperative, I will send for Monsieur Girouard. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www for processtext.com Zacht Abgleit Abgleit .html ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com Zacht Abgleit .html. The threat of the dancing master caused his scowl to deepen. "All right, damn it. What do I do next?" A waltz is composed of 2 steps, each lasting 3 beats. Now glide backward with your left foot, a little step, mind you, then draw the right foot back a bit beyond the left and turn toward the right. To say the least, it was a struggle at first. However, as Zachary concentrated on Holly's instructions and felt her glide with him in seemingly magical conformity, his lumbering steps became a bit more assured. It helped that she moved with him so easily, turning with the slightest pressure of his hand. It helped also that she seemed to be herself, although he couldn't fathom why she should like to stumble through a waltz with him.
Keep your arm steady,
she warned, her eyes sparkling as she stared into his set face. "For you're moving it like a pump handle." As she had probably intended, the comment distracted him from counting. He raised one brow in a sardonic glance that usually withered the recipient. "All I can concentrate on at the moment, my lady, is trying not to maim you with one misplaced step." "You're doing very well, actually," she said. "Don't tell me you've never tried to waltz before." "Never." "You're surprisingly agile. Most beginners rest too much of their weight on their heels." "For boxing," Zachary said, pulling her in another half-turn. "If you have lead feet in the rope ring, there's no way to duck and dodge." Although he had not intended the comment to be amusing, Holly seemed to be greatly entertained. "I wouldn't suggest applying too many of your pugilistic skills to our dance lesson, Mr. Bronson. I should dislike to find myself engaged in fisticuffs with you." For staring into her smiling, rosy-cheeked face, Zachary experienced a painfully sweet sensation, an ache that had less to do with the body than the spirit. She was the most adorable woman he had ever known. Not for the first time, he felt acute envy for George Taylor for having been loved by her, for having the right to touch and kiss her whenever he had wanted, for having had her turn to him for all of her needs, for being loved by her still, for, from everything Zachary had been told, George Taylor had been the perfect man. Handsome, well-heeled, honourable, respectable, gentlemanly, and compassionate. It seemed that he had deserved a woman like Holly every bit as much as Zachary did not deserve her. Zachary knew that he was none of the things George had been. Everything he could offer her, including his own heart, was tainted. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedx.com/ABCL Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedx.com/abclite.html. If only were the two words that Zachary most loathed in the English language. They rattled in his brain unmercifully. If only, if only. He lost the rhythm of the waltz and stopped abruptly, causing Holly to bump into him. She gave a small, gasping laugh. "Oh, you stopped so suddenly. Muttering an apology, Zachary steadied her with his hands. Momentum had brought her small body against his, for the feel of her, even in the confining layers of her grey gown, caused his senses to riot in wild pleasure. He tried to release her, to loosen his arm, but his rebellious muscles contracted until she was caught securely against him. Her breath was rapid from exertion, and he felt the soft movements of her breasts against his chest. The moment seemed suspended in time. He waited for her to end it, to protest, but she was strangely silent, for the silken fans of her lashes lifted, revealing a stricken gaze, seared together in something that was becoming undeniably an embrace. They stared at each other with helpless fascination. Eventually Holly averted her gaze, but her warm breath wafted over his chin. His mouth felt hot, dry, and he longed fiercely to press it on hers. For he waited for the small hands on his shoulders to move, if she would raise one to his neck and urge him downward, if she would give only the slightest hint that she wanted him. But she remained frozen in his arms, neither shrinking away nor encouraging him. An unsteady sigh escaped him, and he somehow unlocked his muscles, although his tortured body screamed a silent protest. His vision was slightly blurred, for he wondered if Holly had any inkling of how close he was to snatching her up and carrying her somewhere. Anywhere. It seemed all the desire he had ever known was rushing through his body, collecting hotly in his groin. He wanted to feel her beneath him, to take his pleasure within her. And even more than that, he wanted her affection, her caresses, her whispers of love in his ears. He had never felt so much like a fool, desperately wanting something that was so clearly not for him. For all at once, a cold, clear voice in his head pointed out that what he could not get from Holly, he would get from another woman. There were hundreds of women in London who would supply all the affection he wanted for as long as he wanted. Gratefully, Zachary seized on the idea like a drowning man reaching a raft. He did not need Lady Holland Taylor. He could get someone prettier, someone wittier, someone with eyes just as warm, for there was nothing particularly special about her, and he would prove it to himself tonight, and the following night, whatever amount of time it required. "I think that is enough for today," Holly murmured, still appearing a bit dazed. "You've accomplished quite a lot, Mr. Bronson. I'm certain you'll master the waltz in very good time." Zachary responded with a bow, forcing a polite smile to his face. "Thank you, my lady. I'll see you for our next lesson on the morrow, then. For you won't be taking supper at home tonight?" He shook his head. "I've planned to see friends in town this evening. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedx.com/absolabc Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedx.com/www.processedx.com/abclabc For let her sleep in a chaste bed every night. He had no scruples about taking his own enjoyment where he could find it. Holly made her way slowly to Rose's room, where her daughter and Maud were engaged in afternoon reading and playtime. She found it surprisingly difficult to bring her thoughts under control. Her mind kept summoning images of herself, clasped in Zachary Bronson's arms, turning slowly in the mirrored ballroom, while their joined reflections shimmered around them. For being so close to him, talking and laughing intimately for more than 2 hours, had ruffled her senses unbearably. She felt troubled, anxious, unhappy about something she could not identify. She was glad the dance lesson was over. There had been a delicious, awful moment when he had held her too closely, and she had thought he might kiss her. What if he had? What would her reaction have been? She was afraid to ponder that question. Bronson appealed to something deep and primitive within her, for to a woman who had been taught that even her sexual attraction to her own husband should be contained within strict limits, the situation was alarming. She should be repulsed by Bronson's coarseness, but instead she was drawn to him. He did not treat her as a fragile doll, or as a figure of sympathy. He provoked and teased and spoke bluntly to her. He made her feel vital and alive, and much too interested in the world outside her own. For instead of refining him, she was afraid just the reverse was happening. He was changing her, and none for the better. Laughing a bit shakily, Holly passed a hand over her eyes, which felt sore and sensitive. A shower of sparks passed through her vision, and she caught her breath. "Oh, no," she murmured, recognizing the signs that heralded one of her megrims. As always, the piercing ache was appearing for no discernible reason, for perhaps if she could lie down for a little while, with a cool cloth over her forehead, she could avert the coming pain. Using the banister to aid her progress, Holly ascended the stairs, squinting against the gathering ache in her temples and the back of her neck. As she reached the suite of rooms that she and Rose shared, she heard her daughter's voice. "No, that's not a trot, Maud. That's much too slow, for this is a trot." Peeking around the doorframe, Holly watched as her daughter sat on the carpeted floor with the blonde maidservant, the two of them surrounded by toys. Rose was holding one of the toys Bronson had given her, a little horse covered in leather. The horse had a cunning tail, a mane made of real horsehair, and bright glass eyes. It pulled a miniature carriage, and a group of dolls passed buildings fashioned of blocks and books. "Where are they going, darling?" Holly asked softly. "For to the park or to the shops on Regent Street." ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.persistext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.persistext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.persistext.com/ABCL. Rose looked up with a smile, her dark curls bouncing. "Mamma," she exclaimed, and returned her attention to the trotting horse. "They're going to the steel refinery." "The steel refinery," Holly repeated with amusement. A wry smile appeared on Maud's round face. "Yes, milady, Mr. For Bronson has been telling Rose about the lives of working people and what they do at the refineries and factories he owns. I tried to tell him that a child has no need of hearing such things, but he paid me no heed." Holly's first instinct was to be annoyed with Bronson. He had no right to talk to a sheltered child about the circumstances of the working class. For, on the other hand, it had never occurred to Holly that her daughter was growing up without an understanding of the differences between rich and poor, and why some people lived in fine homes while others lived in the streets and went hungry. "I suppose," she said hesitantly, "that's not a bad thing. Rose should know a little something about the world, that most people's lives are different from her own." She rubbed her aching forehead as the pain intensified to continuous jabs. For the first time, she realized that Zachary Bronson was becoming more real, more influential to her daughter than George ever would. Bronson had played hunt the slipper and hide and seek with Rose, and had sampled the jam that she helped the cook make one rainy afternoon, and built her a house of playing cards as they sat on the floor in front of the fire. Things her father would never be able to do with her. Bronson never ignored Rose or dismissed her questions as silly, for in fact he treated her as if she were equally valuable, if not more so, as any other member of the household. Most adults regarded children as merely half-formed people, undeserving of rights or privileges until they came of age. But Bronson was clearly fond of the child, and Rose was in turn becoming fond of him. It was another unexpected facet of a situation that bothered Holly on many levels. "Oh, milady," Maud said, staring at her intently. "It's your megrims, isn't it? For you're all white, and ye look ill down to your toes." "Yes." Holly let the doorframe support most of her weight and smiled wretchedly at her daughter. I'm so sorry, Rose. I promised to take you for an afternoon walk, but I can't today. Are you sick, Mama? The little girl's face wrinkled with concern, and she jumped to her feet. She came to Holly and hugged her around the waist. You should take your medicine, she instructed, sounding like a miniature adult. And draw the curtains together and close your eyes. Smiling despite her growing misery, Holly allowed the small tugging hand to guide her to her bedroom. Swiftly Maud pulled the heavy drapes closed, extinguishing all trace of light, and helped Holly to undress. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/ABCL ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/ABCLHDC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com ABCL Do. We have the tonic that Dr. Wentworth left the last time? For Holly whispered, flinching as Maud unfastened the buttons at the back of her gown. The slightest movement in the room caused her head to throb violently. When she had had her last attack of megrims at the Taylor household, the family doctor had given her a bottle of tonic that had sent her into merciful oblivion.
Of course,
Maud murmured, having enough experience with Holly's occasional megrims to keep her voice very soft.
I would never have left it behind, milady.
For I'll fetch ye a nice big spoonful as soon as you're settled in bed. Thank God. Holly let out a whimpering sigh. What would I do without you, Maud? Thank you. Thank you for coming here to the Bronsons' estate with us. I wouldn't have blamed you for staying with the Taylors. And let you and Rose come to this outlandish place alone? Maud's low murmur was threaded with a smile. Truth be told, milady, I rather like it here. For the dress slipped to the floor, followed by a set of light stays and her stockings, left only in her chemise and pantaloons. Holly crawled into bed. She bit her lips to stifle a groan of discomfort and eased herself back to the pillow. Maud, she whispered, you've had so little time off. I'll remedy that when I'm better again.
Don't ye worry about a thing,
the stout maid soothed. Just rest your head, and I'll be back with your medicine. For dressed in a crisp blue coat and grey trousers, with a fresh black silk cravat wrapped around his throat, Zachary strode down the grand staircase as he headed out for his evening's entertainment. His mood was one not of anticipation, but determination. All the sensations roused from the afternoon's dance lesson still seethed in his body, demanding to be sated. He was primed for a good hard romp with a willing woman, and after that perhaps a few hours of cards and drinking, for anything to help him forget how it had felt to hold Holly in his arms. As he reached the landing midway down the stairs, however, his rapid steps slowed and halted at the sight of the disconsolate figure of Rose sitting on one of the carpeted steps. The sight of her, like a prim little doll in her ruffled muslin dress, plump calves encased in thick white stockings, tiny hands filled with her ever-present button-string, made him smile. For how different she was from the way his sister Elizabeth had been at this age. Rose was well-mannered, introspective, sweetly earnest, whereas Elizabeth had been a spirited little hellion. Holly had done a splendid job so far of sheltering her daughter in a safe, well-ordered existence, but in Zachary's opinion, Rose needed the influence of a father, for someone to help her understand about the world beyond park railings and neat brick-walled gardens, about children who did not wear clothes with lace collars, and people who toiled and sweated for their bread, about the ordinary business of living. However, Rose was not his daughter, and it was not his right to venture any opinions about her upbringing. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.brewprocessedtext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.preprocessedtext.com/abcl ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/abcl for HTML. He stopped a few steps beneath her and stared at her quizzically. Princess, he said with a smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. Why are you sitting here by yourself? Rose heaved a sigh, her pudgy hands sifting through the glittering buttons on the string. Locating her favourite, the perfume button, she lifted it to her nose and smelled. I'm waiting for Maud, she said glumly. She's giving Mamma her medicine, and then we're to take supper in the nursery. For medicine, Zachary repeated, frowning. Why in hell did Holly have need of medicine? She had been perfectly fine not 2 hours ago when they had ended their dance lesson. Had she met with some kind of accident? For her megrims? The child rested her chin in her hands, and now there's no one to play with. Maud will try, but she's too tired to be much fun. She'll put me to bed early. Oh, I don't like it when Mamma is ill. For Zachary regarded the child with a thoughtful scowl, wondering if it was possible for someone to develop megrims, an incapacitating case of them, in a mere 2 hours. What had caused them? All thoughts of his evening activities vanished abruptly. "Princess, you stay here," he muttered. "I'm going to visit your mother, will you?" Rose looked at him hopefully. "Can you make her better again, Mr. Bronson?" For the innocent faith in the question somehow twisted his heart and made him laugh at the same time. He reached down and clasped his hand gently over the top of her dark head. "I'm afraid not, Rose, but I can make certain she has everything she needs." He left her and ascended the stairs 2 at a time. Reaching Holly's room just as Maud was exiting, he noted the tension and concern on the maid's face. The peppery sting of anxiety filled his chest. For Maud, he said gruffly, "What the devil is the matter with Lady Holland?" Quickly the heavy-set blonde jerked a finger to her lips in a signal to keep quiet. "One of her megrims again, sir," she said in a whisper. "They come on very quick-like, and any sound or smell or light causes her dreadful pain." "What brings them on?" "I don't know, sir. She's had them every now and again ever since Mr. Taylor passed on to his reward. For it usually lasts a day, perhaps a bit more, and then she's back to herself." "I'll send for a doctor," Zachary said decisively. Maud shook her head at once. "Pardon, sir, but there's no need for that. Lady Holland has seen a specialist, and he said there's no cure for her kind of megrims, just to rest and take her medicine until she feels better. ABC Amber Lit Converter http www.procestext.com/ab slay amber lit converter http www.procestext.com/abcl amber lit converter http www.procestext.com/abcl. For HTML, I'm going to see her. The maid's broad face registered instant alarm. "Oh, sir, I do wish ye wouldn't trouble her. Lady Holland isn't fit to speak with anyone. She's in misery, and the medicine makes her a bit out of her head. And she's not well. She's not properly attired." "I won't trouble her, Maud. Now go tend to Rose. She's sitting on the stairs by herself." Ignoring the maid's protests, Zachary pushed his way past the door and entered the bedroom. For blinking, he let his eyes adjust to the darkness and shadows. He could hear the strange sound of Holly's breathing. A faint, sickly sweet scent hovered in the air, and he sniffed curiously. Making his way to the bedside, he found a bottle and a sticky spoon at the night table. Touching his finger to the spoon, he brought it to his lips and discovered the taste of opiate-laced syrup. Holly stirred beneath the light sheet, sensing someone's presence in the room, for her eyes and forehead were covered with a damp cloth. "Maud," she whispered. Zachary hesitated before replying. "I thought you would come away from our dance lesson with your feet hurting," he murmured, "not your head." The soft rumble of his voice caused her to twitch. "Oh, Mr. Bronson, you must leave at once." She spoke groggily, clearly under the influence of the opiates. "For I'm not dressed, and this tonic sometimes makes me say things I don't usually mean to say. In that case, I insist on staying." A faint gasp of laughter escaped her. "Please don't make me laugh, hurts dreadfully." Zachary lowered himself into the chair that had been placed by the bedside. The creak it made as it bore his weight made Holly flinch. For us, his gaze adapted to the lack of light. He stared at the luminous whiteness of her shoulders and the sweet curve where her throat flowed into the slope of her chest. "That medicine you're taking is full of opium, sweet lady. I would hate to see you become addicted to it. I've seen the healthiest of men turn into walking skeletons that way." "It's the only thing that helps," she murmured, her mind clearly fogged with pain and drugs. "I'll sleep for a day or so, then the megrims will go away. For no lessons tomorrow." "Forgive me. Damn the lessons," Zachary said softly. "Your language," she reproved with a weak sigh. "How do the megrims start? Did I do something earlier?" "No, no, never. A reason. I start to see sparks and flashes. The pain starts on one side of my head or my neck. It spreads until I'm sick and nauseous everywhere. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.persisttext.com/abclabc Amber Lit Converter, http://www.persisttext.com/abcl. For HTML, cautiously Zachary moved to the mattress and sat beside her. Holly mumbled a protest as she felt the bed give beneath him. "Mr. Bronson, please leave me in peace." Zachary slid his fingers beneath her neck. The area between her nape and the base of her skull was so tight that he could feel the hard, contracted bands of muscle. Holly moaned at the exquisite pain of his touch. Using the fingertips of both hands, he rubbed the knotted muscles with extreme gentleness. For a tear leaked out from beneath the cloth covering her eyes, and she released a quivering breath. "Does this help?" Zachary whispered after a minute, feeling some of her tension ease. "Yes, a little. Shall I stop?" Immediately one of her hands came to his wrist, her fingers curling around the side of it. "No, don't stop." He continued to massage her neck in silence, while her breathing deepened and lengthened until he thought she might have gone to sleep. For after a while she surprised him by speaking. Her voice blurred and soft. The megrims started after George passed away. First one happened when I spent a day reading letters. People were so kind. They shared their memories. Everyone said how surprised they were. No one surprised as I, though. Her tone was absent, detached, as if she spoke from the heart of a dream. Such a healthy man. Not quite so robust as you, but still very fit. Then the fever came, and George could keep nothing down but tea. For he took to his bed for a week. He lost weight so quickly. The bones stood out on his face. The second week I became frightened when his mind began to wander. He seemed to know he was dying. He began to prepare. One day he sent for his dearest friend, Ravenhill, known since boyhood. He made Ravenhill and me promise. She sighed, seeming to float away in memory. "What promise?" Zachary asked, staring at her lax mouth intently. "What did he make you promise?" "Doesn't matter," Holly mumbled. For I told him yes, anything to give him peace. I asked for one last kiss. He did, the sweetest kiss, though he was too weak to hold me. A little later his breathing changed. The doctor said it was the death rattle. I held George in my arms and felt the life pass out of him, held him for a long time, till he was no longer warm. Zachary released her neck and drew the sheet protectively over her bare shoulders.
I'm sorry.
He whispered. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/abcl. For HTML, ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedtext.com/abclay.html. Later I was angry with him. Holly confessed, catching at his hand in a childlike gesture. "I've never told that to anyone." He was very still, enclosing her fingers in a gentle grip. "Why angry, sweet? Because George didn't fight at all. He just slipped away, accepted it like a gentleman. Just slipped away and left me. Wasn't in his nature to fight. How could I blame him for that? But I did." For I would have fought, Zachary thought, sternly locking the words inside himself. I would have gone toe to toe with the devil himself to stay with you and Rose. I would go down howling and kicking before I let go of what I had. A weary smile touched her lips. Now you know what a bad woman I am. Zachary remained leaning over her, watching as she drifted to sleep. She was the best woman he had ever known, for his entire being was consumed with one wish, that he could somehow protect her from ever knowing another moment of unhappiness. He fought against the feeling she roused in him, this awful tenderness, but it spread until it had infiltrated every part of him. The desire to go out and find solace in another woman's body had vanished completely. All he wanted was to stay here in this dark room, guarding the sleep of Lady Holland Taylor, while she dreamed of her dead husband. For sorely troubled, Zachary moved off the bed. On impulse, he took Holly's limp hand and lifted it reverently to his lips. He kissed the backs of her fingers, the tender hollow of her palm. Nothing had ever felt as good as the silken texture of her skin against his mouth. Setting her hand onto the covers with great care, Zachary cast a last wretched glance at her before leaving the room. He had to get out of this place, his own home. He felt confined, trapped, suffocated. Master? For Maud waited in the centre of the hallway, staring at him with patent suspicion.
Where is Rose?
Zachary asked curtly. She is in the family parlour playing with Mrs. and Miss Bronson. Maud frowned uneasily. If I may ask, sir, what did you do in Lady Holland's room for so many minutes? I ravished her while she was unconscious, he said gravely. It took a little longer than I expected, Mr. Bronson, the maid exclaimed in outrage. That is a wicked thing to say. For settle your feathers, he said, with a faint smile. I merely stayed with Lady Holly until she went to sleep. You know I would slit my own throat before causing her any harm. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/ABC Amber Lit gazed at him speculatively.
Yes, sir, she said after a moment. I believe I do know that.
For the maid's remark caused Zachary to wonder uncomfortably if his feelings for Holly were becoming that obvious. Damn it, he thought savagely, and brushed past her as he strode away, overwhelmed by the need to escape. 9. There were clubs in London to suit any interest clubs for gentlemen who were avid sportsmen, politicians, philosophers, drinkers, gamblers, or skirt chasers. There were clubs for the rich, the newly arrived, the intelligent, or the well-born. For Zachary had been invited to join innumerable clubs that welcomed professional gentlemen, including highly successful merchants, barristers, and entrepreneurs. However, he did not want to belong to one of those. He wanted to join a club that had no desire to accept him, a club that was so exclusive and aristocratic that members were allowed only if their grandfathers had once been admitted. Marlowe's was the goal he had finally settled on, for at Marlowe's a man had only to snap his fingers for something, a drink, a dish of caviar, a woman, and it was brought to him with discreet alacrity, always the best quality goods, in the finest surroundings, with never a mention of a man's preferences made to the outside world. The exterior of the club was unremarkable. It was located near the end of St. James's Street, one of a long line of gentlemen's retreats, for the white stone and stucco facade was classical in design, pedimented and symmetrical, and far from imposing. However, the interior was solidly, expensively English, every wall and ceiling covered in freshly rubbed mahogany, the floors plushly carpeted with a pattern of large octagons of crimson and brown. The leather furniture was heavy and sturdy, and the richly subdued light was spread by wrought-iron lamps and sconces, for it had been designed to make a man feel comfortable, with nary a flower or frieze to be seen. Marlowe's was the Olympus of clubs, with some families applying for generation after generation without success. It had taken Zachary 3 years to gain entrance, with his signature mixture of financial extortion, bribery, and behind-the-scenes manipulations. He had managed to get himself admitted, not as a member, but as a permanent guest who might come and go whenever he pleased. For there were too many aristocrats whose business affairs were entwined with his, men who would lose their fortunes if he began to play with market forces. He had also bought up the debts of a few foolhardy lords, and he had not hesitated to hold those debts over their heads like a whip. Zachary had enjoyed presenting key members of Marlowe's with the choice of losing everything or allowing a mongrel such as himself to patronize the club, for most of them had unwillingly voted to allow him guest status, but there was no mistaking their keen collective desire to be rid of him. He didn't care. He took perverse enjoyment in relaxing in one of the deep leather armchairs and ABC amber lit converter http://www.persistext.com/ABC amber lit converter http://www.persistext.com/ABCL rustling a newspaper before him as the other men did, and warming his feet at the great stone fireplace. For tonight, Zachary especially enjoyed inflicting his presence on the club. Even George Taylor wouldn't have been welcome here, he thought darkly. In fact, the Taylors had probably never thought to apply for Marlowe's their blood, though blue wasn't quite blue enough, and God knew they hadn't the money. But Zachary had managed it, even if he was only a permanent guest, and not quite a member. And now that he had forcibly wedged himself into the upper strata of society, he had made it just a little easier for the next fellow to climb the ladder after him. It was what the aristocrats feared most, that their ranks would be invaded by arrivistes, that their fine lineages would some day no longer be enough to distinguish them. For as Zachary sat before the fireplace and moodily contemplated the dancing flames, a wolf pack of 3 young men approached him, 2 seating themselves in nearby chairs, one standing in an insolent posture, with one hand braced on his hip. Zachary glanced at the one who stood next to him and suppressed a contemptuous sneer. The Earl of Warrington was a self-important ass who hadn't much to recommend him except a distinguished lineage. For upon the recent death of his father, Warrington had inherited a fine title and name, 2 handsome estates, and a mountain of debt, much of it incurred by his own youthful follies. Evidently the old Earl had found it difficult to curtail his son's wild spending, much of it done to impress companions that were hardly worth the effort. Now the young Warrington had surrounded himself with friends who fawned and flated him constantly, thereby increasing his sense of superiority. For Warrington, Zachary muttered, barely inclining his head. He acknowledged the other 2, Turner and Enfield, without enthusiasm. "Bronson!" the young Earl said with deceptive friendliness. "What a pleasant surprise to find you here." Warrington was a large, well-built man with a long, narrow face, clearly an aristocratic face, if not exactly a handsome one. He stood and moved with the physical confidence of a man who was proficient in athletics and sporting. "For the club has not been graced with your presence for many weeks now," he continued. "One assumes you have been kept very busy with the new circumstances in your home." "To what circumstances are you referring?" Zachary asked softly, although he knew exactly in what direction the conversation was heading. "Why, everyone in London knows of your new cher amie, the exquisite Lady Holland. May I compliment you on your remarkable and rather surprising show of good taste? For congratulations, my fortunate fellow." "No, congratulations are in order," Zachary said shortly. "There is no intimate relationship, nor will there be." Warrington raised his dark brows as if he were confronted with an obvious falsehood. "The so-called lady is residing under your roof, Bronson. Do you take us all for fools? ABC amber lit converter http://www.persistext.com/absolute at html ABC amber lit converter http://www.persistext.com/absolute for HTML under the same roof as my mother and sister," Zachary pointed out evenly, though inwardly his temper had exploded into cold, lethal flame. "To lend instruction and advice to the family." Warrington laughed nastily, revealing a set of long, uneven teeth. "Oh, I'm certain there is a great deal of instructing going on concerning how a fine lady prefers to be bedded, perhaps." Warrington's companions chuckled at his lame wit, for Zachary remained in his chair, appearing relaxed in spite of the burst of icy rage in his chest. He was making yet another unwelcome discovery, that any slight upon Lady Holland Taylor was sufficient to make him want to commit murder. He had known when he and Holly had signed their infernal contract of employment that there would be rumours. Even Holly had recognized the certain damage to her reputation, for at the time the idea had not bothered Zachary very much. He had been too intent on getting what he wanted. Now, however, it bothered him exceedingly. He felt little flames exploding behind his eyeballs.
"Retract the comment,"
He said softly.
"and add an apology while you're at it."
Warrington smiled, clearly pleased that his arrow had hit its mark.
"And if I don't, I'll beat it out of you," Zachary replied in deadly earnest. "A boxing match? Excellent idea."
For there was no doubt that it was what Warrington had wanted all along. "If I best you, you'll give me your word that you'll leave the club immediately and never enter the place again. And if you emerge the victor, I'll come forth with a retraction and apology."
"And one more thing,"
Zachary said, staring at the top button of Warrington's finely tailored coat. All the buttons on the garment were large and gold, engraved with the family insignia. For, however, the top one was adorned with a large sparkling white diamond that appeared to be at least 2 carats in weight. "If I win, I'll take that diamond button as well."
What?
Warrington wore a perplexed expression. "Deuced strange request. What the devil do you want that for? Call it a memento," Zachary replied. The Earl shook his head, as if he suspected he was dealing with a madman. "Very well. Shall we make arrangements for the morning?"
No.
For Zachary had no intention of allowing the coxcomb and his cronies to publicise the event all over London, or to cast further aspersions on Lady Holly's honour. The matter would be resolved expediently. He stood and flexed his hands with anticipation. "We'll do it now in the club cellar. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processeddext.com/absilly@base www.processeddext.com/absilly Lot Warrington seemed momentarily perturbed by Zachary's cold, deliberate manner. For I can't do it right now without any sort of preparation. There's a difference between a properly arranged match and a common street brawl. Not that you would understand such distinctions." Suddenly Zachary smiled. "I understand that you want to make a show of your boxing skills and dispatch my ass from the club once and for all. You have your chance, Warrington. But it will happen here and now, or else we'll declare a forfeit." "No forfeit," Warrington retorted, "for I'll come to scratch whenever and wherever you desire." He turned to one of his companions. "Enfield, will you stand as my second?" His friend nodded at once, clearly pleased to have been asked. Warrington glanced at his other companion. "Turner, I suppose that means you'll have to stand for Bronson." Turner, a pudgy, round-faced fellow with overlong reddish-brown locks that straggled to his shoulders, frowned and folded his short arms across his chest. For it was apparent that performing the duties of a second for Bronson, remaining in the corner of the rope ring to encourage and assist him, was none too appealing for Turner. Bronson threw him a jeering smile. "Don't trouble yourself, my lord," he muttered. "I have no need of a second." To all their surprise, a new voice entered the conversation. "I'll serve as your second, Bronson, if I may." Zachary stared in the direction of the dry, cultured voice, and saw a man seated in a corner chair. For setting aside the fresh-pressed edition of the Times, the man stood and approached him. The newcomer was tall and lean and blonde, looking the way aristocrats were supposed to look, but somehow never did. Zachary studied him thoughtfully, having never seen him at Marlowe's before. With his cool grey eyes, wheat blonde hair, and perfectly sculpted features, he was handsome, princely, even. His self-contained air and the watchful intelligence of his expression brought the image of a golden hawk to mind. For Varden, Lord Ravenhill, the man said, extending his hand. Zachary shook his hand, discovering the man had a hard, solid grasp. The sound of the name triggered something in the back of his mind. Ravenhill? Ravenhill? The name Holly had spoken just a few hours ago in her drugged reminiscences of George. Ravenhill was the name of George Taylor's closest friend, a man so trusted and valued that he had been present during the last hours of George's life. Was this the same man? For why would he volunteer as Zachary's second for a fistfight? And what did Ravenhill think of the fact that George's beloved wife was now employed by a commoner like himself? Zachary stared into the man's remote silvery grey eyes, but could discern not a single emotion. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.prosystext.com/abc latch html lit converter http://www.prosystext.com/abcl y offer to stand for me. Zachary asked, fascinated, despite himself. My reasons are my own. For studying him for a moment longer, Zachary gave a short nod. Fine then, let's go. Heads turned, and papers rustled quietly as the members of Marlowe's watched the odd procession. Realizing that some sort of altercation was about to take place, several men rose and followed as the fighters went toward the cellar stairs at the back of the club. As they descended the dark, narrow steps, Zachary caught snatches of the whispered conversation between Warrington and his companions ahead of them. For, I think you're a fool for taking on bloody huge bastard, Turner muttered. Knows nothing of technique or discipline, just a street animal, came Warrington's sneering reply. Zachary smiled with dark amusement. Perhaps Warrington had a great deal of technique and discipline. Perhaps he had undergone years of pugilistic training that all amounted to nothing compared to the experience Zachary had gained by standing on a street corner and taking on all comers. For how many days and nights had he fought for every shilling he could get, knowing that his own mother and sister would have no food or bed to sleep in if he was defeated? Fighting had never been entertainment to him. It was survival. It was his way of life. And to Warrington, it was merely a sport. Don't underestimate him, came Ravenhill's quiet voice behind him, as if Zachary's thoughts were somehow transparent to him. Warrington's got a blistering right and more speed than you might expect, for I fought him a few times at Oxford, and always got the stuffing knocked out of me. They reached the cellar, which was cool, dimly lit, and musty. The dirt floor was slightly damp, and the stone walls were green and slick. Endless rows of wine shelves filled half the cellar, but there was still enough room for the business at hand. For as Zachary and Warrington removed their coats and shirts, the seconds walked off the measurements of the ring and drew 2 furrows, 1 foot apart, in the centre of the area. Ravenhill spoke briskly, outlining the terms of the match. London prize ring rules, each round to last until some part of a man's body touches the ground. At the end of each round, each man returns to his corner, rests for 30 seconds, and in 8 seconds comes back to toe the mark again, for voluntarily dropping to a knee will result in forfeit. He glanced from Zachary's set face to Warrington's determined one. Have I forgotten anything, gentlemen? Yes, Warrington said, staring at Zachary accusingly, as if expecting him to cheat. No headlocks, Ravenhill replied before Zachary had a chance. Headlocks are perfectly legal, my lord. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persistdext.com/ab/ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.persistdext.com/ab/. For HTML. That's all right, Zachary said evenly, yanking off his cravat. I won't do headlocks if he doesn't want them. He knew what Warrington feared, that he might capture his head in an unbreakable hold and smash every bone in his face. A gentlemanly concession, Mr. Bronson, Ravenhill remarked, seeming to understand how it annoyed Warrington to hear the word gentlemanly applied to his opponent. Very well, then, no headlocks. 4. He extended his arms to receive Zachary's shirt, coat, waistcoat, and cravat, folded the garments as deftly as a valet, and set them on a wine shelf. As the two bare-chested men turned to confront each other, Zachary saw Warrington's eyes widen with patent dismay. "Christ!" Warrington said, unable to restrain the exclamation, "Have a look at him. He's a damned ape." Zachary had been long accustomed to such comments, for he knew what his body looked like. His torso rippled with muscle, scarred in some places, his arms bulging, his neck 17 inches around, and his chest thickly carpeted with black hair. It was a body meant for fighting or for hard labour in fields and factories. Warrington, by contrast, had a lean but lanky form, with unmarked skin and trim muscles displayed by a nearly hairless chest. Ravenhill smiled for the first time, revealing a flash of even white teeth. "For I believe they used to call Bronson the butcher," he informed Warrington, then turned to Zachary with an inquiring arch of his brow. "Isn't that correct?" In no mood to share his humour, Zachary nodded shortly. Ravenhill's attention returned to Warrington, and he spoke more soberly. "I might be able to persuade Mr. Bronson to abandon the fight, my lord, if you'll agree right now to retract your comment about Lady Holland." Warrington shook his head with a sneer. "For I'll offer no respect to a lady abiding under his roof." Ravenhill sent a glance of cold encouragement to Zachary. It appeared that any insult to Holly offended him nearly as much as it did Zachary. As Ravenhill passed him on the way to the corner, he muttered something between his teeth. "Take his damned head off, Bronson." Quietly, Zachary went to the mark and waited for Warrington to do the same. For they faced each other and adopted the traditional fighter's stance: left leg forward, left arm in front, elbow bent, knuckles at eye level. Warrington opened the fight with a stinging left jab and circled to the left, while Zachary immediately gave ground. Soon Warrington unloaded more left jabs, followed by a right uppercut. Although the right failed to connect, Warrington's companions began to whoop with jubilation, clearly excited by his aggressiveness. For Zachary allowed Warrington to set the pace. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedx.com/ab/ab/Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processedx.com/ab/HTTML, merely retreating and defending himself while Warrington unleashed a series of body shots. The blows hit solidly on Zachary's ribs, but it was the kind of pain he had long been impervious to, after years of bludgeoning and pounding. For, in return, he delivered only a series of light jabs designed to irritate and test his opponent's range. Finally, when Warrington's sweating face was adorned with a triumphant smirk, and Turner and Enfield were cheering lustily in premature victory, Zachary threw a 3-shot combination, followed by a hard right cross that caught Warrington squarely in the eye. Warrington staggered backward, clearly stunned by the power and speed of the blows. For the men were instantly silenced, as Warrington's legs buckled and he fell to his knees, before scrambling to rise again. "End of the round," came Ravenhill's call, and Zachary went to his corner. He was beginning to sweat from exertion, and he brushed his hand impatiently at the wet locks of hair that fell over his forehead. "Here," Ravenhill said, giving him a clean wine towel, and Zachary blotted his face. For Warrington retreated to his own corner, while Enfield wiped his face and offered advice. "Don't toy with him for long," Ravenhill murmured, smiling, although his grey eyes remained cool. "There's no need to drag this business out, Bronson." Zachary handed back the towel. "What makes you think I'm toying with him? It's clear the fight is yours to finish whenever you choose, but be a gentleman about it. Make your point succinctly and have done with it." For 30 seconds had passed, and Zachary returned to the centre mark for the next round. It annoyed him that Ravenhill saw through him so easily. He had indeed been planning to prolong the fight, taunting and humiliating Warrington with his superior prowess. He had intended to give the spoiled aristocrat a lengthy, painful thrashing that turned every inch of him black and blue. Instead, Ravenhill wanted him to end the fight soon and allow Warrington to walk away with a bit of pride left. For Zachary knew that the recommendation was indeed the gentlemanly thing to do, but it aggravated him sorely. He didn't want to be a gentleman. He wanted to be merciless and strip away every modicum of Warrington's vanity. Warrington came at him with renewed vigour, planting his feet and delivering 3 right-hand uppercuts that caught Zachary on the chin and snapped his head back. Zachary followed with 2 hard rib shots and a whip-like left hook to the head. For the blasting blow rocked Warrington back on his heels, and he did a quick 2-step to stay on his feet. Retreating, circling, Zachary waited until the other man approached once more, and they traded blows until Zachary landed a powerful straight left to the jaw. Dazed, Warrington fell to the floor and cursed as he tried to lurch to his feet. Enfield called for the end of the round, and both opponents retreated to their corners. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com abglit. For HTLPL ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/abslete.html. Zachary swabbed at his face with a damp wine towel. He was going to be sore on the morrow. Warrington had blackened his left eye and bruised the right side of his chin. Warrington was not a bad fighter, actually. One had to give him credit for being busy in the ring, not to mention determined. However, Zachary not only outmatched him in power, but was far more experienced, delivering fewer but infinitely more effective blows. For good work, Ravenhill said quietly. Zachary wanted to snarl that he didn't need or want his damned approval, nor did he need the bastard's instructions on how to fight like a gentleman. However, he kept his fury in check, suppressing the emotion until it simmered coldly in his belly. Returning for the 3rd round, Zachary tolerated a rapid flurry of shots from Warrington, who was already tiring. For dodging at least half the blows, Zachary experienced the familiar sensation of settling in for the fight, reaching the plateau on which he could last for hours. He could box like this all day, without requiring rest. It would be easy to keep Warrington occupied until the other man simply dropped in exhaustion. However, Zachary went in for the kill and landed a 5-shot combination that sent Warrington to the ground. For clearly bewildered, shaking his head in a useless effort to clear it, Warrington remained down. Turner and Enfield screamed at him to rise again, but he spat some bloody saliva and held up his hands in refusal. "Can't do it," he muttered. "Can't." Even when Enfield came forward to lift him up and lead him to the centre again, Warrington refused. For although Zachary would have liked to have inflicted further damage, he was mildly placated by the sight of Warrington's bruised and battered face, and the way he held his ribs in obvious discomfort. "Match is finished," Warrington said out of one side of his swollen mouth. "I cede to Bronson." After taking a minute or 2 to regain his strength, Warrington came forward and faced Zachary. "My apologies to Lady Holland," he said, while his companions complained and grumbled loudly. "For I retract every word I said about her." He turned to Enfield. "Cut off the top button of my coat and give it to him." "But what's he going to do with it?" Enfield complained, glaring at Zachary. "I don't give a damn," Warrington replied curtly. "Remove the blasted thing." Turning back to Zachary, he extended his hand. "Bronson, you've got a head like an anvil. I suppose that makes you fit company for the rest of us." For Zachary was surprised by the gleam of friendly amusement in the other man's eyes. Slowly he reached out and shook Warrington's hand, the grip ginger in regard for both sets of sore knuckles. The gesture meant that Warrington recognized Zachary as an equal, or at least as someone whom he considered an acceptable member of the club. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedxt.com/abcl amber lit converter http://www.processedxt.com/abcla. For HTML, you've got a good right cross, Zachary replied gruffly. As good as any I took in my prize-fighting days. Despite his swollen mouth, Warrington smiled, apparently pleased by the compliment. Returning to Ravenhill, Zachary towelled off and donned his clothes, buttoning his shirt with difficulty and leaving his waistcoat unfastened. "Allow me," Ravenhill offered, but Zachary shook his head irritably, for he hated to be touched by other men, even to the extent of refusing the services of a valet. Ravenhill shook his head and smiled slightly. As mild-tempered as a wild boar, he commented in a cool, dry tone. "How in God's name did you get Lady Holland to agree to it?" "Agree to what?" Zachary asked, although he knew exactly what Ravenhill meant. "The shy, gentle lady I knew 3 years ago would never have agreed to work for you. She would have been terrified of you. For maybe she's changed," Zachary muttered coldly. "Or maybe you didn't know her as well as you thought you did." He saw the dislike in the other man's remote grey eyes, and he experienced a strange commingling of emotions. Triumph, because Holly was indeed living with him and her life was entwined with his in a way it had never been with this superior aristocrat's. And jealousy, bitter stinging jealousy, because this man had known her before Zachary had, and for a much longer time. For Holly and Ravenhill were obviously cut of the same cloth, both of them cultured and pedigreed. Giving his battered face one last swipe with the towel, Zachary smiled slightly at the handsome aristocrat. "My thanks, Ravenhill. I would take you as my second any time." They exchanged a measuring glance, not hostile, but not precisely friendly. Ravenhill was not pleased with what had become of Holly, Zachary realized, for his lordship was offended by the idea that his departed friend's wife was now employed by a lowbrow commoner. Too bad for you, Zachary thought nastily, every proprietary primitive instinct in his body rising to the fore. She's mine now, and there's nothing in hell that you or anyone else can do about it. Almost 24 hours to the minute since her megrims had begun. Holly felt well enough to rise from her bed. She felt weak and a bit dazed, as she always did after such an episode. For it was early evening, the time when the Bronsons usually gathered in the family parlour to wait for supper to be announced. "Where is Rose?" was Holly's first question, as Maud helped her to sit up in bed. Downstairs with the master and his mother and sister, Maud answered, tucking supportive pillows behind her back. "They've all been doting on her while you've been sleeping, playing games with the child and giving her extra sweets. Mr. For Bronson cancelled his ride to town today and spent all morning guiding her round the paddock on a little brown pony. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processed.proc next glac got broke httml got ABC Amber Lit Converter http://zlav www.processed glact got glac html. "Oh, he shouldn't have," Holly said in instant concern. "He shouldn't have neglected his business concerns. It isn't his place to take care of my child," he insisted, milady. "I thought it a bit unseemly, and I tried to tell him there was no need. But ye know how the master is when he is set on something." "Yes, I know." Holly sighed and clasped her hand over her sore forehead. "Oh, the extra trouble I've caused for you and everyone. Now, milady, don't go fretting yourself into another megrim," Maud soothed. "The Bronsons are all quite happy, it seems, and Rose has enjoyed all the petting and spoiling. No harm done. Shall I have some victuals sent up, milady? Thank you, but I would like to go downstairs and take supper with the family. I've been in bed for far too long, and I must see Rose." With the maid's help, Holly bathed and dressed in a soft, simple gown of brown corded silk, trimmed with a small collar of tea-dyed lace and more lace edging at the sleeves. Since her scalp was still sensitive after the attack of megrims, they coiled her long, loose locks and secured them to her nape with only 2 pins. For after checking her appearance in the dressing-table mirror, to ascertain that she was tidy, Holly carefully made her way to the family parlour. As Maud had described, the Bronsons were all there. Zachary lounged on the carpet beside Rose as they pored over a pile of painted wooden puzzle pieces, while Elizabeth read aloud from a collection of short stories. Paula occupied a corner of the long settee, contentedly mending a torn ruffle on one of Rose's white pinafores. For the small group looked up in unison as Holly entered the room. Wan and fatigued, she managed an apologetic smile. "Good evening, everyone. Mamma!" Rose exclaimed, beaming as she hurried to Holly and threw her arms around her hips. "You're all better now." "Yes, darling." Lovingly, Holly stroked her daughter's dark curls. "I'm sorry I took such a long rest." "I had great fun while you were sleeping," Rose said, and proceeded to entertain her with an account of the morning's pony ride. For while Rose chattered away, Elizabeth bounded over to Holly with exclamations of sympathy and concern and guided her to the settee. Paula insisted on covering Holly's knees with a knitted lap blanket, despite Holly's sheepish protests. "Oh, Mrs. Bronson, you're too kind, really. There's no need. ABC Amber Lit Converter. http://www.processedxx.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter. http://www.processedx.com/ABCL while the women fussed over her. Bronson stood and bowed in welcome. Sensing his dark, assessing gaze, Holly gave him a hesitant smile. "Mr. Bronson, She broke off in surprise as she saw that his eye was shadowed with a bruise and there was another blotch on his jaw. "What happened to your face, sir?" Rose answered before he did, with the pride of a child who was delivering news of great significance. "Mr. Bronson ran into a left hook again, Mamma. He was fighting, and he brought this to me." For she pulled the end of her button string from her large apron pocket and climbed into Holly's lap to display her newest acquisition. Cuddling her daughter, Holly examined the button carefully. It was fashioned of a huge sparkling diamond encased in rich yellow gold. Bewildered, she glanced at Elizabeth's rueful face and Paula's tight-lipped one before finally staring into Bronson's enigmatic black eyes.
You shouldn't have given Rose such a costly object, Mr. Bronson. Whose button is it?
And why were you fighting? I had a disagreement with someone in my club. Over money? Over a woman? Bronson's expression revealed nothing, and he gave an indifferent shrug, as if the matter were of no importance. Considering various possibilities, Holly continued to stare at him in the tense silence that had overtaken the room. Suddenly the answer occurred to her. "Over me?" she whispered. Idly Bronson picked a skein of thread from his sleeve. Not really, for Holly suddenly discovered that she knew him well enough to discern when he was lying. "Yes, it was," she said, with growing conviction. "Someone must have said something unpleasant, and instead of ignoring the remark, you took up the challenge. Oh, Mr. Bronson, how could you?" Seeing her unhappiness, instead of the grateful admiration he had probably expected, Bronson scowled. For, "Would you rather I allowed some high kick be?" He paused to correct himself, as he noticed the rapt attention Rose was paying to the conversation.
"Some high kick fellow," he said, his tone softening a degree, "to spread lies about you. His mouth needed to be shut, and I was able and willing to do it. The only way to respond to a distasteful remark is to ignore it," Holly said crisply.
For you did the exact opposite, thereby creating the impression in some people's minds that there may be a grain of truth in it. You should not have fought for my honour. You should have smiled disdainfully at any slight upon it, resting secure in the knowledge that there is nothing dishonourable about our relationship. ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/ABCL ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/ABCL ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processtext.com/ABCL.mylady. I would fight the world for you. For Bronson said it in the way he always made such startling comments, in a tone of such jeering lightness that the listener had no doubt he was being facetious. Elizabeth broke in, then her lips curved in a droll smile. "He'll use any excuse to fight, Lady Holly. My brother enjoys using his fists, primitive male that he is. That is an aspect of his character we will have to correct." Holly sent Bronson a reproachful glance, and he laughed, for a maid came to announce that dinner was ready to be served, and Rose bounced up and down in excitement. "Rosemary lamb and potatoes," she said, with anticipation, evidently having gleaned the information from the cook. "My favourite. Come, Lizzie, let's hurry." Laughing, Elizabeth caught the child's hand in hers and allowed herself to be dragged away from the parlour. Paula smiled as she set her needlework aside and followed. For Holly was slow to rise, battling a sudden wave of nausea at the thought of lamb, which did not sound at all appetizing. Unfortunately, the tonic that had relieved her megrims and caused her to sleep for a day did not come without side effects, one of them being greatly diminished appetite. Closing her eyes for a moment, she opened them to discover that Bronson had made it to her side with astonishing speed. "Feeling faint?" he asked quietly, his gaze moving over her pale face. "For just a bit queasy," she murmured, struggling to her feet. "No doubt I'll feel better once I eat something. Let me help you." His hard, strong arm slid behind her back, supporting her weight as she stood, and Holly experienced a sweet quake of familiarity. It seemed that since their dance lesson, her body had become accustomed to the closeness of his. Being in his arms felt far too natural and pleasurable. "For thank you," she murmured, reaching up to check the coil at her nape, which felt rather loose. The pins had loosened from Rose's affectionate embrace. To Holly's dismay, the pins slid out, and the mass of her hair tumbled free. She jerked away from Bronson with a small exclamation. "Oh dear." Embarrassed by the cascade of brown locks that fell nearly to her waist, something that women never reveal to any man except their husbands, she busily gathered up the straying locks. "For pardon," she said, blushing. "I'll restore myself in no time." Bronson was strangely quiet. In her discomforted flurry, she did not glance at his face, but it seemed to her that his breathing changed to a deeper, faster rhythm than usual. His hands lifted, reaching for her hair, and at first she thought that he was trying to help her, but instead he took her wrists in his hands, his long fingers wrapping gently around the fragile bones, and he pulled her arms to her sides. For gasping, Holly glanced up at his dark face. "My hair! Oh, Mr. Bronson, please do let go." ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter http://www.processedtext.com/ABC Amber Lit Converter httpl:// He continued to hold her wrists, his grip warm and light, and Holly's fingers opened and closed helplessly on nothing but air. Her hair trailed over her shoulders and bodice in gleaming brown ripples, the lamplight striking tiny glints of gold and red in the dark strands. Bronson stared at her intently, his gaze moving along the path they made down her body, noting the way the strands parted over the gentle hills of her breasts. Holly's cheeks burned with the heat of modesty, and she pulled once more at her wrists. Suddenly he released her, allowing her to move back a few steps. But as she retreated, he followed. Moistening her dry lips, Holly sought for something, anything, to break the seething silence between them. "For Maud tells me," she said in a faltering voice, "that you went into my room last night after I took my medicine. I was concerned for you. No matter how kind your intentions, it was wrong of you. I was not in a condition to receive visitors. I don't even remember your being there, or what was said. Nothing was said. You were sleeping. Oh. Holly stopped as her shoulders bumped against the wall, preventing further retreat. Zachary, she whispered, for she had not intended to say his name. She never even used it in her thoughts, but somehow it had slipped out. The small intimacy shocked her, and perhaps him as well. His eyes closed for a long moment, and when his lashes lifted, his black eyes were filled with a bright, hot gleam. "I'm not quite myself," she murmured, discovering that she was trembling all over. "My medicine, it's still making me a bit." "Shh!" For Bronson took a lock of her hair in his fingers and lifted it from her shoulder, his thumb rubbing gently over the silken strands. He moved slowly, as if he were in a dream. Staring at the shining lock in his hand, he lifted it to his lips and kissed it. Holly's knees weakened until she could hardly stand. She was astonished by the tender, worshipful gesture, the extreme care with which he laid the lock of hair back on her shoulder. For Bronson leaned over her, his big-framed body not quite touching hers. His nearness caused her to shrink back hard against the wall. She let out a serrated breath as he deliberately placed a huge hand on either side of her head, his palms flattened on the wood panelling.
"They're waiting for us,"
she said faintly. ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.procestext.com/ABCL ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.procestext.com/ABCLE. He seemed not to hear. For he was going to kiss her, she thought. His tantalizing scent, the wonderful masculine spice of his skin, filled her mouth and nose as she inhaled deeply. Her empty hands flexed open and closed, shaking with the desire to pull his dark head down to hers. Confounded, she waited in sweet agony for his mouth to descend, while silent words spun through her head. "Yes, do it now, please, Mamma." Rose's surprised giggle shredded the silence between them, for she had returned to discover why they had not yet joined the others at the dining table. "What are you doing, standing together like that?" Holly heard her own voice, as if it came from a great distance. "My hair came loose, darling. Mr. Bronson was helping me to repair it." Stooping, Rose found the pins and handed them to Holly. "Here you are," she said brightly. Bronson lowered an arm, allowing Holly to escape, though his dark gaze remained on her. For taking a deep breath, Holly stepped away and refused to look at him. "Thank you, Rose," she said, bending to hug her daughter briefly. "What a helpful girl you are." "Hurry, please," the child requested, watching as Holly gathered her hair, twisted it in a coil, and pinned it once more. "I'm hungry." The dinner was uneventful, but Zachary found that his normally voracious appetite had dwindled to nothing, for he sat at the head of the table, noting that Holly had seated herself as far away from him as possible. Marshalling all his wits, he concentrated on keeping the conversation light, dwelling on safely neutral subjects, when all he wanted was to be alone with Holly. Damn her! She had somehow taken away his ability to eat and sleep. Neither did he want to go gambling or wenching. All his desires were focused on her. For just to sit with her in a quiet parlour all evening sounded more exciting than spending a night in the bawdiest brothel in London. She aroused the most lascivious fantasies in him, and he couldn't glance at her hands or body or mouth without becoming acutely aroused, and she inspired other fantasies as well, images of tame domesticity that he had once scoffed at,